Pokémon, the Shiny Pokémon Attractor. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Seeing the excited look of the Dream Demon, Wutong didn't want to spoil the fun of his children, so he simply agreed to John and Xiaozhi. At this time, Wutong had already remembered who these two people were, but seeing Xiaozhi and Raichu's intimacy meant that they had already met Xiaozhi and his group. It can only be said that Xiaozhi is worthy of it. Xiaozhi and his group set off only one day later than them, but now Wutong has to challenge the third gym. Xiaozhi and his group may have just reached the second gym. Uncle John, I will try my best to help, but my Pokémon have not learned performances. Will there be any problems? Wutong asked. It's okay, as long as your Pokémon can follow the script, we will do the dubbing. Also, don't call me uncle, John said. Captain, let's explain the script to Wutong first. Xiaozhi said. You're right, Wutong, let's go into the ship's hold, John said to Wutong. Wutong nodded and brought his Pokémon to the performance stage in the ship's hold. The other two members of the Pokémon performance group, Xiaoxi and Anu, were also here on the stage. Captain, I'm so sorry that you're here. I don't know what's wrong with Picossi, Anu said the first time he saw John coming. Captain, why don't we apologize and perform the old script? Xiaoxi suggested. Okay, you two calm down, I found a solution, John comforted. In the puzzled eyes of the two, John pointed at Wutong. Xiaoxi and Anu looked at Wutong and his Pokémon together. They were confused at first, but then they became happy. Obviously, they understood. It's perfect. Although I don't know why they are all pink Pokémon, they are very harmonious, Anu said happily. This Pokémon is going to play the heroine. It must be it. Although the color is not mainly pink, its appearance and temperament are very suitable for the heroine, Xiaoxi said excitedly as he looked at Meng Yaomo. Captain, is he a new member of our performing arts troupe? X2 Anu and Xiaoxi said in unison. Hahaha, no, he is Wutong, the champion of this quartz conference, who came to our performing arts troupe temporarily to help, so let's work together to let them perform first. John introduced Wutong. Hello, I'm Wutong, this is Meng Yaomo, Uncle John said to let it play the heroine temporarily. Please take care of it, Wutong said politely. Dream Meng Yaomo also shook and called out. The other Pokémon of Wutong were watching the show curiously from behind. Although they didn't quite understand what the heroine meant, they had to help if the big sister wanted to be the heroine. It turned out to be the champion of the Quartz Conference. You are so amazing, Captain, Xiaoxi said. Captain, you didn't use any strange means, did you? Otherwise, how could a champion of the conference suddenly come to help? Anna whispered to John. Don't worry, you two. Wutong was seen by the captain when sailing on the sea and invited to the ship. Xiaozhi came out to explain for John at this time. Okay, time is tight, Wutong. Can Anu and Xiaoxi take your Pokémon to teach them for the time being? John asked Wutong. No problem, my Pokémon are very obedient, Uncle John, you can rest assured to teach them, Wutong said. Dream Demon, go ahead, if you want to do it, you have to learn well. Wutong turned around and said to Dream Demon. Dream. Dream Demon shouted excitedly and then brought a group of younger brothers to the stage with Anu and Xiaoxi. By the way, do you want to read the script first, Brother Wutong? John asked when he saw that things were going smoothly. No, it's better to have a sense of freshness in this kind of thing. Wutong waved his hand and refused. After all, it would be boring if he was spoiled. It seems that Brother Wutong knows a lot. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down, John said confidently. In this way, Wutong's Pokémon were all learning to perform, so Wutong himself became idle. After sailing for a day, the ship successfully arrived at the port of Hassa City, a metropolis on Hassa Island. At this time, there were many spectators on the shore of the port who had heard the news and were waiting for the arrival of the Pokémon Performing Arts Troupe's cruise ship. After completing the preparations after that, the cruise ship officially opened, and the audience who had bought tickets entered in an orderly manner, while Wutong sat in the front row of the special seats early and waited for the performance to begin. After all the audience entered, the performance officially began. As the curtain opened, a spotlight fell, and the leader of the group, Kui Quanlang, stood there. Where is my destined lover? With John's words, the plot began. It seems to be a love story, Wutong said while stuffing popcorn into his mouth. However, the direction of the next plot made Wutong begin to feel a headache. Kui Quanlang played the role of a son of a big family. He was handsome, but never met a lover. On this day, he heard from his friends that a very beautiful girl was going to attend the dinner of the pink family, the enemy of their family. Kui Quanlang, who was very curious in his heart, wanted to see her beauty, so he put on a mask and went to the pink family. However, after arriving at the castle of the pink family, a scarf suddenly fell on Kui Quanlang. Kui Quanlang picked up the scarf and looked up to see a very beautiful figure. Our heroine, Meng Yaomo, appeared. When Meng Yaomo opened the window, she accidentally dropped her scarf. When Meng Yaomo lowered her head, she happened to meet Kui Quanlang's eyes, and the two Pokémon fell in love at first sight. Kui Quanlang sneaked into the dinner party in a daze. He was surprised to find that the girl who made him fall in love at first sight was the daughter of the pink family. However, the family gap did not stop Kui Quanlang and Meng Yaomo, and the two began to meet secretly. Unfortunately, the truth cannot be hidden, and their affairs were discovered by their respective families. Both families were furious, and a large-scale battle broke out. The pink family was performed by Wutong's Pokémon. Among them, Crowhead and Swampert contributed a very exaggerated death scene. After a battle that hurt both sides, the two families temporarily stopped fighting, but both families disagreed with the love between Kui Quanlang and Meng Yaomo. In order to prevent this kind of humiliating thing from happening, the pink family decided to marry Meng Yaomo to another family. In order to avoid the marriage, Meng Yaomo secretly asked for a fake death drug and took it. Kui Quanlang didn't know that Meng Yaomo was faking his death, and he was heartbroken and took poison to commit suicide. After the fake death time was over, Meng Yaomo woke up and learned about Kui Quanlang's death. She came to Kui Quanlang's grave in grief. After crying for 3 days and 3 nights, she died of exhaustion. After Meng Yaomo died, 2 butterflies flew out from Kui Quanlang's grave and Meng Yaomo's body. The 2 butterflies flew away slowly, and the play ended here. What is this? It's the beginning of Pan Jinlian and Zeman King, the process of Romeo and Juliet, and the ending of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingte. Is this the ultimate patchwork monster from another world? Could this be Zamibo and Pan Latte? Wutong, who had watched the entire drama, said in pain, covering his face. Chapter 127. After the performance, several members of the Pokémon Performing Arts troupe came to Wutong with a happy face. Wutong, thank you so much. Without your help, I really don't know what to do this time. John said gratefully. It's okay, Uncle John. The Dream Demons are also very happy, but I really want to know who wrote this script. Wutong asked. He really wanted to know whether the person who wrote this script was really talented or a script tailor. Hahaha, Wutong, do you think this script is good too? It was given to us by a man wearing a fox mask, but we don't know his name. John replied happily. Is that so? That's fine. Thank you for taking me all the way. I'm going to continue my journey. Wutong said. Are you leaving, little brother Wutong? It's a pity, but you are a Pokémon trainer after all, so I won't keep you. But remember to come back and watch the show when you have time. Our show is always free for you, John said. After bidding farewell to the Pokémon performing group, Wutong set out on his journey again. For some reason, there are always some strange games in the Orange Islands. Sitting on the crystal rock snake, Wutong began to think about where to find food at night. Although Wutong's backpack has enough food, he also needs a stable place. Just as Wutong was thinking, a shadow rushed past the crystal rock snake. The waves directly wet Wutong's clothes. Damn, my affinity with the sea is too bad. But what was it that rushed over just now? Wutong said irritably. Rotom knows Lotom Mobile. Rotom flew out and said, you know, Wutong looked at mobile Rotom curiously. Rotom just took a picture of Lotta mobile, Rotom said as he flew to Wutong, and then a few slightly blurry photos appeared in front of Wutong. In the photo, a Jigglypuff was sitting at the back of a kayak, and in the middle, sat a black-skinned Joey in a blue one-piece swimsuit. This is Miss Joy, the shining one. Wutong said in surprise. I can't understand Lotto. There is something wrong with Wutong's mental state. Lotto, Rotom thinks we should call the police. Lotto. Mobile Rotom said. Ahem. Sorry, my occupational disease came back, and I almost wanted to subdue Miss Joy. Wutong touched his head and said awkwardly. By the way, Crystal Rock Snake, catch up. We have a place to stay tonight. Wutong said. Roar. Crystal Rock Snake shouted and increased its speed to catch up. Crystal Rock Snake, are you sure you've increased your speed? Why do you feel like you're getting farther and farther away? Wutong said as he looked at the increasingly smaller shining Joey. No, the black Joey. Who? Blame me? Crystal Rock Snake cried out in grievance. What can it do? It has already tried its best to swim. Okay, just go in that direction. Wutong said helplessly. With the efforts of Crystal Rock Snake, Wutong came to an unknown road and saw Miss Joey's kayak on the shore. It seems to be here. After seeing the kayak, Wutong took back Crystal Rock Snake and walked towards the island. Finally found this little brat. After Wutong walked into the island, a periscope suddenly stretched out from the sea. That's right, I must take revenge this time, said Xiaoxia, who was beaten away before. The Pokémon I applied for didn't work, so I applied for the latest equipment this time, said Yamato confidently. That's right. This is 3 months' salary in advance. We will have to live on dirt for the next 3 months. Xiaoxia couldn't help shedding tears. Hey, don't say such depressing words. We want revenge. Yamato roared at Xiaoxia. The two of them chased after the Wutong tree. Chapter 128. The old man was very happy. Wutong walked around the nameless island casually. After all, it was just an unnamed island in the Orange Islands, so Rotom Mobile had no map at all. I feel like I'm going to get lost if I walk this way. In that case, navigation god duck. It's time for you to come on stage. Wutong felt that it was not going well after walking for a while, so he called out Platymen to lead the way. Bubin? Platymen came out with a confused look on his face, always feeling that his master's expectations of him were a bit high. My job was taken away, Lotto. Rotom is very uncomfortable, Lotto. Rotom Mobile saw that the job that had always relied on him was taken away, so he walked around Wutong and Platymen and said, okay, let's go. Wutong ignored the nagging Rotom on the phone. Platymen had no choice but to lead the way. After all, it was better for it to lead the way than for Wutong to let himself go. After walking for a while, Wutong successfully saw shining Joey. No, it was black Joey. Well, it's almost healed. Jigglypuff, take out the medicine. Black Joey checked the mosquito in front of him and said to Jigglypuff beside him. Lucky Jigglypuff took out a bottle of medicine from the medicine box he was holding and handed it to Black Joey. Black Joey counted a few pills and threw them into the mouth of the mosquito. After the mosquito ate, the mosquito rubbed Black Joe happily. Okay, let's go home quickly. Black Joey touched the head of the mosquito. The mosquito jumped up and kissed Joey and staggered away. What a cute kid. The black-skinned Joey who was suddenly attacked also showed a gentle smile. Hello, are you Miss Joey? Wutong's voice came. It's not that Wutong asked knowingly, but mainly because this black-skinned Joey was wearing a racing swimsuit with a healthy wheat-colored skin and looked stronger than ordinary Joey. In addition, he was facing away from Wutong, and the only feature was the pink hair that was characteristic of the Joey family. If you have to count, there was also the Jigglypuff beside him. Who are you? Which distant cousin of mine? Hearing Wutong's voice, black-skinned Joey turned his head and then saw Wutong's pink hair at a glance and said subconsciously, that's right, I'm the child of your mother's cousin's aunt's brother's cousin, Giano. That's weird. Don't think that pink-haired people are all your family. Wutong shouted. You are obviously enjoying it too. But what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with your Pokémon? Black-skinned Joey said after complaining. Actually, I'm Xiaoxi's friend. I heard about you, Miss Joy, from him, so I came here, because of your reputation. My Pokémon does have some problems and I need your help, Miss Joy. Wutong started to lie on the spot. After all, Wutong learned from the people in the Pokémon performance troupe that they had seen Xiaozhi and his group many days ago. He stayed in Hassa City for more than a day and didn't see Xiaozhi and his group. If nothing unexpected happens, Xiaozhi should have arrived at Napier Island or headed to the next gym. As for whether Black Joey will ask Xiaozhi about Wutong's situation in the future, there is no need to worry at all. It is not certain when Black Joey and Xiaozhi and his group will meet again. So you are Xiaozhi's friend? What's wrong with your Pokémon? Black Joey asked. My Pokémon is not a very urgent problem. Miss Joy, you should have patience to deal with, right? If possible, please let me stay for one night and then check my Pokémon. Wutong pointed to Nidoran who stood obediently in front of Black Joey and said. After hearing what Wutong said, Black Joey did not hesitate to check and treat other Pokémon. It was not until the evening that Black Joey's work was finished. He took Wutong to her home on the island, a wooden house. Miss Joey's work is really hard, Wutong said while drinking the hot cocoa given by Black Joey. Although it's hard, I'm very happy, Black Joey replied with a smile. So, what's wrong with your Pokémon? To be honest, I don't think I'm so good that someone would come to me for treatment. Black Joey said. Well, it's like this. Come out, Swampert. Wutong put the hot cocoa aside and released his Swampert. Lager. Swampert appeared and started Hajime showed off his muscles in high spirits. It's a Pokémon I've never seen before, but it looks very energetic and doesn't look sick. Black Joey said as he looked at Swampert. Lucky Jigglypuff also circled around Swampert twice and called out. Actually, it's like this. My Swampert is a little special. Its muscles are much more developed than those of normal ones. Although it doesn't look particularly obvious, its muscle density is obviously much higher. Wutong patted Swampert and said. Although he didn't know the principle, Wutong found that his Swampert was only a little bigger than its peers, but its weight was more than twice as much. Out of curiosity, Wutong began to study why, and later determined that there was something wrong with Swampert's muscles. Normally, muscles are actually very soft, and they only become hard when they are tense, when they are exerted. However, even if the muscles are tense and hardened, they still have a certain degree of softness, but the hardness of Swampert's muscles is a bit outrageous. The excessive muscle strength causes the bones to begin to be unable to support it. As Swampert grows, its muscle strength is getting stronger and stronger, and the bearing capacity of its bones is close to the limit. Wutong has been trying to solve this problem of Swampert, and is also supplementing calcium for Swampert. However, due to Swampert's flash power, his supplementation speed is not as fast as Swampert's muscle growth. Although Wutong's grandparents also have calcium supplement formulas, they are all gentle and slow calcium supplement methods. After all, which normal Pokémon would be calcium deficient and become like this? Originally, this kind of thing could be studied for a period of time with the abilities of Aquan and Xingzi, but this also means that Swampert's growth will be suspended for a period of time, which is definitely unacceptable. Moreover, Wutong does not want to rely on his grandparents all the time. After all, he has learned relevant knowledge for almost 10 years, so Wutong has been studying calcium supplements by himself. When he saw Black Joey, Wutong suddenly remembered that there was a ready-made formula. Is that so? I do have special calcium tablets here, but I don't know if they can help you. Black Joey said after hearing what Wutong said. It's okay, I believe Miss Joy. Wutong said. Just kidding, the size of Magikarp, and the fact that it is mostly made of bones, will not lack calcium, proves that Miss Joy's calcium tablets are ridiculously effective. Well, I'm going to deliver medicine to Gyarados, come with me to see it. Black Joey said. Wutong followed Black Joey to the beach, and at Black Joey's call, a huge head appeared on the sea. Raw Gyarados roared happily when he saw Black Joey. Okay, I love you too, Jigglypuff, take out the calcium tablets. Black Joey touched Gyarados' head and said. Lucky Jigglypuff took out a large bottle of calcium tablets and handed it to Black Joey. Miss Joy unscrewed the bottle cap very boldly and poured a lot of calcium tablets into Gyarados' mouth. Seeing the obvious blush on Gyarados' face, Wutong suddenly wondered what would happen to this Gyarados if Black Joey had a boyfriend in the future. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. An excited female voice sounded. It seems that our luck is finally changing. This time, we not only want revenge, but also snatch this super large Gyarados away. A man's voice came from the same direction. Who is it? Black Joey shouted. Wutong wanted to stop it, but didn't have time. He could only sigh helplessly and release his Pokémon. Since you asked sincerely, a huge robot fell from the sky, and the female voice just now came from it. Hit it. Blast it. Wutong said with a wave of his hand. Larger. Buban. Gal. Hera. Roar. Buzz. 6 different skills shot directly at the huge robot, and the robot was baptized by a wave of bullet screen as soon as it appeared. Why can't you remember that the villain died because he talked too much? Wutong said in annoyance while looking at the exploded robot. Damn it, how could this happen? Yamato said with a dark face and coughing. It was a sneak attack, and we didn't even have time to open the protective shield, said Xiaoxia, who was also in a very embarrassed state. Okay, do you two have any last words? Wutong walked in front of the two people, looking down at them from a high position and said, I will not admit defeat. Yamato said viciously, but looking at her shaking hands holding Xiaoxia, you can see that she is strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. We will definitely come back. Xiaoxia said the classic villain's exit words. Very good, send them on their way. Wutong snapped his fingers and said, another round of bullet screen baptism. Yamato and Xiaoxia disappeared into the horizon. This may be useful for scrap metal. Dream Demon, please. Wutong said as he looked at the scrapped robot. Dream Demon obeyed and slowly brought all the robot wreckage back to the shadow. I'm sorry, Miss Joy, they are from the rocket team. You should know something about it. Wutong said to Black Joey when he saw that all the robot wreckage had been collected. Yes, is that so? Black Joey stuttered in response. After all, everything happened too fast, and Black Joey hadn't reacted yet. The Gyarados on the side opened his mouth even wider. So, Miss Joy, do you have any extra calcium tablets? If possible, I hope to place a long-term order from you. Wutong said with a standard smile for business talks. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. The harvest was very fruitful. What a great harvest, Wutong said happily as he sat on Crystal Rock Snake and continued to head to Napier Island. At this time, there were many bottles of calcium tablets in front of him. Wutong also gave Swampert a bottle for testing, and the effect was really amazing. Although it did not make Swampert's bone growth rate exceed the muscle growth rate, it also allowed Swampert to continue to grow. The next day, after eating a bottle of calcium tablets, Swampert, who had been growing slowly because of the suppression of his bones, grew a circle bigger. However, this growth rate is only temporary. Swampert will only grow a circle bigger at most and will reach its limit. Then the bones will start to increase bone density. However, a large amount of calcium tablets are needed to supplement the calcium for Swampert. Fortunately, Black Joey promised Wutong to provide him with calcium tablets regularly, and Wutong has begun to study calcium tablets with stronger effects. Based on this calcium tablet, the nameless island where Black Joey's clinic is located is not far from Napier Island. So after sailing for a while on the Crystal Rock Snake, Wutong saw Napier Island. Thank you for your hard work, Rock Snake. After landing on the island, Wutong took the Crystal Rock Snake back. Just as Wutong was about to walk into the island, a burst of light music came from behind. Wutong looked back and saw a man in Hawaiian-style clothes driving a small sailboat to the shore. There was a radio on the small sailboat playing Hawaiian-style music very loudly. Wutong looked at the man who came over speechlessly. Isn't this person Xiaozhi, the owner of the Napier Gym? This kimono usually hangs around the island waiting for challengers, right? Hi, are you here to challenge the Napier Gym as well? My name is Xiaozhi. What's your name? Xiaodan greeted enthusiastically. My name is Wutong, so you are here to challenge the Napru gym as well. Wutong said with an equally brilliant smile. Isn't it just a comparison of acting skills? I, a special guest actor of the Pokémon performing arts troupe, would be afraid to compete with you in acting skills? Xiaodan was also stunned by Wutong's brilliant smile, but as an actor, Xiaodan keenly felt that Wutong was not an ordinary person. Then let's go in together. Xiaodan made an invitation. Wutong followed Xiaodan and walked to the foot of the central peak of Napru Island. At this time, Xiaodan had changed into a set of mountaineering equipment. At the foot of the mountain, there was a sign standing there, which, as expected, said that you need to climb to the top of the mountain without relying on Pokémon to get the qualification to challenge the gym. It seems that we have to climb to the top of the mountain first, Xiaodan said. So that's how it is. Do you know the reporting phone number of the Pokémon League? Wutong said indifferently. What do you want to do? Xiaodan asked hurriedly. Of course, I want to report the dangerous operation of the Napru gym. It forces challengers to obtain unreasonable qualifications and does not provide corresponding equipment. And it seems that there is not even a little protection. I don't know how many challengers are injured. I even suspect that the owner of the Napru gym wants to avoid work. Wutong said a lot of words and directly stunned Xiaodan. Wait, it shouldn't be as serious as you said. The owner of the Napru gym should want to test the trainer's own will, and there should be safety measures. Xiaodan couldn't help but look away when talking about safety measures. No. Look at this expression. There is definitely no right. Wutong saw Xiaodan's look and roared wildly in his heart. What we say doesn't count. It should be judged by the prosecutor of the Pokémon League. Aren't you here to challenge the gym? How come you are not angry at all for such a dangerous request? Wutong said deliberately. That's because, yes, the gym owners are verified by the league, and they can't be bad guys. Xiaodan continued to argue, and it seems that he didn't intend to reveal his identity. It's hard to say. I met the boss of the dark organization disguised as the gym owner, and that gym was also verified by the league. When you said that, I began to suspect that this gym owner might also be an undercover of some dark organization who wants to harm the flowers of the league. Wutong saw that Xiaodan still wanted to continue acting. After hearing what Wutong said, Xiaodan's eyes began to twitch. What's the situation with this kid? What's the situation with the boss of the dark organization being the gym owner? And how can you look like a flower of the alliance like this? It seems that you also understand the seriousness of the matter, so I hope you can provide testimony as a witness. Wutong took out his mobile phone and Rotom said with a righteous look on his face. Stop. Calm down. I'm actually Xiaodan, the gym leader of Napru. I'm a good person. Xiaodan hurriedly stopped Wutong when he really took out a mobile phone. What? You are the gym leader? Wutong said in an exaggerated tone, then took a half step back and looked at Xiaodan vigilantly. Don't have this expression, and are you serious about taking a half step back? I'm really a good person. Xiaodan wanted to cry at this time. It was the first time that Xiaodan, who had been a gym leader for so long, encountered such a situation. Okay, I'll believe you for the time being. Then, what are the battle rules of Napru gym? Wutong said. But you haven't reached the top of the mountain yet. Xiaodan tried to struggle. Huh? What did you say? Wutong shook his mobile phone and Rotom said. Let's take the cable car to the top of the mountain first. If you want to challenge the Neptune gym, you need to be on the top of the mountain. Xiaodan immediately changed his words when he saw Wutong's look. The two took the cable car to the top of the mountain. It was snowing lightly on the top of the mountain. There were many holes on the ground on the top of the mountain, and hot springs were gushing out from time to time. Okay, let me introduce myself again. I'm Xiaodan, the Eastern Star of the Southern Cross of the Orange League, and the owner of the Neptune gym. Xiaodan said, after regaining his momentum, after standing on the top of the mountain. I'm Wutong from Changpan City, so what are the rules? Wutong also introduced himself in cooperation. The challenge of the Neptune gym is divided into 3 stages. The first is the competition to freeze hot water. Xiaodan pointed to the geyser and said, no problem, I'll leave it to you, Swampert. Wutong agreed happily and called out his Swampert. But what if the challenger does not have ice skills? Larger. Swampert shouted spiritedly when he appeared. Please, Nidoqueen. Xiaodan called out Nidoqueen as expected. After the two Pokémon each chose a spring, the game began. Nidoqueen, freeze beam. Xiaodan shouted. Nido, a white ball of light appeared on the horn of Nidoqueen's head, and a twisted and curved light shot towards the spring water in front of him. Swampert, freeze punch. Among Wutong's Pokémon, there are only two that can use ice skills. One is Swampert's freeze punch and the other is Pterosaur's ice fang. Now that Pterosaur is with Professor Oak, only Swampert can be used. Larger. Swampert's hand bursts of cold air and punches at the spring water. The place it is directly frozen into ice, and then shattered by Swampert's strange power. Swampert, I asked you to freeze the water, not break it. Put your fist at the spring and don't move. Remember to keep the freeze punch state. Wutong said helplessly. Lag. Swampert nodded and put his cold fist into the spring. However, it was still a little slow. After Nidoqueen on the other side successfully froze a huge icicle, Swampert reached the final stage. It seems that I won the first round. Xiaodan said after seeing Swampert finish freezing the icicle. So, what should we do in the next round? Wutong asked. The next round will be an icicle processing competition. Each person is limited to using 3 Pokémon. The party that completes the requirements first wins. Xiaodan didn't know when a wooden sign appeared behind him, with 3 views of Bingzhou drawn on it. It's really difficult to force people. Is your gym really formal? Platypus, Beedrill, come out. Wutong called out the other 2 Pokémon. Buban. Buzz, my gym is definitely formal. But you seem to like pink very much. Xiaodan looked at Wutong and called out 2 pink Pokémon. After all, the effect of the Wutong Pingon fruit has not ended yet. The effect of Pingon fruit is too effective for people. After eating a lot of Beedrills and Crystal Onyx, the color has begun to fade. But Wutong's hair is still pink, and it looks like it will take a few days to fade. Pink is the color of a tough guy. Okay, stop talking nonsense and start. Wutong said. Okay, golly, either come out. Then, the game begins. Xiaodan called out the other 2 Pokémon and announced the start of the game. Platix, use fire to burn this icicle. Remember to control the temperature of the flame so that it is easy to carve. Beedrill saw the 3-view drawing over there and carved the icicle into that shape. Swampert, use if you see that the frozen fist is too thin, make it thicker. Wutong assigned tasks to the 3 Pokémon. Lager, Buban, Buzz. After knowing their tasks, the 3 Pokémon started to work. The 2 barrel arms of Platypus stretched straight, carefully releasing flames. The 2 needle arms of Beedrill flashed with cold light and used double needles to carve icicles at high speed, and Swampert kept the frozen fist and touched the ice boat when he had nothing to do. The 3 Pokémon cooperated tacitly, and the carving speed was actually ahead of Xiaodan's. What an amazing tacit understanding. I didn't expect that I would lose in the processing and production of icicles. Xiaodan said in surprise after both sides completed the ice boat. My Pokémon have a good relationship, so I will use this ice boat in the last round, right? Wutong said. That's right, the last round of the game is to drive the ice boat you made down the cliff, and the one who reaches the end of the coast first wins. Xiaodan said. Sure enough, we should call the Pokémon League to report it. Wutong took out his Rotom phone again after hearing it. Wait a minute. Don't always think about reporting it. Xiaodan hurriedly stopped him. Your competition is too dangerous. Do you know how high it is from the coastline? And there are no protective measures at all. Do you really think everyone is a Gundam? Wutong said. What is a Gundam? No, it's not that dangerous. You can bring Pokémon with you, and there are still 3 Pokémon on each side. Xiaodan said. Okay, I'll give you another chance. Wutong said and jumped onto the ice boat. Have you chosen your 3 Pokémon? Xiaodan asked. Almost. Beedrill comes back. Crowhead, get to work. Wutong exchanged Beedrill for Crowhead. Wutong's 3 Pokémon also sat in the ice boat, but because Wutong's Pokémon were not small, only Swampert and Platypus really sat in the ice boat. Crowhead landed on Swampert. Then let's get ready. Xiaodan said as she was ready. Next to the starting point, the signal light began to flash, and both sides began to concentrate. The moment the signal light turned blue, the two ice boats set off at the same time. Crowhead, control the airflow. Swampert, stabilize the ice boat. Wutong commanded calmly. In Xiaodan's ice boat on the side, Xiaodan, Geodude, Slytherin and Scyther were sitting in order. Right, then left. Very good. Everyone did a good job. Keep it up. As the owner of the gym, Xiaodan started very steadily, and the ice boat slid steadily towards the finish line. The two sides were evenly matched at this time, and slid towards the coastline without giving in to each other. Soon, both sides passed the first stage, left the ice and snow area, and entered the rocky area. But you can't beat me like this. Everyone, speed up, Xiaodan said confidently. The speed of his ice boat increased suddenly, and it still slid very fast even on the rocky ground, and there was no damage to the ice boat. Humph, just like that. Crow leader, speed up, wind up, Wutong shouted. Crow leader turned around and flapped his wings behind him, and the violent airflow swept backwards. Under the intentional control of Crow leader, the speed of the ice boat increased. It's really amazing. We can't lose. Everyone, left, Xiaodan shouted when he saw Wutong catching up again. After entering the rock section, various obstacles and bends appeared. Xiaodan easily avoided obstacles with his experience and his speed did not slow down at all. The line segment is shortest before 2 points. Swampert, use some hammer on the ground. Platypus sprays flames backwards with all its strength. We take off. Wutong shouted. Larger. Swampert's arms glowed and then slammed hard on the ground. With the reaction force, Bingzao flew into the air with a small amplitude. Buban. Platypus seized the opportunity, and the two barrel arms burst out with all their strength. Two pillars of fire sprayed out, and Bingzao flew up directly. What? Xiaodan couldn't help shouting as he watched Bingzao flying over Wutong from above his head. Are you really worried about danger? You are the most dangerous this way. Okay. Xiaodan couldn't help shouting as he looked at Wutong who was far ahead. Wutong had successfully arrived at the end of the coastline of Napieru Island, and his ice boat had turned into ice debris. There was no way, no matter how solid his ice boat was, it couldn't withstand the impact of landing. Soon, Xiaodan also arrived at the end, but his face didn't look very good. What a confusing guy, but you won. This is Napieru Island. Congratulations on getting the white wave badge. Xiaodan took out a badge made of white shells and handed it to Wutong. Thank you, but I still think you'd better turn yourself into the Pokémon League. Wutong took the badge and said seriously, you bastard. Xiaodan said helplessly. Chapter 130. The next day, Wutong was on the verge of a big fight. Wutong, riding on the crystal rock snake on the sea, was heading to the last gym of the Orange League, Liugan Island, where the Liugan gym was located. There's a call. Rotom. The mobile Rotom suddenly flew out and circled Wutong. Is it from Grandpa and Grandma? Could it be? Side quest. Wutong said as he looked at the caller displayed on the screen of the mobile Rotom. After all, Wutong would call Aquan and Xiaozhi to report safety after each gym challenge, so the sudden call must be something. Wutong looked at the mobile Rotom and felt a big exclamation mark appear above its head. Xiaotong, are you going to Liugan Island now? After answering the phone, Xiaozhi's face appeared on the screen. Yes, Grandma, what's wrong? Wutong asked. Well, you should pass by Asia Island. There is a celebration there. An old friend of mine is also there. You can go and relax. It is important to combine work and rest. And my old friend seems to be in trouble. If you can, help her. Xiaozhi said. Okay Grandma, I'm also very interested in this celebration. Wutong replied happily. As for helping, it probably won't be a particularly difficult thing. Otherwise Grandma wouldn't let him help. Then you have to have fun, take care of your body. Xiaozhi hung up the phone after telling a lot of things. Asia Island, speaking of that thing, is it about to happen? Wutong started thinking after hanging up the phone. If I remember correctly, the second theatrical version of the anime, Lugia's explosion happened after Xiaoxi challenged the user gym, and it should be about the same time. Although this movie is also quite dangerous, you can't miss the chance to see Lugia. It's decided. Rotom, we navigate. We are going to Asia Island. Wutong said to Rotom on his phone. Start replanning the route Lotto target Asia Island Lotto. After hearing what Wutong said, Rotom on his phone modified the navigation target. After more than half a day, Wutong successfully arrived at Asia Island, the cultural center of the Orange Islands, and also the island of celebration. It's really a lively atmosphere before the celebration, Wutong said to himself while walking in the town of Asia Island. At this time, Wutong was trying to find the friend of Grandma according to the address given by Grandma. However, in less than a minute, Wutong gave up. Sure enough, it's not so easy to cure a road idiot. It's better to find a reliable person to lead the way before getting lost outside the town. Hello, do you know where the apple shrine is? Wutong found an old lady who looked easy to talk to and asked. Pink Shrine. Oh, I remember. Are you going to that shrine? Or I can recommend you some other shrines. The old lady said. What's wrong with this Pink Shrine? Wutong asked curiously. As the cultural center of the Orange Islands, our Asia Island often holds various celebrations. Because there are many celebrations, there are also many shrines on Asia Island. However, this Pink Shrine has been very sluggish. I even heard that even the celebration shrine maidens can't be found this year. The old lady explained. What are celebration shrine maidens? Wutong felt like he had discovered a new world. These are the customs and practices that have never been reflected in anime. It's really curious. Although our Asia Island will hold various celebrations, the legendary celebration is the most important to us. In order to elect the festival shrine maiden of the legendary celebration, each shrine will send a celebration shrine maiden to compete, and the final winner can serve as the festival shrine maiden of the legendary celebration. The old lady explained patiently. But the Pink Shrine hasn't had a shrine maiden for many years, and there may not even be a shrine maiden for the festival this year. If this continues, the shrine may close down next year. The old lady continued. So that's the case. Thank you for telling me so much, but I still want to go to the Pink Shrine. After all, I have agreed with my family to go and see it. Wutong said firmly. Is that so? You are really a good child. I just happen to have nothing to do, so I will take you to the Pink Shrine. The old lady said enthusiastically. Really? Thank you so much. Wutong said happily. Under the guidance of the enthusiastic old lady, Wutong came to the Pink Shrine. Look, just this is it. Isn't it desolate? The old lady pointed to the dilapidated shrine in front of her and said. It is indeed desolate. Wutong nodded in agreement as he looked at the torii gate in front of him that had faded severely due to years of disrepair. Okay, I'm leaving now. If you want to go to another shrine, come find me again, the old lady said and left. After watching the old lady leave, Wutong walked into Pink Shrine with his head held high. After entering Pink Shrine, an old man in a shrine maiden's costume was cleaning the courtyard. Hello, is this Grandma Xiaozhi? Wutong walked up and asked. Our long lost guest, lovely little girl, do you want to worship or pray? The old man turned around and said kindly. Excuse me, I'm a man. I'm Xingzi's grandson. I heard that you've been in trouble recently, and my grandma asked me to come and see if there's anything I can help with. Wutong asked. Oh, so you are Xingzi's grandson. I'm so sorry. My eyesight is not very good. Have you eaten? Is it cold? How is Xingzi now? After hearing Wutong's self-introduction, Xiaozhi talked non-stop. Wutong had no choice but to answer one by one. Fortunately, Xiaozhi knew that it was not good to stand outside all the time, so she took Wutong into the house. Xingzi is still as enthusiastic as before. Xiaozhi knelt on a cushion on the tatami in the house, holding a teacup in her hand and said kindly, yes, Grandma has always been very enthusiastic and likes to help others. Wutong sat cross-legged with a cup of hot tea in his hand. After a while of conversation, Wutong also roughly understood Xiaozhi's personality, which was very kind and steady. She always had a smiling face, as if nothing could make her angry, but her temper might be a little too slow, which sometimes made people a little worried. But Xianatong, it's hard for you to help me with my troubles, Xiaozhi said slowly while drinking tea. Seeing Xiaozhi's unhurried look, Wutong almost thought that Xiaozhi didn't have any troubles. It's okay, Grandma Xiaozhi, although my ability is limited, I will do my best to help you. After all, you are my grandma's friend. Wutong said. Oh really? That's great, then I'll leave it to you, Xiaotong, Xiaozhi said happily after hearing Wutong's words. However, Wutong would soon regret his promise. Sure enough, promises cannot be made casually. Chapter 131. After the two chatted for a while, Xiaozhi said she was going to get something and asked Wutong to wait for her here. After Xiaozhi left, Wutong sat there and looked around curiously. A wall covered with photos attracted his attention. The photos on the wall were quite old, and the latest ones looked like they were a few years old. All the photos were group photos, and Xiaozhi was in every photo, but as time passed, Xiaozhi was getting older. The people who took photos with Xiaozhi were different women. The reason why they were called women was that they were of all ages, and these women had a common feature, that is, they looked very beautiful. Perhaps there was another common point, that the clothes on their bodies were all pink, but I don't know why. Looking at the various beautiful young ladies in the photos, Wutong always felt a little bit out of place. As Xiaotong seems to be very interested in these photos, Xiaozhi came back at some point and said, "Ah, Grandma Xiaozhi, these should be the festival maidens of Pink Shrine, right?" Wutong was startled by Xiaozhi's sudden appearance. "That's right, but I don't know why. No one is willing to be the festival maiden of our shrine in the past 2 years, and some of those who are willing don't meet the requirements of our shrine. It's really troubling," Xiaozhi said with one hand on her cheek. "So that's it. No wonder it feels like the photos on the wall are out of date." Wutong nodded and said, "Is it because the costumes of the festival maidens of our shrine are out of date? But other shrines are also using traditional costumes. But this year we can have new photos," Xiaozhi said happily, at first puzzled. "Really? It seems that Grandma Xiaozhi has found a new festival witch. That's great." Wutong didn't realize that the danger was approaching at this time. "Yeah, that's great. I really have to thank Xingzi," Xiaozhi said softly. "Really? I have to thank Grandma. Wait. Thank Grandma?" Wutong suddenly found something wrong and looked at Xiaozhi in confusion. "Yeah, didn't Xingzi tell you? The tradition of our pink shrine?" Xiaozhi asked back. "Tradition? What tradition?" Wutong was even more confused. "The festival maidens of our pink shrine are all dressed up by cute boys. Did you see the first few photos? The festival maiden in it is my husband. He was also very cute at the time," Xiaozhi said in a gentle tone that frightened Wutong. Wutong finally knew why he felt a little uncomfortable looking at the girls in those photos. It turned out that they were not girls at all. They were all cross-dressing guys. "So, Xiaotong, I'm really glad that you're willing to help. I don't know why boys don't want to be witches in recent years. Obviously the clothes are very cute," Xiaozhi said, troubled. "It's normal not to want to be one." Wutong roared madly in his heart and began to look for the shortest escape route at the same time. "You know, there is only one time and countless times to wear women's clothes, and you must not start this. Don't ask him how he knows it. I can only say that a Kosa who can't sing and dance is not a good game anchor. The anchor industry is so scary." The memory before rebirth suddenly appeared and made Wutong slow down. Xiaozhi didn't know whether she saw that Wutong wanted to escape or what, and grabbed Wutong's arm. "Okay, I've brought the clothes here, Xiaotong. Try it on. There are all kinds of sizes," Xiaozhi said softly. Wutong wanted to break free, but found that Xiaozhi's strength was beyond his expectation. He had been trained for a long time, and he didn't even fight in strength. "Xiaotong, are you going to play a game with me? You're really naughty." Xiaozhi still had a smile on her face, holding Wutong's arms tightly with both hands. "No way. Sorry Grandma Xiaozhi." Dream Demon. Hypnosis. Wutong, whose arms were controlled, couldn't release the Pokémon and could only call Dream Demon for help. Dream Demon heard Wutong's call and flew out from Wutong's shadow. Just as he was about to hypnotize Xiaozhi, he stopped directly after seeing Xiaozhi's appearance. Then, in Wutong's shocked eyes, Dream Demon bowed to Xiaozhi seriously. Are you a little Dream Demon?" Xiaozhi guessed when she saw Dream Demon bowing to her. "Dream, yes, it's me." After hearing Xiaozhi's words, Dream Demon happily turned around. "It's really you, little Meng Yao. Have you finished reading the books I gave you? We finally meet. Let's take an exam later," Xiaozhi said. Meng, don't worry, Master. I won't let you down." Meng Yao shouted seriously. Wait a minute, Mengyaomo, why do you know Grandma Xiaozhi? No. Why do you call Grandma Xiaozhi master? No. So you are the source of Mengyaomo's desire to dress up as a woman. Wutong didn't know where to start complaining for a while. But today, the case was finally solved. Why does Mengyaomo have those weird things and always try to dress himself up as a woman? By the way, I just need to change Xianatang's clothes, so I'll leave the Makup part to you. Little Xiaoxi ignored Wutong's continuous questions and said to Mengyaomo, Meng, don't worry, master. Dream Demon shouted with full spirit. Wutong suddenly felt that he was in danger. The trump card that saved his life turned out to be the enemy's undercover, and his group of naughty kids all took priority over Dream Demon's orders when it didn't involve fighting and his own life safety. That is to say, Wutong has completely lost the ability to resist. Then the question is, what should I do if my Pokémon wants to dress me up as a woman and put on Makup? Waiting online. Urgent. Chapter 132. The two of them were in a mess. Inside the pink shrine, Wutong stood in front of the mirror with empty eyes. Wutong, who had no way to resist, could only try to make himself unconscious. At this time, Wutong was dressed in a pink princess dress with ruffles, with thick Makup on her face and a colorful wig on her head. Ah, the little Dream Demon's Makup skills have improved a lot. Xiaozhi on the side praised while holding her cheek. Dream after hearing Xiaozhi's praise, the Dream Demon proudly straightened his chest. After hearing the conversation between a person and a Pokémon, Wutong, with his lifeless eyes, began to twitch unconsciously. Then we'll use the little Dream Demon's outfit during the Shrine Maiden election, Xiaozhi said happily. Dream. The Dream Demon became even more proud. Wutong finally couldn't help it. Xiaozhi really didn't feel guilty when she said that. Look at the appearance of those seniors on the wall. And look at your current appearance. Are you sure you won't be beaten if you go to the Shrine Maiden election like this? Grandma Xiaozhi, did you teach the Dream Demon the Makup technique? Wutong asked calmly with his eyes restored. Yes, I feel that the little Dream Demon is ready to become a master, Xiaozhi replied. Really? Did you do the Makup for those seniors before? Wutong continued to ask. No, I don't know why. Everyone stopped letting me do the Makup after letting me do it again and started to do it themselves, Xiaozhi said puzzledly. After hearing Xiaozhi's explanation, Wutong understood more clearly why the Pink Shrine couldn't find the festival Shrine Maiden in recent years. The tradition of Pink Shrine originally made it difficult for people to sign up. Finally, a brave man was willing to be a cross-dresser, but after seeing Xiaozhi's inhumane Makup skills, he probably ran away. And this abominable clothing choice, is it so vulgar? Wutong felt a headache. Looking at Xiaozhi's admiring face and the very proud Dream Demon, Wutong knew that there was no hope for these two guys, and he had to rely on himself. Wutong didn't realize that it was the best choice to be eliminated quickly. Obviously, the continuous complaints had caused problems with his rationality. I still have to rely on myself, Wutong said with gritted teeth, and then started to choose other clothes from the box that Xiaozhi brought. However, a box of pink clothes made Wutong feel a headache. Grandma Xiaozhi, why are all the clothes pink? Wutong asked speechlessly. Because the symbolic color of our shrine is pink, Xiaozhi said. Pink, 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 which bastard thought of this? Wutong cursed after hearing Xiaozhi's words. Somewhere in the world, an ice cube suddenly sneezed and said, what's going on? It feels like someone is scolding me. Wutong had no choice but to find a less pink dress in the pink and left with a wig and a Makup box. What is Xianatang going to do? Xiaozhi looked at Wutong, who was leaving with the things in confusion. Dream? Is he going to run away? Mengyaomo guessed. Xiaozhi and Mengyaomo waited curiously. After a while, Wutong reappeared in front of Xiaozhi and Mengyaomo. Wow/Dream. Xiaozhi and Mengyaomo exclaimed at the same time when they saw Wutong reappear. At this time, the thick Makup on Wutong's face had been washed off. There was no excessive application on her face. Only shadows and highlights were used to modify the outline to make her look more like a girl. A little shadow was lightly applied around her eyes, making her look playful but not seductive. She had cherry red contact lenses in her eyes, and her eyelashes were also modified and elongated to make her eyes look much bigger. Because of her age, Wutong's Adam's apple has not yet appeared, so there is no need to cover it. She was wearing a white-based dress that Wutong had finally found, which looked like a shrine maiden's costume or a yukata. The sleeves and the clothes were not connected together, revealing her shoulders and upper arms. The edge of the clothes was a gradient color from pink to white towards the center, and there were some small butterfly-shaped patterns on it. There was a circle of black lace embellishment on the sleeves at the chest, waist and upper arm position. The skirt was neither long nor short, just above the knee. In order to cover the muscle contours of the legs, Wutong wore a pair of white knee-high socks, but Wutong is a normal boy after all, so his feet are bigger than girls of the same age. Therefore, Wutong chose a pair of relatively small black round-toed leather shoes. Then the key point appeared. Wutong put on a long silver white wig. As for why, because no one would dislike white hair. Shocking. Ah, Xiaotong has become so cute, Xiaozhi said very happily after exclaiming. Dream, I actually lost. The dream demon fell to the ground like a piece of paper and made an unwilling cry. No need to praise, I will work hard to get the qualification of the festival priestess. Grandma Xiaozhi, what are the rules of the priestess election? Wutong said coldly. The rules are not urgent. I want to know why you are so skilled. Xiaotong so amazing, Xiaozhi asked. For survival, Wutong said after a moment of silence. As a former game anchor, Wutong has learned all kinds of skills to survive in the industry, although he still hasn't become popular. But what should I do with your voice? It's better to keep silent. As before, Xiaozhi changed the topic after hearing Wutong's answer. It's okay. Is this voice okay? A cold girl's voice came out of Wutong's mouth, and Xiaozhi and Meng Yaomo were amazed again. Wutong didn't care. Isn't it just a false voice? Wutong, who hasn't changed his voice yet, has no problem pretending to be a female voice. You know, Wutong even learned ventriloquism at the beginning, although he didn't learn it. Xiaotong can always surprise people, Xiaozhi said happily. It's not something to be proud of, so Grandma Xiaozhi, please tell me the rules of the witch election. Wutong said. Okay, first of all, if you want to become a festival maiden of the Legend Festival, the first step is to play the legend song, which is very simple. The second step is the prayer dance. In the second step, the last two candidates will be selected, and then the final festival maiden will be decided by a Pokémon duel. Xiaozhi explained the rules to Wutong. After hearing the rules, Wutong didn't know where to start complaining for a moment. The first two steps were quite formal. Why did it become a Pokémon battle in the end? Are people in this world really crazy about fighting? It's just like the group of card guys in Yu-Gi-Oh! All problems can be solved by Pokémon battles. Fortunately, Xiaotong represents the shrine this year, otherwise our shrine might have to close, Xiaozhi said, after explaining the rules. It doesn't matter, after all, I took the initiative to ask for it. Wutong said, but he was thinking that he would never make promises casually in the future. However, the shrine is about to close down. In order to save the shrine, I have to participate in the shrine maiden election. I understand. Lala is actually me. I will go to find members to form Muse and Debut. Wutong began to think about it again unconsciously. Okay, Xiaotong, I will teach you to play the legendary song next. Xiaozhi interrupted Wutong's thoughts and said. The day before the Shrine Maiden election, Wutong began to expedited special training. At this time, on different islands in the Orange Islands, Shinji, Xiaomei and Xiaoming all started to go to Asia Island for different reasons. After challenging the user gym, Xiaoxi and his party met a kind girl. After experiencing the Oya Island incident, they took a ride on the boat and started to go to the northern Durian Island. On the day of the Shrine Maiden election, after a day and a night of expedited special training, Wutong successfully mastered the way to play the legendary song. Wutong knew that the real name of this legendary song should be Lugia Song, but perhaps because of time, the original name of Lugia Song has been forgotten by people. As for the question of the prayer dance in the second level, Wutong learned from Xiaozhi that the prayer dance of each shrine is actually different, so there is no standard. Therefore, it is better to say that it is a dance competition than a prayer dance competition. So Wutong simply decided not to learn the prayer dance of Pink Shrine and perform it directly on the spot. Come on, Xianatong. Oh, no, I should call you Xianatong now, Xiaozhi called Wutong. Leave it to me. Wutong, Xianatong limited edition, replied calmly. Since some things have been abandoned, such as moral integrity, etc., then the qualification of this festival priestess must be obtained. The first level, the performance of Lugia song. The festival priestesses of each shrine hold a flute made of conch shells and take turns to play a Lugia song. However, since the rhythm of Lugia song was not difficult, few people were eliminated in this level. At the second level it was time to really compete with each other, and the prayer dances of various shrines were a feast for the eyes. If Xiaogang was here, he would be very happy now. Wutong suddenly thought, but poor Xiaogang should be a nanny for Dr. Nimi now. Next, please welcome Xianatong, the festival priestess of Pink Shrine. The host's voice came. Forget it, let's leave it to fate. Wutong took a deep breath and walked up. Arriving at the center of the venue, Wutong hesitated for a moment and turned his right hand to produce a fan. Sure enough, compared to the Pure Land, Senbon's Sakura is more suitable for this outfit. At this time, at the port of Asia Island, Shinji, Xiaomei and Xiaoming met by chance. The three people who arrived at the port from three directions were all surprised. What a coincidence. Xiaoming is fine, but you, with a gloomy face, are also here. Could it be that you can't beat the gym and come here to seek comfort? Xiaomei looked at Shinji, who had not seen him for a long time, and directly provoked him. HMPH, you're talking about yourself. Xiaoming is fine, but you're not a playboy who's come here to find a new girlfriend? Shinji retorted directly. Wait a minute, it's obviously a war between you two. Why do I feel so sad? Xiaoming, who was innocently caught in the crossfire, said helplessly. After the daily quarrel, the three of them resumed their normal conversation and began to exchange information. Shinji, who started from the northern Liugan Island, chose to challenge counterclockwise. After challenging the user gym, he learned about the legend of Asia Island and wanted to take a look. After all, it was related to the legendary Pokémon, and it was impossible for a Pokémon trainer not to be interested. Xiao Mao learned from the conversation with Xiao Dan, the owner of the Napier gym, that Asia Island was going to hold a legendary celebration, so Xiao Mao came to join in the fun. As for Xiao Ming's reason, it was also very simple. As the only poor person among the four, he came to see if there was a chance to make some money. But what about that guy Wutong? He can't miss this kind of excitement. Xiao Mao said. Maybe he got lost. Shinji said. Maybe he has already arrived. Let's go in and take a look. Xiao Ming suggested. The three of them went straight to the central town of Asia Island. The camera turned back to the Shrine Maiden election. The second round had ended, and the judges entered the selection stage. Xiaotong, you danced really well, Xiaozhi praised Wutong. Wutong lowered his head and didn't say anything. After the dance, Wutong began to feel that he was too socially dead. Fortunately, no one knew him and no one found out that he was a man. If Wutong was seen by acquaintances, he would probably have to consider where to bury the body. The judges discussed for a while and made a decision. One of them was, without a doubt, the original festival shrine maiden, Furila, and the other was Wutong, who attracted everyone's attention with the Senbon Sakura. The candidates for the festival shrine maiden have appeared, so let's proceed to the final selection. The host said loudly. In front of the totem pole in the center of Asia Island, on both sides of the empty space, Wutong and Furila stood on both sides. Xianatong, where are you from? I haven't seen you before, Furila said in a familiar way. Wutong remained silent. After all, it was very tiring to use false voice, so he would talk as little as possible. Don't talk. You are really aloof. Although I'm not interested, it is my sister's request after all, so I will not show mercy. Go, White Sea Lion. Furila said to herself. Wutong hesitated for a moment. After all, his Pokémon seemed too conspicuous. Onyx, leave it to you. Wutong thought about it and chose Crystal Onyx. After all, it should be enough at this level. So winning or losing is not so important. Wutong decided to try the ability of Crystal Onyx. At this time, the pink color on Crystal Onyx had faded and restored its original crystal color. What a strange Onyx. White Sea Lion, use water gun. Furila took the lead in attacking. Onyx, hit. Wutong commanded. Crystal Onyx has a high resistance to water-based skills, so Wutong let it attack the White Sea Lion's water gun. Crystal Onyx ignored the White Sea Lion's water gun and crashed into the White Sea Lion. Onyx, don't stop. Rocks are falling. Wutong continued to command. Roar Onyx called me, and a rock appeared out of thin air and hit the White Sea Lion. Isn't it crystal? Wutong said with a little regret, thinking that Crystal Onyx also produced crystals when using rock-based skills. White Sea Lion. Furila shouted worriedly. White Sea Lion has lost its ability to fight. This legend festival, the festival maiden is born. Let's congratulate Xiaotang. The host said loudly. So weak. Wutong said speechlessly. He didn't expect to win so easily. That guy looks a little familiar. Xiaomao said puzzledly among the audience nearby. I always feel like I've seen him somewhere. Xiaoming also nodded and said. It feels like Wutong. Shinji also frowned and said uncertainly. Chapter 133. I'm going to write a new chapter, but I'm still going to write a new chapter. Written at the beginning. Well, I haven't updated a lot recently due to various reasons. Work, overtime, my childhood friend's wedding, illness. So I'm going to give you a complete update. Although according to the timeline set by Binkui, it should be the story of completing the 4th gym, but it doesn't matter. Oh, by the way, I have to celebrate Zi's victory. Although I haven't watched it for various reasons during the journey, I have been paying attention to the news. I can only say that Binkui is full of emotions. That's it. ****. Also, I don't know why I have no inspiration recently, and it doesn't feel right no matter how I write. It feels like I've reached a bottleneck, which is really uncomfortable. The following is the main text. At a table in an outdoor restaurant in the central town of Asia Island, Shinji, Xiaomao and Xiaoming sat there with serious faces. Then the 5th night tea party will start now. Since Wutong is not here, I will host it. Xiaoming said with a serious face. Shinji and Xiaomao looked at Xiaoming without saying anything, waiting for Xiaoming to continue. And the theme of this tea party is whether the festival maiden of the legendary celebration has anything to do with Wutong. Xiaoming said seriously. Shinji and Xiaomao still didn't say anything, wanting to see what Xiaoming would say next. First of all, the festival maiden named Xiaotang is a bit similar to Wutong, but both the hair color and the eye color are different. So I guess, Xiaoming said with a serious face. Shinji and Xiaomao's expressions also became serious, and waited for Xiaoming's next words. I guess that Xiaotang is Wutong's long-lost sister. Xiaoming said with certainty. Is this guy stimulated by something? Xiaomao said to Shinji with a worried look. I don't know. I guess the gym challenge didn't go well. He was a smart kid. What a pity. Shinji said with a look of pity. Hey, you two are shameless and say bad things about me. Xiaoming roared. So, you said your hair color and eye color are completely different. How could it be a long-lost sister? Xiaomao said. And don't you know how Wutong was picked up by her grandparents? How could she have a sister? Shinji also said. So, is it possible that the little pupil is dressed as Wutong? Xiaomao said. Impossible X to Shinji and Xiaoming said at the same time. Why? How can you two be so sure? Xiaomao said puzzledly. Because we have seen Wutong in women's clothes. Xiaoming said. Huh? Does that guy have this kind of fetish? Xiaomao said in disbelief. No, it was his dream demon who made Wutong wear women's clothes as a prank. Shinji said. So that's how it is. It's a pity that I didn't see it. Xiaomao said with a look of regret. Nothing to regret. That guy's women's clothing. Xiaoming said and stopped. It's hard to describe. Shinji continued. Isn't that even more curious? Xiaomao said. Wutong didn't know because the tearful technique of the dream demon successfully made him escape the first wave of suspicion. When the night tea party in which Wutong was absent started, a huge palace in the palace was heading towards Asia Island. This huge palace is the flying fortress of the crazy collector, Jaluta, the flying palace. Lugia's explosive plot officially began. Chapter 134. The weather was very hot, but the weather was very hot. In the Apple Shrine, Xiaozhi seemed very happy. The Apple Shrine had not been qualified to hold the festival for many years. Grandma Xiaozhi, if this happens, the Apple Shrine should not be closed, right? Wutong said. Yes, I really have to thank Xiaotan, Xiaozhi said happily. That's good, my sacrifice was not in vain. Wutong said calmly. However, Wutong still couldn't get used to the chilly feeling under his body. Tomorrow is the Legend Festival. The first trainer to land on the island tomorrow will play the role of the controller. I will ask you to do it then. Xiaozhi continued. It's okay, Grandma Xiaozhi, don't worry. Wutong said. I don't know who will be so lucky to get Xiaotan's blessing kiss, Xiaozhi said with great anticipation. Yeah, I don't know which lucky person will get my blessing. Wait, what? Wutong echoed and suddenly realized that something seemed wrong. Blessing kiss. The festival priestess will give the controller a blessing kiss, then blow the legendary song and dance a prayer dance. Then you can take a break for a while and wait until the controller retrieves the treasures of the 3 islands of fire, ice, and thunder, and then blow the legendary song again to announce the end. Xiaozhi explained. Is there such a link? Wutong asked in surprise, and then suddenly remembered that when Xiaoxi just landed on the island, he was also kissed by Spearow, which made Xiaoxia jealous. That's right, it's really exciting. Xiaozhi said. No, we must think of a way. Wutong put down the teacup and said. If nothing unexpected happens, the controller must be Xiaoxi, and he doesn't want to give Xiaoxi a blessing kiss or something. It's time to rest. Xiaotong, let me teach you the legendary festival prayer dance. Xiaozhi also put down the teacup and said. Okay. Wutong came back to his senses and agreed. Just as Wutong began to learn the prayer dance, the 3 treasure beads located on the Fire Island, Thunder Island and Ice Island flashed at the same time. And somewhere deep in the sea god Lugia seemed to have sensed something and looked in the direction of Asia Island. Time came to the second day, and Jaluta's flying palace had arrived near Asia Island. The god of fire, the god of thunder, and the god of ice cannot be touched without authorization, otherwise the anger of heaven and earth will lead the world to destruction. The god of the sea only appears when it is time to save the destruction, but it cannot prevent the destruction of the world. Only an excellent controller can calm the anger of the gods. Jaluta stood in front of a stone tablet and smiled wantonly. I don't want the god of fire, the god of thunder, or the god of ice. I want the god of the sea. Jaluta said to himself calmly, but the expression on his face was very sick. After a thorough investigation, it was determined that the god of fire is the mythical Pokémon Moltres, and it is a special Moltres that lives near Asia Island. Similarly, the god of thunder is Zapdos, and the god of ice is Articuno. Both Zapdos and Articuno are special species that live on Asia Island like Moltres. An electronic sound attracted Jaluta's attention. Sure enough, they are all on Asia Island. Jaluta sat down and looked at the holographic projection in front of him and said, the reactions of the god of fire, the god of thunder, and the god of ice are detected. The electronic synthesized sound appeared again. The holographic screen changed and turned into a map of Asia Island. Then let's start. Jaluta said with a smile. The flying palace aimed at the Fire Island, and the plan to capture the god of the sea officially began. On the other side, Xiaoxi and his group were on their way to Dugan Island. The originally happy group suddenly encountered bad weather. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and strong waves appeared on the sea. A large group of Magikarp suddenly appeared, and swam towards the north one after another. On the bed, Pikachu hugged the railing with a serious face. It seemed that something in the north was attracting it. In Pallet Town, Professor Oak, Izumi and Anzi were strolling in the town. After all, this is also the hometown of Izumi and Anzi. After attending the celebration banquet, the 2 old men decided to stay for a while. As old friends, the 3 would stroll around the town in their spare time, reminiscing about the past, while showing off their grandchildren. At this time, a large group of Pidgeots flew over the sky, attracting the attention of Professor Oak, Izumi and Anzi. It's really strange, how come there is a large group of Bobo migration all of a sudden? Said Professor Oak. I always feel a bad premonition. Aquan also frowned and said, what are you 2 old men worried about? The children have grown up. If there is a problem, it's their time now. All we can do is to be their backup, said Xiaozhi. Ah, Professor Oak is also out today. Hanako, who was tidying up the vegetable garden, saw Professor Oak and the other two and said, yes, it seems that the harvest is good, Hanako. Professor Oak replied, it's all because of the good weather this year, Hanako said modestly. However, as soon as Hanako's voice fell, a large dark cloud suddenly covered it, the sky became dark, and strong winds began to sweep across the entire pallet town. What's going on? Said Professor Oak seriously. Is Xiaoxia okay? X2 and Xiaozhi said at the same time. Xiaoxi Hanako held down her hat and looked into the distance, her voice full of worry. The crowd had not dispersed yet, but suddenly a heavy rain fell and stopped immediately. Then snowflakes fell, and the sky also showed aurora that could not be seen here. The worried expressions of the few people became more intense. Something must have happened in nature. Pokémon are much more sensitive than humans, Professor Oak said as he looked at the Pokémon moving in groups. At the port of Asia Island, Wutong had changed into the costume of the festival priestess, wearing a traditional strange mask on his head waiting for the appearance of the controller. After the sky was covered by dark clouds, a small boat appeared on the turbulent sea. After the boat docked on the shore, 3 people got off the boat. Sure enough, it was Xiaoxi and his group. Is it them? Wutong said helplessly. It seems to be saved. After standing on land, Xiaoxi said with a sigh of relief. Maybe we are just lucky, Xiaoxia said while holding to GP. Okay, let's go. The leading girl waved her hand, and a group of people wearing strange indigenous masks rushed out. Are we really saved? Xiaoxian turned around and saw Wutong and his group, and said fearfully. A group of people directly surrounded Xiaoxi and the other two, and the 3 of them gathered together in fear. Isn't this Xiaomi? Just when the 3 were panicking, the leader spoke. The leader took off his mask and revealed his true face. Isn't this Xiaoyao? Long time no see. A girl with green hair appeared on the top of the ship and looked at Xiaomi and said. The 2 old acquaintances began to reminisce. Hello, sorry to scare you. Asia Island will hold a legendary festival today, so I'm dressed like this. Wutong took off the mask and said in a false voice. In order to avoid giving Xiaoxi a kiss of blessing, Wutong must take the initiative. Legendary festival? X3 Xiaoxi and the other 2 said at the same time. That's right, and you, who are the first to land on the island today, have been chosen as the controller. I'm the festival priestess of this legendary festival. I'm sorry, Wutong continued. Then Wutong raised his right hand to his mouth and kissed his index and middle fingers with his lips. Then he pressed his backhand on Xiaoxi's face before he could react. This is a blessing kiss of the festival priestess, but your girlfriend is around, so I won't give it to you directly. Wutong smiled and said lightly. However, Wutong's other hand was twisting his thigh tightly, forcing himself to hold back if he was not afraid of changing the controller to produce an irreversible butterfly effect. Wutong directly gave Xiaoxia a blessing kiss. After all, there is no rule that the controller must be a man. Who is his girlfriend? / who is her boyfriend? On the other side, Xiaoxi, who was stunned by Wutong's sudden action, came back to his senses and shouted with Xiaoxia in unison. Really? But you two seem to have a good relationship. Wutong teased. HMPH. Xiaoxi and Xiaoxia looked at each other and snorted at the same time and turned their heads away from each other. Xiaoxian took out the sketchbook at some point and was stopped by Wutong just as he was about to start writing. Although it is your freedom to paint, I don't like being a model, so I'm sorry, Wutong said. Okay. Seeing Wutong very close to him, Xiaoxian blushed and stuttered. Sure enough, she can't be Wutong. Xiaoxi is really lucky sometimes. Not far away, Xiaomao said as he watched everything happen. Maybe it's just a coincidence, Shinji said. But I really envy that guy Xiaoxi. Xiaoming said sourly. X2 Shinji and Xiaomao looked at Xiaoming in confusion. You clearly suspected that this festival priestess had a relationship with Wutong last night, but you envy her today. Something is wrong with you. Chapter 135. The 2 of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Wutong, who was still acting in front of Xiaozhi and his group, suddenly felt that there seemed to be some strange sight. Wutong began to look around and then saw the few people he didn't want to see the most. It was Shinji, Xiaomao and Xiaoming. Are those guys here too? Wutong whispered to himself. What's wrong, Xiaotong? Xiaoxia asked when she saw Wutong's expression change. Are those people your friends? I think they have been looking at you. Wutong pointed in the direction of Shinji and the others and said. Ah, it's Xiaomao and Xiaoming. And that gloomy guy seems to be Shinji, right? Xiaozhi also looked in the direction of Wutong's finger. What a coincidence. Xiaoxia also said. Are they your acquaintances? Xiaomao? Is he the grandson of Professor Oak? Xiaojian asked. Xiaozhi and his group walked directly towards Xiaomao and his group. I didn't expect to meet you, the last one, here. Xiaomao subconsciously began to mock Xiaozhi after seeing him. Damn it. I ranked higher than you in the quartz conference, so you are the last one. Xiaozhi immediately retorted. Huh, isn't it because all your opponents are letting you go? Xiaomao said with one hand on his waist and the other hand waving. These two have started. Xiaoming said helplessly. Let's go, they can't stop for a while. Shinji said. The two were too lazy to watch Xiaomao and Xiaozhi bickering and walked directly towards Wutong. You two seem to have been looking over there for a long time. What's the matter? Wutong said with a standard business smile. Excuse me, do you know a guy named Wutong? Xiaoming asked directly. Shinji was speechless after hearing Xiaoming's unskilled question and could only turn his head to the side awkwardly. Wutong? I know him, Wutong said. What? Shinji was surprised to hear Wutong's words. Can such an unskilled way of asking be asked? What's wrong with this world? I watched this quartz conference. Isn't Wutong the champion? So I know him, but he doesn't know me. You are Shinji, the top 4 of the quartz conference, Wutong said. So this is how you know him? Shinji said helplessly after hearing Wutong's words. Just after everyone chatted for a while, a man with a blue-gray bird head mask came out. Okay, let's continue the celebration. Legend has it that with the destruction of the world, the god of the sea will appear and calm the anger of the gods together with the excellent controller, said the bird-head mask man. Who is this person talking to himself? Xiaoming whispered to Shinji. I don't know. Shinji said he didn't know either. He is the elder of Asia Island. You can think of him as the person in charge of managing this island. Wutong said. The controller is also the trainer. You are the controller. The elder pointed at Xiaoxi and said. Then what do I need to do? Xiaoxi, who was mentally prepared after Wutong's explanation, said in spirit. Very spirited. Then let's start the festival, said the elder. Oh. After the elder's voice fell, the residents of Asia Island began to celebrate. Everyone danced while playing ancient percussion instruments and took Xiaoxi and his group who had just landed on the island, as well as Shinji, Xiaomao, and Xiaoming to the town. At this time, Asia Island was full of festive atmosphere, with various vendors and shops on the roadside and parades in the middle of the street. A group of people came to the totem pole in the center of Asia Island. People in traditional costumes circled around the totem pole, shouting rhythmic sounds whose meanings were unknown. The scene came to the temple of Asia Island, and people had sat down and started to enjoy the food. Wutong also took off the mask and changed out of the traditional clothes, wearing the costume of the festival priestess. Why do I feel like I'm getting used to it? After changing clothes, Wutong suddenly discovered this terrible fact. Dream. The dream demon appeared next to Wutong and shouted. I took a good photo. Lotto the mobile phone Rotom next to the dream demon kept taking pictures. You two guys. Don't take pictures again when it's almost time, or those guys will find out. Wutong looked at the dream demon and the mobile phone Rotom helplessly and said. Forget it, it's just this time anyway. I will never wear it again in the future. Wutong set a goal for himself and walked into the hall of the temple. Holding the conch flute prepared by Xiaozhi, Wutong took a deep breath and began to play the Lugia song. While playing the flute, Wutong walked onto the stage. A beam of light fell on the gauze above Wutong's head, reflecting a little starlight. While playing the flute, he recalled the dance steps taught by Xiaozhi and danced to the music. Sure enough, it can't be Wutong, Xiaoming said as he looked at Wutong on the stage. Indeed, how could Wutong be so beautiful? Xiaomei nodded in agreement. So where did that idiot get lost? Shinji said with certainty. What are you talking about? What's wrong with Xiaotang? Xiaoxi asked while chewing on a big stick of meat. Is that girl Wutong in disguise? Impossible. Xiaoxia also said while eating food. The Wutong you are talking about should be a boy, right? Xiaotang is a cute girl, no matter how you look at it, Xiaojian also said. Well, it's impossible. The 6 people of X6 nodded at the same time. When the world is angry and the world is about to be destroyed, the god of the sea appears, and there are excellent controllers to calm the anger of the gods. Xiaoxi, if you are really an excellent controller, please prove it to us. Wutong walked in front of Xiaoxi and said loudly. Evidence, evidence? Xiaoxi said in confusion. Well, what I said just now was a routine line. Evidence is not a difficult thing. Just go to the treasure on the island of fire, the island of thunder and the island of ice, and bring it back to the altar. Wutong explained. So that's it, leave it to me. Xiaoxi said confidently, and he was about to set off. Huh, you are really positive? Seeing Xiaoxi's look, Xiaoxia snorted and said. Xiaoxi, you are really a man with a deep sense of guilt. Looking at Xiaoxia's look, Wutong thought secretly in his heart. Then the treasure is located in the shrines on the 3 islands. There will be stairs leading to the shrines on the islands, and the boats to the islands are ready. Wutong said without any intention of stopping him. Then I'll set off now. Pikachu, let's go. Xiaoxi said excitedly. Pikachu also responded with full energy. Xiaoxi is still as passionate as ever. Xiaoming said when he saw Xiaoxi running away. In terms of passion, he is undoubtedly the first. Xiaomei had to admit it. So should we also do business? Shinji said. Go investigate the clues of the mythical beast / go buy souvenirs / go to set up a stall to make money. Shinji, Xiaomei and Xiaoming said in unison. The 3 looked at each other after they finished speaking. So our goals are completely different, right? Shinji said. It's okay to investigate the mythical beast with the gloomy face, but what the hell is Xiaoming setting up a stall? Xiaomei asked. How can you rich people understand the troubles of ordinary people? Xiaoming immediately retorted. These guys are still the same. Wutong thought secretly in his heart when he saw his 3 friends quarreling. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. The 2 of them were still in the same boat. These guys are still the same. Wutong thought to himself when he saw his 3 friends quarreling. But it's good. These 3 guys won't have time to think about their own problems. If they have something to do, they must not expose their women's clothes. Just as Wutong was thinking, the weather outside became worse and a storm began to appear. Will Xiaoxi be okay? Xiaoxia said worriedly. If you are worried about him, let's go together. Wutong said. Who would worry about him? I'm not his girlfriend or anything. Xiaoxia retorted. Really? Even friends will worry, so let's go together. Wutong said and walked outside. I'm not worried about him, it's just that he's where I'm going. Xiaoxia picked up to GP and followed. Me too. Xiaojian also followed with his backpack on his back. Aren't you 2 going to take a look? Shinji said. No, the seats over there are full, and Xiaoxi will be fine. Xiaoming said. The last place has always had good luck. I don't think there's anything to worry about. Xiaomei also said. The 3 of them also went to complete their respective goals here. Shinji took out his raincoat, put on his backpack and walked out. Since he wanted to find clues about the mythical beast, he must go to the Fire Island, the Thunder Island and the Ice Island to take a look. On a speedboat on the shore, Wutong, Xiaoxia and Xiaojian had already boarded the boat. Just when Wutong was about to start the speedboat, a man in a hooded raincoat jumped in. Do you mind if I go with you? Shinji said. Shinji, are you going to help Xiaoxi too? Xiaoxia said in surprise. No, I'm not familiar with that guy. I just want to go to the Fire Island. Shinji said without hesitation. Okay, it's just one more person. Let's go. Wutong also roughly guessed what Shinji wanted to do. Miss Xiaotong, you can even drive a speedboat. It's amazing. Xiaojian said. I can't, this is my first time driving a speedboat. Wutong said. So you can't drive it? Wait, you can't drive it? Xiaojian wanted to continue talking and suddenly found something wrong. Xiaotong, if you can't drive it, what should we do? Xiaoxia just wanted to ask when she felt a strong push on her back. When Shinji on the side heard Wutong say that he couldn't drive it, he immediately grabbed a nearby object that could keep his body balanced. This is the ability to avoid danger that she has trained when she was with Wutong. This girl named Xiaotong must have something to do with that guy, Shinji thought secretly while feeling the strong wind. Wutong pulled the horsepower to the maximum and drove the speedboat at high speed on the turbulent sea. Xiaoxia and Xiaojian behind him didn't dare to speak at all, and Shinji began to think about whether he would get hurt if he jumped off the boat now. He regretted coming to the boat. It would be better to ride Gyarados, although it would hurt his butt. Be careful, we are going to reach an area with many reefs, hold on tight. Wutong shouted. After hearing Wutong's words, the three of them all held the nearby handrails tightly, and Shinji gave up the idea of jumping off the boat. After all, he didn't want to die young. After rushing through the reef area without any danger, Wutong drove the speedboat successfully to the Fire Island. We are here, worthy of me. I arrived safely, Wutong said. Where is safe? Xiaoxia, who was finally able to speak, shouted. Miss Xiaotong is really unexpected. Xiaojian said with a heavy breath. Shinji, whose face was slightly pale, did not speak, but jumped off the boat directly and walked towards the island with a shaky step. No matter what, he would never take this speedboat again. Shinji decided to apologize to Gyarados as soon as he turned back. There was nothing wrong with Gyarados. It was the best water transportation. You guys follow too? Xiaomi poked her head out of the boat that was also stranded on the shore and said, Captain, are you okay? Xiaojian asked loudly when he saw Xiaomi coming out. It's okay. Are you here to save us? Xiaomi waved and said, that's right. I've sent Xiaoxia and Xiaojian to them. I'll leave it to you next. Wutong waved to Xiaomi and jumped off the boat and walked towards the island. Where are you going, Miss Xiaotong? Xiaojian asked when he saw Wutong leaving. Xiaotong, it's dangerous to act alone. Xiaoxia also dissuaded. Don't worry, I'll be fine, and you still have things to do, right? After all, companions should support each other. Wutong waved his hand and quickly disappeared from the sight of several people. What a magical person. Xiaomi couldn't help but said as she watched Wutong leave. After leaving everyone, Wutong found a place where no one was. Then, it's time to get down to business, Wutong said to himself as he looked at the sky with lightning and thunder. Wutong took out a Pokeball and threw it out, and Crowhead appeared in front of Wutong. After Crowhead came out, he shouted energetically, but halfway through, he suddenly found that the person in front of him seemed to be wrong. Don't put on that pure expression. It's me, but I need to disguise myself for some reason. Okay, although the weather is ridiculously bad, I still have to ask you. Let's go to the sky. Wutong rubbed Crowhead's head and said. Gaga. The Crowhead, who was rubbed on the head by Wutong, Xiaotong limited edition, blushed, but it was not visible because of the color of the Crowhead. Wutong turned over and climbed onto the back of the Crowhead. A gust of air wrapped around the Crowhead, and then the Crowhead flapped his wings and flew straight into the sky against the violent storm. I always feel that the Crowhead is very excited today. Does this guy like rainy days? Wutong said puzzledly. On the way to the Hijima shrine, Shinji was walking slowly, and the turtle called out to prevent danger was beside him. At this time, thunder fell, and Shinji raised his head and looked at the sky covered with dark clouds. It's really terrible weather. What is that? Shinji said to himself as he watched the crow flying high into the sky. However, due to the weather, Shinji could only see that it was a bird Pokémon, and it seemed that there was a human trainer on its back. In the flying palace, Jaluta smiled at the holographic projection in front of him. He had successfully caught Moltres. The balance between the god of fire, the god of thunder, and the god of ice had been broken. Now the lightning bird could not wait to appear and prepare to snatch the fire island, where Moltres was lost. Now the whole world has suddenly changed abnormally, which is believed to be caused by the abnormal changes in the deep ocean currents. According to research, the deep ocean currents control the global weather, climate, and nature. In Dr. Oak's Research Institute, Dr. Oak, Azumi, Kyoko and Hanako watch the news broadcast on TV together. So that deep ocean current has changed, right? Dr. Oak said, stroking his chin. This is really not good. What happened? Aquan continued. It is said that the center of the mutation is located near the Orange Islands. The next sentence of the news broadcast made everyone present change their faces. Xiao Mao. Xiaotong will be fine, right? X to it is where Xiaozhi traveled. At this time, the screen changed again, and Dr. Achika's face appeared on the screen. In her background was Xiao Gang's busy figure. Drive Oak, I'm Achiki from the Orange Islands. The Pokémon in the Orange Islands have undergone mutations. Dr. Achiki said straight to the point. After hearing Dr. Achiki's words, Dr. Oak and the others looked at each other. Mutation. Dr. Oak said. That's right, the Pokémon in the Orange Islands began to gather in large numbers and headed in one direction with a purpose. Dr. Achiki continued. It seems that something big has happened, Zucheng. Aquan said. I understand. I'm going to the Orange Islands now. Professor Oak said decisively. Please take me with you. I'm worried about Xiaoxi. Hanako said earnestly. Then let's go together. I'm also worried about our Xiaotong. Anzi said calmly, but her hands, which were clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white, revealed her inner thoughts at the moment. The parents group began to act. Chapter 137. The battle was over, and the battle was over. In the sky near Erasure Island, Wutong drove the crowhead to find the trace of the flying palace. Although I don't know how many of the 3 bads that guy Jaluta has caught, I must beat him up first. When Moltres, Zapdos and Articuno are almost done, Lugia will appear to mediate. As long as that guy doesn't get in the way, it should be easy to appease the 3 stupid birds if Lugia is injured. In this way, I don't need to dance the prayer dance at the altar, and if things go smoothly, I can completely seal Xiaotong's identity. Yes, this is my plan. It must succeed. Wutong said to himself. Swoosh. A bird cried, and a ball of yellow lightning flew out from the Thunder Island, releasing strong electric currents wantonly around. Is that the lightning bird? That means the flying palace should be nearby. Crowhead rushed to the dark clouds with full force. Wutong said. After that, a bright green light appeared on Wutong's body and covered the crowhead. If you want to rush through the thunder clouds, you can't do it without being prepared. The lightning bird released lightning and rushed to the fire island. The lightning bird that came to the fire island released electric current more wildly until the electric current spread all over the island. At this time, Wutong also broke through the dark clouds and saw the flying palace. It's really a bit reckless, but I found you. Wutong said a little embarrassedly. The crowhead, who had some burnt marks on his body, also saw the flying palace. Without Wutong's command, the crowhead flew directly to the flying palace. The defense system of the flying palace was unexpectedly weak, and the crowhead quickly found a place to enter. After sneaking into the flying palace, Wutong moved openly inside the flying palace, looking for the traces of Moltres. I really don't understand why a person would make such a large aircraft. Wouldn't it be troublesome to clean it up? Wutong, who had no guidance, successfully triggered the favor of the god of lost and lost his way in the flying palace. Damn it, as expected, I have to rely on it at this time. Come out, navigation god duck. Wutong called out Platycoon after confirming that he couldn't find the way. Buban. Platycoon appeared in front of Wutong and then saw the appearance of Wutong, Xiaotong limited edition. Platycoon looked around for Wutong in panic. Don't look, it's me. Wutong said helplessly after regaining his voice. Buban. Platycoon seemed even more shocked. Oh, forget it, just in case of trouble later, come out. Wutong said helplessly and called out all the other Pokémon. Swampert, Heracross, Beedrill, and Crystal Onyx all looked for Wutong as soon as they appeared. Crow Leader stood behind Wutong, with an elegant posture and his chest puffed out like a proud gentleman. Don't look for it anymore, your master is here. I am. Wutong said. Lager. Hera. Buzz. Roar. Dream. Are you guys so surprised? And Dream Demon, when did you come out? No, what are you surprised about? Haven't you seen it a long time ago? Wutong said. Dream Demon stuck out his tongue and went back into Wutong's shadow. Looking at the Pokémon that were curiously surrounding him and looking at him, Wutong felt a headache and took all the bear kids back, leaving only Platypus. Okay, it's time to get down to business. Let's go. Navigator Duck, take me to Moltres, Wutong said with a wave of his hand. Bubon. Platypus shouted energetically and then confidently began to lead the way. Strange, this kid actually started to lead the way so straightforwardly, Wutong said in surprise when he saw Platypus directly starting to lead the way. After all, his request was considered unreasonable. Although Platypus was a good kid, it was impossible for him to start leading the way so actively. I always feel that my Pokémon are very motivated when wearing this outfit. Should I try to train them as Xiaoxia in the future? Wutong quickly slapped himself. How could he have such an idea? This kind of thing must not be started. Bubon. Platypus shouted at Wutong in panic, not knowing how could his master suddenly self-harm. Just when Wutong wasted time, because he got lost, the flying palace trembled, and Wutong felt a chill coming. What is this feeling? Platypus, let's hurry up, Zapdos is about to be caught. Wutong frowned and said. Bubon. Sensing Wutong's anxiety, Platypus also sped up. Running all the way, Platypus and Wutong turned left and right and successfully found the hall where Moltres and Zapdos were imprisoned. Without any surprise, there was a cage in the hall that held Xiaozhi, Xiaoxia, Xiaojian, Xiaomi and Xingji. Well, they are all junior guys. Wait, something seems wrong. Xingji, why are you in here too? Wutong's eyes twitched, and he held back the question that almost blurted out. Xiaotong. Great, are you here to save us? Xiaoxi said happily when he saw Wutong. Miss Xiaotong is really an angel. Xiaojian said with emotion. You two stop moving around, it's very crowded. Xiaoxia said. This Platypus? Xingji thought of something when he saw Platypus. All of you step back, Platypus, explosive fist. Wutong said. Bubon. Platypus fist glowed and punched the cage. Perhaps because it just took a few people away, this cage is not as strong as the device that holds Moltres and Zapdos. Xiaoxi and his friends successfully escaped. Can't you use Swampert to pry the cage apart? Xingji said to Wutong with a gloomy face. What are you talking about, little brother? I don't have Swampert, Wutong said with a smile. Want to cheat me? How naive. Wutong thought secretly. Isn't it? Xingji frowned after hearing Wutong's answer. Your dream demon is out. Xingji looked at Wutong's shadow and said. What? Wutong lowered his head quickly and then was stunned. Oh no, he fell into the trap again. What are you talking about? Xiaoxi and others said curiously. Oh, this guy is a bit lustful. He actually peeked at other people's dream demon underwear, Wutong said artificially while pressing down the skirt. What? Someone actually did this kind of thing? Xiaojian glared at Xingji. This bastard. Xingji said with a twitch in the corner of his eyes. He was now very sure that this little pupil was the bastard Wutong. Chapter 138. The two of them were so confused that they had to face each other. Feeling the strange gaze of Xiaoxi and the others, Xingji's face was extremely gloomy and he turned his head to look over. Xiaoxi and the other four shuddered at Xingji's expression and then looked away. Wutong secretly swallowed his saliva as if he had played too big a game. He absolutely must not let Xingji find out his true identity, and even if he did, he would have to change it for him. After seeing Xiaoxi and the other four looking away, Xingji snorted and glared at Wutong. He must let this bastard show his true identity and let him know what social death is. Xiaoxi and the other four looked at Wutong and Xingji, who were having their own ulterior motives, and felt that both of them were a bit scary. The imprisoned Moltres and Zapdos also looked at the few people. What on earth are these stupid humans doing? Let me out. Pikachu looked at everything that was happening in front of him. Are you guys done yet? This world is still dangerous. Do you still want this world? Platypus also looked at the cold scene and thought, can I set a fire at this time to heat up the place? Just when everyone and Pokémon were thinking, a column in the center of the hall began to rotate, and a circular area in the center of the ceiling slowly rotated and fell. The sudden change attracted everyone's attention. It seems that some little mice have secretly come to my museum without receiving an invitation, Jaluta said as the circular platform fell and saw Wutong and others. Is it out? Platypus. Big word explosion. Wutong did not hesitate to directly command Platypus to launch an attack. Bubon. Flammerman knew it was time to warm up, so it raised its two barrel arms, and two balls of flame shot out, and then turned into a large letter shape during the flight and shot at Jaluta. Double large letter explosion. Can Flammerman do this now? Wutong said to himself in surprise. Is it really the magic of women's clothing? It seems that it is not a little mouse, but a poisonous snake. Jaluta said calmly without panic. Three ring-shaped devices flew out from nowhere and blocked Jaluta's large letter explosion directly. TSK, it's not that easy, Wutong said with a click of his tongue. He originally thought that Jaluta would have a weaker ability to protect himself without Pokémon. As a result, this perverted collector actually took the technology route. Onyx, you come out to help too. Wutong thought for a moment and called out the second Pokémon. Roar. Crystal Onyx roared and rushed towards Jaluta. What is going on now? X4 Xiaozhi and his friends were all full of doubts. Turtle, Mallet. Shinji didn't say much and directly asked Tortoise to help. After all, Shinji still knew the priorities. Since Wutong started to attack so decisively, there must be a reason, and that green-haired guy doesn't look like a good person. Jaluta, please look in the mirror first. I just don't know where Wutong caught such a strange Onyx. It's useless. You weak Pokémon can't break through my technology, but this Onyx is qualified to be my collection. Jaluta said as he looked at the crystal Onyx. Just as Jaluta was thinking about where to exhibit the crystal Onyx, a hand patted Jaluta's shoulder. Jaluta turned his head subconsciously and saw a white-haired girl with a bright smile. Then his eyes went dark. Really, as a villain, you are so naive. Wutong rubbed his fist and said, vertical bar. X4 Xiaozhi and his four companions watched the development of the situation in shock. They didn't know when Wutong had touched him. Shinji calmly asked Tortoise to come back. Isn't it just the trainer's physical body joining the group? Wutong can do anything. One day, he will go to the battle himself, and his Pokémon will command him from behind. Shinji doesn't think it's strange. Crowhead. Trainer Crowhead applies to fight again. Wutong took out a hemp rope and tied Jaluta tightly, then thought for a moment and took out a ball of cloth and stuffed it into Jaluta's mouth. After all, he couldn't guarantee whether the flying palace had voice control function. Seeing Wutong's skillful operation, Xiaozhi and his companions couldn't help but step back a few steps. Hey, don't be afraid. Now that part of the matter has been resolved, I don't need to hide it anymore. Wutong was ready to start lying with a serious face. Jaluta kept struggling on the ground. How could he have thought that a trainer would come and beat him up? Actually, I'm a special prosecutor directly under the command of Adu, the king of the flying system in the Kanto region. No, the dragon system, codenamed Phoenix. I came to Asia Island a few days ago because I received intelligence that someone wanted to destroy world peace. Wutong said. World peace? X4 Xiaozhi and others asked. That's right. Actually, it's like this. Wutong told the people present about the legend of the three gods of fire, thunder, and ice and the god of the sea, and explained the impact of the submarine currents on the climate, weather, and nature of the world. So Pikachu, you look so anxious. Xiaozhi said to Pikachu. Pikachu nodded and called out. What should we do now? Xiaoxia said with a worried look on her face. According to Miss Xianatong, the god of fire and the god of thunder have been captured, so there is such bad weather outside. Xiaoji analyzed. Shinji looked at Xiaozhi and his group with a strange look on his face. Do you believe him so much? Although what he said was all well founded and very convincing. Now what we need is to release Moltres and Zapdos first. Wutong said. Okay, Pikachu. Xiaozhi called Pikachu directly. Pikachu came to Moltres and released lightning. Classentor, Onyx go to help. Wutong said. Buban. Platypus began to spit fire at the device that imprisoned Moltres. Crystal Onyx also used falling rocks to hit the device. Dode Turtle Mallet. Shinji also began to help. Squirtle, you come out to help too. Xiaozhi called out Squirtle. Squirtle. Squirtle appeared and saw Wutong, feeling a familiar feeling, but still prioritized Xiaozhi's order to start attacking the device. Water will be electrolyzed in a moment, and then encounter fire. Xiaoxia suddenly said. Then, what may be the most scientific situation in the world appeared. An explosion suddenly occurred, and the cage holding Moltres directly cracked, and Moltres regained its freedom. Great. However, before Xiaozhi could be happy for 2 seconds, Moltres sprayed a mouthful of flame at Zapdos. Another explosion. The cage holding Zapdos also burst open, and Zapdos successfully escaped. If Moltres can destroy the cage by itself, why doesn't it save itself? Wutong fell into thinking. According to the plot, the freed Zapdos will directly give Moltres a lightning bolt, followed by a melee of the 3 mythical birds. However, after Zapdos escaped, the scene became strangely quiet. What's wrong? Wutong raised his head in confusion, and found that Moltres and Zapdos had come to him, and stared at him. Then, before anyone could react, Zapdos rushed towards Wutong, grabbed Wutong's clothes, and threw him on his back, then rushed out of the flying palace. Wutong, who had rich experience in being kidnapped, took back Platypus and Crystal Onyx as much as possible. Sure. Moltres, who found that he had been beaten to the punch, shouted angrily and chased after him. So, what's going on? X5 The 5 people who stayed in the flying palace were full of confusion. Chapter 139. The weather was very hot, but the weather was very hot. In the sky of Asia Island, Wutong was thinking about life while enduring the baptism of the storm. Why did it become like this? Wutong stroked his chin and muttered to himself. At this time, Wutong sat on the back of the Zapdos, watching the Zapdos flying around Asia Island. But this feather is softer than I thought. Wutong touched the messy feathers of the Zapdos. It didn't feel particularly hard when touched, but surprisingly soft. I don't know how such soft feathers can maintain their frizzy shape. Sure. Fried bird over there, let go of that girl. At this time, the flame bird also chased out and shouted at the Zapdos. Hearing the cry of Moltres, Wutong's expression was complicated. What on earth was going on? Sure. Shut up, this priestess is mine. Zapdos roared back without any fear. Are all priestesses counted individually? Wutong's focus was once again wrong. Moltres and Zapdos began to fight, but perhaps considering Wutong's presence, Moltres and Zapdos tacitly did not use large-scale skills. One spits flames and the other spits lightning. Simply put, it's 2 birds spitting at each other. It's obviously a fight between mythical beasts. Why does it feel a bit dirty? Wutong said to himself. Although they are mythical beasts like the 3 gods, which don't have much appearance, they are at least 2 mythical beasts with divine duties. Why do they fight like 2 little hooligans spitting at each other? Sure. Another bird cried, and the last of the 3 gods appeared in front of Wutong. With blue feathers and little ice crystals when flying, Articuno joined the battle. What should we do now? Xiaoxia said while holding to GP. After escaping this time, Moltres and Zapdos did not choose to destroy the flying palace, but came to the more open sky to fight for the Indus. So Xiaozhi and his group were in a relatively safe state. We must stop them, Xiaozhi said firmly as he looked at the 3 fighting birds in the air. Pikachu also shouted firmly. But how to leave here? Xiaoxian said as he looked at the high altitude where the flying palace was located. Pidgeot. Shinji took back the tortoise and called out Pidgeot. Without saying much, Shinji jumped directly on the back of Pidgeot and flew out. This guy's really indifferent, Xiaomi said as he looked at Shinji flying away. Shinji drove Pidgeot towards the 3 fighting birds. No matter what, the target was right in front of him. He had to go and see it. Xiaoxi, that guy, hurry up and complete his mission. Why did these 3 stupid birds kidnap me? Wutong, who was still on the back of Zapdos, began to think about how to escape. At the altar of the god of the sea, a Slowking with his claws behind his back looked at the 3 divine birds fighting in the air. The gods cannot be touched at will, and the balance between the gods cannot be broken at will. How many years have passed? Even the gods themselves may not remember that long time, but the reason for this battle is exactly the same as the reason for the first battle between the gods. Slowking said to himself. Pidgeot, come on. A distant voice that should not have been heard reached Slowking. Is that the controller? It seems that things have turned around. Slowking said as he looked at the figure flying towards the direction of Thunder Island. In the air, Xiaozhi saw Shinji driving Pidgeot away, and thought of a way, and directly called out his Pidgeot. Because Wutong took away the toucans and the Spearow group in advance, the balance between the Pidgeot and the Spearow was restored. So Xiaozhi missed one plot, but Pidgeot also got rid of the fate of waiting for more than 10 years. It's just that, because of the lack of that opportunity, Pidgeot has not evolved into Pidgeot. Now Pidgeot is flapping its wings hard, and its claws are holding a rope. Xiaoxi, Xiaoxia, Xiaojian and Xiaomi are holding on the rope. Pikachu is lying on Pidgeot's back. Poor Pidgeot is seriously overloaded. Come on, Pidgeot. We're almost there. Xiaoxi encouraged Pidgeot loudly. Pie. Hearing Xiaoxi's voice, Pidgeot cried out, and white light came out of its body. After a change in its body shape, Pidgeot evolved into Pidgeot. Although the evolved Pidgeot is still overloaded, it is much better than Pidgeot, and successfully sent several people to the Island of Thunder. Thank you for your hard work, Pidgeot. Xiaoxi after landing, he took back the exhausted Pidgeot. Pikachu. Pikachu saw the treasure of Thunder Island at the first time, and the orb with lightning flowing inside. On the coast of Thunder Island, the 3 members of Team Rocket stole a speedboat from somewhere and chased Xiaozhi and his group to Thunder Island. It's already on fire, Meow Meow said as he looked at the 3 bads fighting in the air. If I could catch them and give them to the boss. Musashi began to fantasize. No, we will be blown away by the aftermath if we get close. Kajiro quickly refused. It seems to be true, Musashi couldn't help saying as he looked at the battlefield with flames, lightning, and beams flying around. Chapter 140. The battle was over, and the battle was over. Shinji flew Pidgeot to the battlefield of the 3 sacred birds. Looking at the chaotic battlefield in front of him, Shinji felt that he had no chance to participate. That guy is still there? Shinji said to himself, after seeing Wutong on the back of Zapdos. As soon as Shinji finished speaking, he saw Wutong jumping off the back of Zapdos. Pidgeot! Shinji shouted. Pidgeot understood and rushed over with Shinji. Crow Leader. Wutong in the air, called out his chief flying vehicle. Gap. Crow Leader appeared under Wutong, and caught Wutong directly. Miss Wutong, do you have anything else to quibble about now? Shinji also came to Wutong, and asked coldly at this time. Hey, what are you talking about? My name is Xianatang. Wutong didn't expect Shinji to appear suddenly, and looked away and struggled. Before saying such things, take a look at the state of your crow head. Shinji said. TSK, this guy. Wutong knew that there was no struggle when she saw her crow head subconsciously looking for an escape route after seeing Pidgeot. Okay, although you may not believe it, I was forced. Wutong regained her voice and said. We'll talk about this later. Let's find a way to run away first. Shinji pointed behind Wutong and said. Swish. X3. A burst of shouting came from behind Wutong, and Wutong knew what happened without looking back. Crowhead, run. Wutong shouted directly. Pidgeot. Shinji also shouted. Crowhead and Pidgeot started to flee at full speed. Just as Wutong and Shinji were running away, Xiaozhi and his group and the rocket trio also landed at the altar due to various unexpected circumstances. Are you here, controller? The treasure is there, Slowking said in front of Xiaozhi. Treasure? Xiaozhi took out the treasures of Fire Island and Thunder Island and said. Perhaps due to various unexpected circumstances, Xiaozhi was not surprised that Slowking could speak. Xiaozhi placed the treasure on the altar according to Slowking's instructions. One more missing. Slowking said, standing aside. What are you talking about? Xiaozhi looked puzzled. In the ocean currents on the seabed, a white figure was moving at high speed, and the target was very clear, which was Asia Island. What did you do to the 3 of them? Shinji shouted to Wutong while fleeing. How should I know? Maybe they were deceived by my beauty. Wutong replied. After Wutong ran away, the three sacred birds actually temporarily gave up the fight and began to chase Wutong. "Be serious, you bastard," Xiaozhi yelled. "Hold on a little longer, wait a little longer," Wutong said, looking at the surging sea. The battle of the three mythical birds attracted the attention of Xiaoxi and his group, and looking at the altar. "Will Miss Xiaotan be in trouble?" Xiaojian said worriedly, while looking at the sky. "Shinji seems to be running away with Xiaotan," Xiaoxia said while holding to GP. "Why are they fighting?" Xiaoxi said puzzledly. Pikachu also shouted worriedly. On the altar, Slowking looked at Wutong, who was chased by the three mythical birds with his paws on his back. "This is a very old story," Slowking suddenly said. "That was the first time that the gods had their own priestess. No, it should be said that the fire god, thunder god and ice god had a common priestess. This is the story of the three gods and their priestesses. After the legend of the three gods spread among humans, humans spontaneously began to worship priests. They nominated a priestess to offer a prayer dance for the three gods. The three gods liked this first time priestess very much, so much so that there was a fight between the three gods because of the priestess. The fight between the three gods caused a disaster. In order to restore peace to the three gods, the priestess sacrificed herself and committed suicide by jumping into the sea. After the priestess jumped into the sea god appeared and calmed down the fight between the three gods. The three gods also returned to their respective islands. The priestess saved the world with her life," Slowking said calmly. Xiaoxi and his group fell into silence after listening to the story told by Slowking. Of course, this is a story spread by humans themselves. The real version is not like this, Slowking suddenly said again. "So what is the ending of the priestess?" Xiaoxia asked anxiously. "The beginning is the same. The three gods are very fond of this first witch, and the relationship between the three gods and the witch is very close. Well, although the three gods had some minor conflicts, they could barely live in peace with the mediation of the witch. However, later the witch found her lover. After a period of getting along, the witch got married, which caused dissatisfaction among the three gods. The three gods began to blame each other, and the war of gods began. The witch wanted to calm the three gods down, so she danced the dance of praying to the gods, but at that time the three gods had already fought with real fire, and even their favorite witch could not dissuade them. Just when the disaster was getting stronger and stronger, the god of the sea appeared. As the leader of the god of fire, the god of thunder and the god of ice, the god of the sea taught the three gods a lesson and calmed them down. He also left a song for the witch to prevent the three gods from making stupid mistakes again. Slowpoke told another story with a different ending. "Suddenly I feel that the god of fire, the god of thunder and the god of ice are a bit stupid," Xiaoxi said. "So, did they think Xiaotan was the original witch?" Xiaoxia asked. "No, they know that the original priestess has passed away. After all, the original priestess died peacefully in front of them. However, after that, the three gods did not appear in front of humans at will. Even if more priestess appeared later, they were indifferent. It can only be said that the priestess this time may have touched their hearts again," Day Wang said. "So, if you want to stop them, you need the power of the god of fire, right?" Xiaojian grasped the key point and said. "That's right. So, controller, now we need your power, and there is one last treasure on the ice island. Go and get it back." The Day King pointed to the ice island and said. When Wutong was trying to escape in the air, Wutong found that the three bads had no intention of hurting him, but just wanted to take him with them. The three bads had not attacked Wutong, which was proof, but for some reason, the three bads seemed to be very hostile to Shinji. All kinds of attacks greeted Shinji. If it weren't for Wutong being there, and if Pidgeot was not slow and flexible enough, Shinji might have crashed. "It's almost here, but something seems wrong with the flying palace," Wutong said as he looked at the flying palace that began to rise. "Shinji, their target is me. You go to that aircraft, and you must stop that perverted collector. Don't let him mess around." Wutong shouted to Shinji just in case. "I hope you can give a reasonable explanation in the future," Shinji said, driving Pidgeot to change direction and fly to the flying palace. Seeing Shinji and Wutong separated, the three bads hesitated for a moment and continued to chase Wutong. It is not known whether they were afraid of scaring Wutong or felt that they were playing with Wutong. The three bads have always maintained this distance. Just after Wutong waited for a while, the turbulent sea surface finally changed. A water tornado rose into the sky and blocked Wutong and the three birds. Accompanied by a sound like a whale, a huge white bird-shaped Pokémon appeared, and the god of the sea Lugia appeared. "Why are you three idiots fighting again?" Lugia shouted at the three birds. "Boss, X3." The three bads shouted at the same time after seeing Lugia and stopped. After Lugia looked at Wutong, he stared at the three bads with sharp eyes. "White hair and red eyes again. The preferences of you three idiots haven't changed at all. Question mark?" Lugia shouted to the three bads again. "White hair is the best. Red eyes are the best. The white-haired and red-eyed Miko is the best, the others are fake." The three bads said in unison. Wutong on the side heard everything clearly because of the power of Changpan. But Wutong felt a stomachache after listening. It would be better if he didn't understand. Why do these three bads with divine duties have such preferences? Chapter 141. The three bads had no intention of giving up in the face of Lugia's obstruction. I don't know whether it was because of Wutong's charm that they were unwilling to give up, or because they stayed on their own islands for too long, forgot the strength of their boss, and thought they were good enough again. Whatever the reason, Wutong knew that Lugia would inevitably have to fight with the three birds. But fortunately, before coming out, Jaluta was tied up first. Without that guy in the way, Lugia should have no problem. However, just as Wutong was thinking this, a thick laser cannon suddenly shot out and hit Lugia. Then 4 high-speed rotating triangular devices flew to Lugia's side to form a cage. "Fuck." Wutong couldn't help but yelled. "How did that bastard Jaluta break free?" "I tied a knot," Wutong said irritably as he looked at the flying palace. The three sacred birds obviously didn't intend to miss this opportunity, and they sprayed flames, 100,000 volts, and freezing beams at Lugia. After a violent explosion, Lugia appeared in front of Wutong with scars all over his body. "Damn it, my dear friend, don't let me down." Wutong didn't care about Jaluta at all at this time, and could only hope that Shinji could stop Jaluta, the perverted collector. Sure. X3. The three sacred birds continued to attack after seeing Lugia injured. I don't know if Lugia deliberately let him go, or because he could only defend in the current situation. Lugia has been defending awkwardly without counter-attacking. As a priestess, you have to play a role. Crowhead, get close. Wutong took out the conch flute of the festival priestess and said, "Gal." The crow leader responded without any fear and rushed directly to Lugia. Lugia. After approaching Lugia, Wutong pushed the crow leader hard and jumped high to Lugia. With Wutong's current strength, the crow leader also lost his balance. Wutong turned flexibly in the air and took back the crow leader. Then, at the moment of falling, a white figure caught Wutong. "Little girl, you are the most chaotic priestess I have ever seen." A magnetic voice appeared in Wutong's mind. "Although there are many problems, there is no time to explain now. I also have things I can do," Wutong said with a bright smile holding the conch flute. What a chaotic guy. In the flying palace, next to a control console with a huge telescope, Shinji looked at Wutong's jump in the air with a telescope and said. At Wutong's feet was Jaluta, who was tied up again. This time he was tied more tightly, like a caterpillar, that was not easy to move. Similarly, not far from the three god birds battlefield, a helicopter flew there and witnessed Wutong's feat. That girl, Aquin, who was not young, but still had good eyesight, said uncertainly in the helicopter. Yes, that's Xiaotong, but how can a girl be so crazy in a skirt? She will be exposed. Xingzi said unhappily. Wait a minute, old woman, our Xiaotong is a boy. Aquin said hurriedly. Yes, Xiaotong is a boy. If you like to wear women's clothes, why don't you tell grandma? Obviously I can make clothes too. Xingzi said. Haha, I seem to understand who Xiaotong's eccentric personality is from. Dr. Oak said on the side. As expected, children will imitate their parents. Even though Wutong's consciousness is mature, the instinct of imitation of young children still makes him subconsciously influenced by Aquin and Xingzi. Aquan's belligerent personality and the state that is completely different from the battle. Xing's eccentric personality and the pressure that she exudes inadvertently all affect Wutong. Where is Xiaozhi? Where is Xiaozhi? It's really worrying that he always comes to such a dangerous place. Hanako lay on the window of the helicopter looking for Xiaozhi's figure. Turning the camera back to Wutong, Wutong rode on Lugia's back and blew Lugia's song, and at the same time, the power of Changpan was activated. Lugia's body appeared orange and green intertwined light, and his injuries were recovering rapidly. Seeing Wutong riding on Lugia and treating Lugia's injuries, the 3 sacred birds were all stunned. Sure. Boss, you actually beat us, Mako. X3 sacred birds shouted at the same time. These 3 stupid birds. Wutong almost couldn't catch his breath after hearing the cry of the 3 birds, and the song of Lugia he was playing also stopped. The 3 bads started to attack again. Perhaps because of anger, the attack of the 3 bads was more fierce. Because the battle of the 3 bads has not stopped, the natural disasters are getting stronger and stronger, and a tornado has appeared on the nearby sea surface. A thick layer of ice also appeared on the sea surface. The Pokémon who felt the disaster was coming all gathered here, and the mortal enemies who would fight when they met usually did not fight. All the Pokémon looked at the 3 bads and Lugia fighting in the air with concern, and there were more Pokémon gathering here in the distance. Obviously, Lugia still had the duty of the god of the sea in his heart at this time, and he still focused on defense and comfort. Wutong acted as a musician and kept playing the song of Lugia. At this time, Wutong finally saw the situation he wanted to see the most and did not want to see the most. Xiaoxia, the controller, finally got the last treasure and returned to the altar. After he put the treasure of Ice Island in the right place, the altar changed. Green water flowed out from the center of the altar, filling the entire altar along the groove. The stone pillars around the altar were covered with green energy and turned into crystals. Wutong knew that the matter could finally end, but it also meant that he could not escape the prayer dance. Lugia, go to the altar, Wutong said. Lugia also saw the situation at the altar and shot out an orange-yellow beam of light from his mouth to force back the 3 birds, and then flew to the altar with Wutong. Arriving at the altar, Wutong jumped down directly. Thank you for your hard work, controller. The next battle is my war, Wutong said as a cool hero landed. Xiaoxia, why do you cover my eyes? Xiaozhi said puzzledly. Xianatong, as a girl wearing a skirt, you should be careful. Xiaoxia said to Wutong. It's okay, I'm wearing safety pants inside. Wutong waved his hand and said indifferently. No matter how exquisite Wutong's costume as a witch's, it is impossible to perfectly restore the clothes inside. Boys must wear squares. Which, there is no time to chat now, Lugia said. Don't worry, it's time to teach those 3 stupid birds a lesson, Wutong said with a smile, but this time the smile faintly revealed a sense of cruelness. I remember the grudge that made me have to dance the prayer dance. Wutong, who always wants to take revenge on the spot, thought secretly in his heart. Lugia's song was played again, and Wutong began to dance with the melodious melody of Lugia's song, and Lugia's song and prayer dance were fully opened. The altar changed again, and the stone pillars surrounding the altar flickered with the rhythm of Lugia's song, and a large amount of green spring water gushed out, overflowing the altar, and flowing into the sea. The sky began to clear up, the tornado slowly subsided, and the 3 bads seemed to calm down. A huge column of water rushed out from the sea and stretched to the horizon. Then, it's time to teach the disobedient brother a lesson. Wutong put down the conch flute and said. Lugia cooperated and landed beside Wutong and took the initiative to bend down to let Wutong ride on it. Lugia, who had recovered to his peak state and even had some blessings, flew back to the 3 birds. Old Boss X3 the 3 bads stuttered at the same time and then looked around as if trying to escape. Bad kids can't be punished, Lugia. Cyclone attack, Wutong commanded. Although Lugia didn't know why Wutong knew his exclusive skills, he still launched an attack. Hey, wait, did I succeed in commanding? Wutong suddenly found the problem. Lugia actually listened to his command. After a while, near the altar, Wutong folded his arms in front of him and looked at the 3 birds in front of him with a cold look in the style of Shinji. Behind Wutong, Lugia stood there. The three bads no longer looked like divine beasts at this time. They stood cautiously in front of Wutong like three little chickens, lowering their heads and not daring to look at Wutong. So, you know you are wrong, Wutong said coldly. Sap, we are wrong big sister. X3 the three bads said obediently. I feel that Miss Xiaotong is so scary all of a sudden, Xiaojian said while looking at Wutong who was teaching the three bads a lesson. What's scary about it? Xiaotong is so handsome now, Xiaoxia retorted. Obviously, Wutong's current state touched Xiaoxia's heart. Xiaotong is so powerful, but is that the god of fire, the god of thunder, the god of ice and the god of the sea? Xiaozhi said enviously. Pikachu nodded and agreed. Okay, I think they know their mistakes, so just let them go. Lugia's voice appeared in Wutong's mind. Boss X33 Godbirds looked at Lugia with a touched face. Huh, as a boss, you can't even manage your own little brother, and you dare to interrupt. Wutong looked at Lugia sinisterly. Feeling Wutong's courage, he couldn't help but look away. That's right, Wutong used the oppression feature, which made Lugia feel oppressive, and Lugia retreated. Forget it, I'll spare you this time. By the way, Lugia, did you feel anything when I asked you to attack with Cyclone just now? Wutong asked. Feeling? There is an inexplicable sense of resistance. If possible, I absolutely do not want to listen to your command. Normally, I do not reject you, and this feeling should not appear at all. However, I can barely suppress it. However, it is hard to say if it lasts for a long time. Maybe I will turn around and attack you because of this feeling. Lugia said seriously. This is really terrible, Wutong said with a fear. It seems that he still can't get rid of the fate of only being able to use shiny Pokémon. However, according to Lugia, it can be barely suppressed. Then the question is, can all the mythical beasts resist for a period of time, or only the first level gods can? If it is a pure psychic type mythical beast, can it resist for a longer time? Okay, we have to leave too. Thank you again. As a thank you for your help, this is for you, Lugia said, and a silver feather floated in front of Wutong. After Wutong accepted the silver feather, Lugia left with the three mythical birds. Lugia's explosion is finally over, which is a cause for celebration. Chapter 142. The parents finally landed. Xiaozhi. Hanako's voice came, and the parents group finally landed. After landing, Hanako hurriedly ran to Xiaozhi. Mom? Why are you here? Xiaozhi said in surprise after seeing Hanako. You kid, why do you always make that person so worried? Hanako said sternly. Hanako is here? That means, Wutong began to look around after seeing Hanako, and sure enough, three familiar figures came over. Hahaha, it seems that Xiaoxi saved the world this time, but why didn't I see Xiaomeo? Said Professor Oak, who witnessed Xiaoxi's activeness. Aquan and Xingzi also came over, but as soon as they came over, they saw Wutong with a pleading look. Aquan and Xingzi looked at each other and smiled. It seems that their children don't want to reveal their identities. With a bang, a person tied up like a caterpillar fell beside the crowd. Then Shinji jumped down from the air. When he landed, he saw Aquan and Xingzi, as well as Professor Oak next to him. He looked at Wutong, then at Aquan and Xingzi. Shinji looked calm and didn't speak. Miss Xiaotong, I brought the person you asked me to take care of temporarily. Mr. Aquan, Miss Xingzi, long time no see. Shinji pointed at Jaluta and said, then greeted Aquan and Xingzi. Shinji, Lacey's younger brother, right? Long time no see. Aquan said. Long time no see. Our Xiaotan was taken care of by you. Xingzi said. No, we are friends, just helping each other. Shinji said politely. Hitomi, huh? Thank you for saving our Satoshi. This guy's always a worry. Hanako brought Satoshi to Wutong and said. You are too polite. This is what I should do. Wutong said politely. Hitomi is very powerful. She is a subordinate of Adushai and Wang. She is a special prosecutor. What is her code name? Satoshi tried to divert Hanako's attention. Code name Phoenix. Shinji added on the side. He was not kind. He just wanted to watch the fun. Subordinate of Adu. Aquan said puzzledly. Special prosecutor? Xingzi was also puzzled. Codename Phoenix. Professor Oak also showed a meaningful smile. In the Kanto region, In the lair of a poacher organization, a man with red hair, wearing a cloak, and a dragonite standing beside him was looking at everything in front of him calmly with his arms around him. At this time, the lair of the poachers organization had already been captured by Adu, and the poachers were taken away one by Adu's direct subordinates, the Pokémon Junior investigators. That's right, the other identity of Adu, the Dragon King, is the Pokémon Special Investigator, not the prosecutor. And his subordinates are all investigators, and have nothing to do with prosecutors. At this time, Adu's communicator began to vibrate. Adu took out the communicator, and saw the contact on it. Adu answered it directly. I'm Adu. Long time no see. Did this happen? So, although I have only seen it once, it seems like something he would do. Okay, I understand. It doesn't matter. It's not a troublesome thing, and he has indeed made meritorious service this time, and he is fully qualified. Okay, Dragonite and the others will ask you for help in a while. Okay, goodbye. Adu said and hung up the phone. Codename Phoenix. But my subordinates are not prosecutors, Adu said to himself. After hanging up the contact, Adu looked around again, and after making sure nothing was missing, Adu said to a junior investigator next to him, I'll leave this to you. I still have things to do. Okay, boss Adu, don't worry, the junior investigator who was called said. Adu nodded, threw his cloak, and left with Dragonite. The town of Asia on Asia Island was still full of a festive atmosphere, and was not affected by the crisis of the world's destruction not long ago. I don't know whether it is because humans have a strong ability to adapt, or because the battle of the three sacred birds did not affect here in a slightly distant place. After finding a reason to hand Jaluta over to Professor Oak and his team, Wutong and Shinji left first. After all, although it is impossible for Xiaozhi and his group to find that Xiaotang is played by Wutong, Aquan and Xingzi are also here, which is very embarrassing. In addition, Professor Oak, that old and cunning guy, Wutong didn't believe that he didn't see it. So Wutong found a reason to leave decisively. Seeing Wutong leave, Shinji followed him. Isn't this normal? After all, he is not familiar with Xiaozhi and the others. In a restaurant in Asia Town full of festive atmosphere, in a corner, Wutong, Xiaotang limited edition, Shinji, Xiaomei and Xiaoming are sitting here. The long-awaited night tea party has begun. Facing Wutong, who suddenly broke into the night tea party, Xiaomei was a little curious, and Xiaoming looked reserved. Although this is not the first time we meet, I still introduce myself again. My name is Xiaotang. In fact, I'm Wutong's distant cousin. As you can see, I have officially dated Shinji from today, Wutong said in a false voice. Shinji, who was drinking tea, couldn't catch his breath when he heard Wutong's last sentence, and all the tea he had just drunk was sprayed out. Before he could recover, he glared at Wutong fiercely. This is really an unexpected development. Xiaomao raised his eyebrows and said, What? Shinji, you said not to do it, but you are so quick. Xiaoming looked at Shinji and said, You bastard, be honest. The angry Shinji grabbed Wutong's collar and said gloomily, Sorry, just a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Wutong said hurriedly, No need. Shinji said word by word. Xiaomao and Xiaoming on the side drank drinks and watched the show neatly. After all, it was rare to see Shinji so excited. Okay, let's start again. In fact, I'm your beloved Quartz Conference champion Wutong. Wutong took off his wig with one hand and his contact lenses with the other hand, and said in his original voice, Puff. X2 Xiaomao and Xiaoming perfectly restored the appearance of Shinji just now, and two small fountains appeared. Ahem, what the hell? It's Wutong. Xiaomao said, while wiping his mouth. How is it possible? What happened in the middle? Xiaoming also said with a look of shock. As expected, I'm not embarrassed, but others are embarrassed. Wutong wiped the mixed drink on his face and said, Sometimes I wonder where your sense of shame is. Shinji on the side also wiped his face and said to Wutong, There is no way. If I don't want to be socially dead, I have to find a way to divert their attention. Wutong simply wiped off the makeup on her face and turned back to her original appearance. However, with the close of the festival shrine maiden on Wutong at this time, a full sense of disobedience appeared. What kind of devilish technology is this? Xiaomao couldn't help but say. Is this Macup? Are girls so scary? Xiaoming looked scared. Don't you think you look even more socially dead now? And why did your hair turn pink? Shinji sighed and said as he looked at Wutong's current state. It's a long story. Wait until I change my clothes and come back. Wutong said helplessly. After Wutong changed his clothes and came back, the few people began to talk about what they encountered in the Orange Islands. Although the people encountered different people and things along different routes, they all felt that the gym leaders of the Orange Islands were a little abnormal. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143. The old man was very happy. So you ate the tangerine fruit and your hair turned pink? Did you come to Asia Island because of your grandparents' request? You made a promise and had to dress up as a woman. After hearing Wutong's experience, Shinji, Xiaomao and Xiaoming raised questions. Yes, that's probably it. After all, it was something I promised. Otherwise, how could I dress up as a woman? Wutong said. You're quibbling. Xiaoming said first. Indeed, it seems like you're having a lot of fun. Xiaomao nodded in agreement. So there are only one and countless times of dressing up as a woman. When do you plan to dress up as a woman next time? Shinji made a fatal blow. You guys, it's impossible. I won't dress up as a woman anymore. Wutong raised the flag loudly. After the night tea party, the four of them left separately. After all, they still had one gym to challenge. Before leaving, Wutong went to Pink Shrine. After all, Grandpa and Grandma were here, and he couldn't just run away after seeing them once. And the clothes and conch flute had to be returned. I really have to thank your Xianatang this time, Xiaozhi said with her hand on her face. I was also surprised that Xianatang's women's clothes were so suitable. I should have prepared some clothes for him earlier. Xingzi said regretfully. Grandpa, you must stop Grandma when the time comes. Wutong didn't dare to talk at all and placed his last hope on Aquan. Do you think I have a say? Aquan said with a sidelong glance at Wutong. It's over. This is a henpecked old man. Wutong discovered a despairing fact. Wutong felt that it was not suitable to stay here for long, so he said goodbye immediately. However, before leaving, Xiaozhi and Xingzi forced him to put a disguise suit in his bag as a souvenir. Under the gaze of the two, Wutong could only put the disguise suit at the bottom of his backpack and then fled. It's great to be young, Xiaozhi said as he looked at Wutong running away. Yes, it's great, Xingzi agreed. After leaving Asia Island, Wutong continued his Orange Islands challenge journey. Sitting on Crystal Rock Snake, Wutong looked at the silver feather given to him by Lugia. If I can get the feather of the King of Phoenix, can I make a GS ball? But this feather should have other uses, right? Wutong said to himself while turning the silver feather. Roar. Crystal Rock Snake seemed to feel something and suddenly roared. Little ghost over there, stop. A voice that deliberately suppressed his throat came over. Wutong put away the silver feather and looked in the direction of the sound. In the air, a man wearing Team Rocket uniform and with the lower half of his face blocked was standing on a Pidgeot with his arms folded in front of his chest, looking at Wutong. Wutong couldn't help but cover his face when he saw the Team Rocket that suddenly appeared. He didn't know what expression to make. After all, the members of this Team Rocket had red hair that looked very stubborn, and there was a cape fluttering in the wind behind them. It was really a perfunctory cross-dressing. Wouldn't the Team Rocket be angry if they saw it? Could this be the Dragon King? It's really upright. But seeing the serious look of the Dragon King Adu, Wutong decided to cooperate with him first. Team Rocket, what do you want to do? Wutong reached for his waist with one hand and looked at the Team Rocket version of Adu in the air vigilantly. Of course, his expression was all acting. Your Onyx is pretty good. I have a friend who likes Onyx very much. If you know what's good for you, give it to me, and I can save your life. Hehe. Adu paused after he finished speaking, and then laughed. Wutong's eyes twitched after hearing this. Who was it? Was it the villain that Adu was teaching him to play? and Adu was too dedicated. It was the first time Wutong saw someone laughing like that. A certain Ice King who was on vacation at the beach said that she knew nothing, and it was definitely not intentional. Impossible. Onyx is my partner. I will never give it to you even if I die. Wutong calmed down and continued. Humph, then you asked for it. Go, Seathorn. Adu threw a Pokeball and said. Swampert, come out. Wutong did not hesitate. Although he didn't know what Adu wanted to do, he would not refuse the Pokémon that came to him. Larger. Because of the special calcium tablets of Black Skin Xiaozhi, his body size has changed again. A much bigger Swampert appeared. Swampert was nearly 2.2 meters tall at this time, half the height of the normal Swampert. But Adu seemed to be hiding seriously. He didn't ride Dragonite, and the Pokémon he used for battle didn't know which team it was. Sea Dragon, Water Cannon. Adu obviously wanted to play the villain to the end, and took the lead. Sea Dragon aimed at Swampert and shot a thick water column. Swampert, surf. Wutong commanded. Larger. The sea surface near Swampert rolled, and Swampert rode the waves, and rushed towards Sea Dragon. Although Sea Dragon's water cannon was powerful, it still had no effect on the waves. Swampert took this opportunity to rush directly in front of Sea Dragon, and punch Sea Dragon in the face without Wutong's command. Sea Dragon, keep your distance, Tornado. Adu commanded. I don't know why, but the Sea Dragon started to retreat, and then the sea water around the Sea Dragon began to flow. A water tornado rose into the sky, and Swampert was directly swept in. Is this the strength of the Dragon King? Swampert, hold on. Self-motivation. Then use water stream break. Wutong shouted. Larger. Swampert curled up in the water tornado, his eyes closed, but the muscles of his whole body trembled. Sea Dragon, Dragon Dance. Adu said. The Sea Dragon also climbed up along the water tornado, and his body emitted a burst of blue-purple light, and rotated at high speed. The speed of the water tornado became faster, and the Swampert in the center of the tornado completed self-motivation, and began to move. Swampert clenched his fists, and began to punch irregularly in the water tornado. As Swampert's punching speed became faster and faster, the rotation of the water tornado paused intermittently, and finally when it reached a peak, the water tornado broke. Swampert, who was swept into the air, had water flowing around his arms at this time, forming the shape of a pair of arm armor, making Swampert's thick arms more destructive. However, although Swampert's attack seemed to be more ferocious, it still did not overcome the characteristics of the creature. It could not fly yet, so after the water tornado disappeared, Swampert fell directly. Seathorn Dragon, Dragon Breath. Adu seized the opportunity to let Seathorn Dragon aim at Swampert in the air and launch an attack. Swampert, Water Flow Break Frozen Fist. Wutong shouted not to be outdone. The water armor on Swampert's arms quickly froze, and a brand new ice armor appeared. One arm blocked the dragon's breath, and the other arm was raised, and hit Seathorn Dragon heavily. As Swampert and Sea Dragon collided, a splash of water exploded on the sea surface. When the splash fell, Swampert with trembling arms and Sea Dragon with circular eyes floating on the water like a dead fish appeared on the sea surface. It seems that the load is still very heavy, Wutong thought as he looked at Swampert's arms, that couldn't stop trembling. Since he learned water stream splitting, Wutong started a series of fusion skills with water stream splitting as a core. After all, Swampert's physical fitness is very good now, and it's time to start learning technical things, and water stream splitting is a good basic skill. Not bad, you passed. Adu said, revealing his true face, and taking back Sea Dragon. Thank you for your hard work, Swampert, Mr. Adu. I don't know what you mean by passing. Wutong took back Swampert and said, why don't you look surprised at all? Adu asked strangely. After all, it seems that no one in the Kanto area wears a cloak every day, and others may think they are weird. Wutong said. Weirdo? Adu said in disbelief. So, Mr. Adu, what's the matter? I asked you to disguise yourself to test my strength? Wutong asked in confusion. I'm just here to test my subordinates, right, Miss Phoenix? Here are your ID and exclusive communicator. From now on, you will be a trainee investigator directly under my command. Remember, it's an investigator, not the weird guys of the prosecutors. Adu threw two things to Wutong and said, "What?" Wutong took the ID and communicator and didn't react for a while. Remember, this trainee investigator's identity belongs to Xiaotong. Don't make a mistake. I will contact you with a communicator when there is a mission. Remember to disguise yourself before going. Come on, I have high hopes for you." Adu said and left without giving Wutong a chance to speak. Trainee investigator? Mission? Miss Phoenix? Xiaotong. Wutong looked at Adu, who was leaving, with a shocked face. Who betrayed him? How much more did he have to do with his female costume? People know. Question mark? However, does he have a job? 10 years after his rebirth, Wutong landed. Although the way he landed is hard to describe. Chapter 144. The weather was very bad, but the weather was very bad. On an uninhabited island in the north of the Orange Alliance, Wutong was resting on the beach. The Pokémon were all released and were training on their own nearby. Wutong leaned on Crystal Onyx with his arms folded in front of his chest, watching his Pokémon training. As for why Crystal Onyx didn't fight, it was because the child was currently positioned as a means of transportation, and according to Wutong's standards, its physical fitness was not up to standard at all. At least it could withstand 10 jets of flames. Shinji's gloomy facepoint JPG. So Crystal Onyx is now just assisting in training. Larger. Swampet's arms were wrapped around the water flow, and the water flow deformed into the shape of armor. Seeing that Swampert was ready, Crystal Onyx started to drop rocks in succession. Swampert waved his arms and smashed all the rocks. Swampert, keep the water streams under, and then use Frozen Fist, Hammer, and Rock Crusher alternately. Wutong said. Lager. Swampert shouted in spirit, and then the water stream armor on both arms began to freeze. Well, let's practice until we can keep the water streams under in the battle. Wutong said and looked at other Pokémon. Crowhead was wrapped in air currents and dodged around Beedrill. Beedrill's two needles flashed coldly and kept attacking Crowhead. The training method of Beedrill is actually similar to that of Swampert, both of which are based on one skill and then try to integrate other skills. Beedrill is based on two needles. After all, the flash power of Shiny Beedrill gives it more steel attributes. Not only does its body have a certain degree of metallization, but it also learns some steel skills. This also makes Beedrill's needle more threatening, but relatively speaking, Beedrill's speed is affected, but fortunately this can be compensated by high speed movement. Now Wutong is training Beedrill's explosive power and accuracy when attacking. On the contrary, Wutong intends to let Crowhead go all the way on the high-speed road, not just flying around mindlessly, but also maintaining high speed while being flexible. If it is a normal Pokémon, it may be a bit too difficult, but Wutong has seen Crowhead consciously change direction at extremely high speeds. So Crowhead and Beedrill are the best training combination. As for the training style of Platypus and Heracross, it is more unique. Platypus and Heracross are practicing Thomas turn there, then use skills while spinning. The purpose is very simple. Simple but super effective skills such as Counter Shield must be practiced, and Wutong is not particularly sure about the development of Heracross. Anyway, Heracross mainly attacks with multiple barrages, so he might as well practice the Return Shield first. The Return Shield with Heracross's large barrage feels very powerful. As for Platypus, it was just a coincidence. After all, its flash power has a fire attribute affinity, so it can achieve the effect of Return Shield, even if it stands still, but it is more mentally demanding. In order to more effectively train Platypus' ability to control fire, Wutong simply let it practice Return Shield, but the difference is that it has to control the fire to rotate in the opposite direction of it. That is, if Platypus rotates clockwise, it needs to let the fire rotate counterclockwise. Although it has no meaning in terms of power enhancement at present, the training effect is significant. When Platypus first started practicing, its brain was not enough, and it even couldn't walk after practicing. The fossil pterosaurs at Professor Oak's place should be training their bite force well, right? After all, the fossil pterosaurs also showed special changes in the finals of the Quartz Conference. Black rock spikes appeared on its body, which were a bit like those that appeared after Mega Evolution, but they were very small, just like the trial version, and there was no change on the claws, but there was a circle of sharp black rock weapons around the mouth and teeth. So Wutong guessed that the flash power of the fossil pterosaur must be related to the mouth, so he let it start to exercise its bite force. I don't know if Professor Oak's research institute is okay. Will it be bitten to pieces by the fossil pterosaur? Everyone, come on. I'll make you a big meal tonight. Wutong encouraged. Heracross instantly got excited, and the speed increased. But the other Pokémon didn't seem too excited, although he is still training seriously. Wutong frowned, thought for a moment and shouted again. Train well, let Xiaotang make delicious food for you in the evening. Larger, Buban, Roar, Hera. Instantly, all the Pokémon were boiling, even the crystal rock snake, which was temporarily acting as an auxiliary tool and not participating in the training, became excited, and the falling rocks were used faster and faster. Hehe, you bastards. You are itching for a lot of trouble, right? Double the training today. You are not allowed to eat until you finish training. Wutong shouted, accompanied by the wailing of a group of Pokémon, especially Heracross. A small boat stopped at the shore. Ah, it's Xiaotang. A familiar voice came, and Wutong turned around and saw that it was an old acquaintance. It's Xiaozhi and Xiaoxia, long time no see, Wutong greeted. Of course, it was Wutong's identity. Xiaotang, are you Wutong? A boy next to Xiaozhi asked. Yes, do you know me? Wutong asked even though he knew the answer. My name is Xiaoling. I heard about you from AE, the owner of the user gym. What I like most is to fight with powerful Pokémon and powerful trainers. So do you want to fight with me? Xiaoling invited him to a fight. Fight? Sure, I accept. Wutong thought about it and thought that this mosquito repellent warrior named Xiaoling seemed to be quite powerful. But before that, I have to fight Xiaozhi first. Xiaoling looked at Xiaozhi and said, yes, we made an appointment first. Look at me winning beautifully. Xiaozhi said confidently. Xiaojian, what's wrong with you? You look so weird. Xiaoxia said while holding to GP and looking at Xiaojian next to her. This should be the first time I meet Wutong. Why do I feel familiar with him? Xiaojian said in confusion. Maybe I've seen it on TV. After all, Xiaotong is the champion of the Quartz Conference, although I don't know why her hair turned pink. Xiaozhi said. It's indeed possible. It's really amazing. She and Xiaozhi started traveling at the same time. Xiaojian nodded. Should we deal with the 3 idiots of Team Rocket in advance? Forget it. They are just assists this time, so don't mess around. Wutong said to himself. He already knew what plot he encountered. This time, it was an important plot for Liu Peng to officially leave the rebellious period. Although changing the plot is what the reborn should do, not all plots need to be changed. In that case, let's start. Xiaoyang said to Xiaozhi. I wish for it. Xiaozhi said with a high spirit. 2 versus 2 is okay, right? Xiaoyang continued to ask. Okay. Xiaozhi seemed confident at this time. This guy started again. Wutong took back his Pokémon, and with Xiaoxia and Xiaojian, he moved aside to clear a space. He seems very confident. Xiaoxia also said. The other side said that they like powerful Pokémon. So what Pokémon will Xiaozhi take out? Xiaojian said. Xiaozhi sent out Pikachu without any surprise, and then everything went according to the plot. Xiaoying sent out the mosquito repellent swimmer with a flashy gold belt. After Xiaoxia and Xiaojian analyzed it for a while, Pikachu lost due to its attribute advantage, and then Xiaozhi remembered his title of Reverse Attribute Master, and decisively sent out Charizard. Then Wutong saw the appearance of Charizard Popsicle. Wutong on the side couldn't help yawning. There was no way. If it was other plots, Wutong might still watch it with great interest, but this kind of battle plot has been in the Pokémon world for more than 10 years. It was a bit boring for Wutong, who had not only seen, but also participated in Pokémon battles. But after all, it was for Xiaozhi to grow up, so Wutong could accept it. Let's continue this battle, after you completely control Charizard. Sorry for the wait, Wutong, let's fight. Xiaoying came to Wutong and said. It seems that Xiaozhi still has a long way to go, but this time he can take a big step. Come on, I just want to fight. Wutong replied. But let's change places first. Xiaoxia glanced at Xiaozhi, who was breaking ice for Charizard, and said, "Let's go, but I didn't expect you to be a good person." Wutong said indifferently, "Do I look like a bad guy?" Xiaoxia said, a little hurt. "Hahaha, don't mind. I have a close friend who is a tsundere guy with a villain face." Wutong waved his hand and said. After hearing Wutong's words, Xiaoxia's expression became more confused. This person is so complicated friendship system. The two walked to a farther place and found a relatively flat place to prepare for the battle. "Duck-billed flame beast, please." Wutong called out the duck-billed flame beast without hesitation. After he stood up, Bubon, the duck-billed flame beast, appeared and did a Thomas turn on the spot. Wutong covered his face helplessly. It was over. This kid was crazy. "It seems that you should be prepared. Mosquito repellent swimmer, continue to fight." Xiaoxia said curiously when he saw the duck-billed flame beast doing a Thomas turn. The mosquito repellent swimmer with a gold belt bumped his fists and looked ready to fight. Duck-billed flame beast, flame wheel. Wutong took the lead in launching the attack. The duck-billed flame beast was on fire and rolled towards the mosquito repellent swimmer. "Mosquito repellent swimmer, water gun, hold it," Xiaoxia commanded. The mosquito repellent swimmer raised his belly and a stream of water sprayed out from the hole in the middle of the gold belt. Shot at the duck-billed flame beast that rushed over. "Spray the flame. Push on," Wutong said. A flame shot out from the duck-billed flame beast that turned into a flame wheel. As the duck-billed flame beast rolled, the sprayed flame merged into the flame wheel. The flame wheel directly grew more than twice as large and rushed to the front of the mosquito repellent swimmer with a water gun. "Thunder fist," Wutong commanded. The physical attack of the duck-billed flame beast trained as a double-blade attacker was also impressive. "Mosquito repellent swimmer, shadow clone." Xiaoxia chose to avoid the sharp edge and let the mosquito repellent swimmer use the 100% dodge skill. The mosquito repellent swimmer flashed and turned into a circle of mosquito repellent swimmers to surround the duck-billed flame beast in the middle. The duck-billed flame beast had already thrown a punch and couldn't take it back, so it simply continued to hit it. But unfortunately the mosquito repellent swimmer in front of it was just an illusion. Mosquito repellent swimmer, hypnosis. Xiaoxia was very stable and planned to let the mosquito repellent swimmer start to control the situation. The eyes of the mosquito repellent swimmer glowed blue, and the platy-billed flammerman stood there in a daze, then fell straight down and fell asleep. Mosquito repellent swimmer, now, water gun. Xiaoxia saw that the hypnosis was successful and planned to end the game. Snoring. Wutong said calmly, playing hypnosis in front of him? "Don't you know that the most important thing for these people to defend against is hypnosis?" A violent snoring sounded. Because the mosquito repellent swimmer was very close to the platy-billed flammerman, the damage he received was particularly severe, and his water gun was directly interrupted. "Talk in your sleep," Wutong continued to command. The snoring stopped abruptly, and the platy-billed flammerman lying on the ground raised one leg and then fell heavily, and the ground began to shake directly. "It's an earthquake," Xiaoxia said in surprise. She didn't expect that the platy-billed flammerman's moves were so rich, with snoring and talking in your sleep. The mosquito repellent swimmer's body swayed under the vibration and fell directly to the ground. "Continue talking in your sleep." Wutong directly talked in his sleep. Infinite flipped over, and a strong white light appeared on the raised fist and hit the body of the scorpion. "Explosive punch," Wutong said to himself. After being hit by Infinite's sleep talk twice, the scorpion lost his ability to fight. "You actually used my hypnosis to counter me. You are really a very powerful trainer." Xiaoxia took back the scorpion and said. He was not depressed at all after the defeat at the beginning, but his performance was high. "Thank you for the compliment. The main thing is that the people I know are dirty." Wutong also took back the Infinite and said. "Shinji, Xiaomao, Xiaoming, etc. It's all because of you." "Dirty hearts? It's really a reason to care. But forget it. Let's continue our battle." Xiaoxia was stunned after hearing Wutong's words, and then decided not to go into it. "Swampert, it's time for actual combat training." Wutong still released his Pokémon first. Larger. Swampert appeared and showed off his muscles. "This body is really scary, but why is it pink again? Go, superpower." Xiaoxia complained and called out her second Pokémon. A humanoid Pokémon with 4 arms appeared. Obviously, Superpower was also very confident in his muscles. After appearing, all 4 arms worked together to show off his strong biceps. It's better not to delve into some things. Wutong's face darkened, and he said gloomily. Seeing Wutong's look, Xiaoxia couldn't help swallowing, and didn't dare to ask any more. Chapter 145. The two sides were in a state of panic, and the two sides were in a state of panic. On the field between Wutong and Xiaoxia, Swampert and Strange were fighting passionately. You punched me twice, and neither side had the intention of dodging. Strange, who had 4 arms, always punched 4 times at the same time, which was full of pressure. On the other side, Swampert was more than 2 meters tall, and had well-developed muscles. 1 punch of Swampert was stronger than 4 punches, but it suppressed Strange. Aren't you still in command? Although it may sound a bit boastful, my Swampert's physical fitness is better than you can imagine. Wutong said to Xiaoxia calmly. You are a great trainer for training Pokémon so well. Strange. Use the Thunder Punch. Xiaoxia, as a trainer, has good observation skills. Although she has never seen Swampert, she can roughly guess from its appearance that Swampert should have water attributes, so she decisively chooses the Thunder Punch with restraining attributes. Thunder and lightning came out of Strange's forefists and kept hitting Swampert. Lager? Swampert was a little confused. Why did the opponent start electric massage during the fight? It was quite itchy. It didn't work. Xiaoxia said in surprise. Swampert, freeze punch. Wutong commanded. Lager. Swampert's fist was wrapped in cold air and waved at Strange. Have you seen a fist bigger than a sandbag? Frozen version? Question mark? A frozen punch was thrown, hitting Strange's chin directly, and the huge impact made Strange lose consciousness for a moment. Water stream break combo. Wutong continued to command. Larger. The coldness of Swampert's fists dissipated and was instead entangled by the water flow. The water flow wrapped around Swampert's fists and forearms to form the appearance of armor. XN. Swampert's fists hit continuously, and a phantom appeared, hitting Stella, who was directly knocked out. I always feel that Swampert seems to have learned an incredible skill. Wutong said to himself as he looked at Stella, who had lost his ability to fight. Come back, Stella, I lost. You are really strong. Xiaoxia took back Stella and said happily. It's okay. There are at least 3 orange islands as strong as me, and Xiaoxi will also become very strong, but his growth period is slower. Of course, there will be occasional resets, Wutong thought secretly. That's really exciting. There are so many powerful guys waiting for me to challenge, but I have to become stronger too. Xiaoxia said. It's almost time for dinner. Let's have dinner together, if you don't mind. Wutong looked at the sky and said to Xiaoxia. Really? Let me help too. Xiaoxia said. On the beach where Xiaoxi and his group landed, the Charizard popsicle had melted, but the tail flame that symbolized the vitality of Charizard seemed very weak. The 3 bonfires were burning around Charizard to provide temperature for Charizard. Xiaoxi and Pikachu rubbed Charizard's body together to raise its body temperature. Xiaoxia and Xiaoji added some firewood to the bonfire to make it burn more vigorously, and then began to help Xiaoxi and Pikachu rub Charizard's body. On the shore near the beach, Wutong and Xiaoxia sat there and looked at Xiaoxi and his group below. Aren't you going to help them? You are friends, right? Your cooking skills are also very good. This curry is really delicious. Xiaoxia said while eating curry. Xiaoxi has to do this himself, and doesn't he have a better partner around him now? Wutong said while eating curry. After all, after more than a year of training, Wutong's evergreen power has made great progress, and he won't fall asleep directly because of treating Pokémon. If he takes action, Charizard should recover quickly, but in that case, Xiaoxi doesn't know how long it will take to completely reconcile with Charizard. This is also the reason why he left directly after the battle between Xiaoxia and Xiaoxi. After all, if he stayed near them, he might not be able to help, but take action to heal Charizard directly. I didn't expect you to be so strict, Wutong. Xiaoxia said. I can't help it. Who made me a fan of Xiaoxi? Wutong replied with a smile. Xiaozhi and his group tried hard to rub Charizard's body, and at this time a cry came from the sky. The crow leader came down with a food box. "What is this? Xiaotong's crow leader?" Xiaozhi said when he saw the crow leader. "Gap," the crow leader called out, and then put it down. The food box left. Several people opened the food box and found several portions of curry inside. There was also a small note next to it, which read, "Your own health is also important. Remember to eat on time." Xiaoying looked at Wutong, who was taking the crow head back. His eyes were full of confusion. He found that he couldn't understand Wutong. "Rest early today. There should be a tough battle tomorrow." Wutong stretched and prepared to rest. On the other side, Team Rocket's third team, who were still working hard to repair the machine, found a silver-bottomed red-striped giant hornet flying over with a box. "This giant hornet is the one of Brother Wutong," Kajiro said as he looked at the giant hornet with a unique color scheme. "We have been discovered. We will be beaten again." Musashi looked around vigilantly. Obviously, Wutong's behavior has left her with a psychological shadow. "No, Meow," the giant hornet said, "that Brother Wutong asked it to deliver things to us." Meow Meow said, after communicating with the giant hornet. After placing the box down, Beedrill flew away. Perhaps they still had some psychological trauma towards Wutong. The rocket trio did not choose to attack Beedrill, but captured it and presented it to Sakaki. "What on earth is that?" Musashi asked curiously. "Could it be a bomb?" Kajiro said a little worriedly. "How is that possible? Meow, Brother Wutong can easily knock us away. How could he use a bomb?" Meow Meow said. The three of them opened the box together, and a smell of food wafted out. "Curry, Meow. X3," the rocket trio said in surprise. "Could it be that Brother Wutong knew that we hadn't eaten for a long time, so he sent us food?" Kajiro said with emotion. "It's really delicious." Musashi had already taken out a portion and was eating it with tears streaming down his face. "It's delicious, Meow, but it's so spicy, but it's really delicious." Meow Meow blushed from the spiciness, but he still kept putting curry into his mouth. "You two actually started eating first." Kajiro also picked up a portion and started eating. "What a happy feeling." Meow. X3 Team Rocket trio said, while eating curry with tears in their eyes. "It seems that the three guys got the curry. After all, the three of them helped a lot in the Lugia incident, and they will be tools tomorrow, so just take it as comfort." Wutong took back the Beedrill and thought. The next day, accompanied by a burst of explosions, Wutong continued to eat the remaining curry from yesterday in the same position. "You are not going to help? Why curry again?" Xiaoying, who was startled by the explosion, ran over and saw Wutong eating curry and watching the show and asked, "Because curry will taste better after leaving it overnight." Wutong answered as a matter of course. "This is not the point. Are you really Xiao's friend?" Xiaoying couldn't help but complain. "I'm more of a rival than a friend, right? But don't worry, for Xiaozi now, this is just a warm-up. You should think about how to defeat Xiaozi later," Wutong said nonchalantly. Xiaoying still ran down after listening to what Wutong said. What a warm-hearted guy. If it were those three people, they wouldn't rush over Ashley, right? Birds of a feather flock together, right? Wutong said, thinking of the other three guys. Accompanied by a series of explosions, the rocket trio turned into stars in the sky. How do these guys stay safe every time? Wutong said to himself as he looked at the disappearing stars. "Go, Charizard. Throw it on Earth." Xiaozi shouted loudly. Following Xiaozi's command, Charizard grabbed Mosquito and flew into the air, and then Charizard fell vertically with Mosquito and threw Mosquito down at the moment of touching the ground, and then Charizard turned right angles and flew off the ground. Mosquito Sport. Xiaoying couldn't help shouting. The dust stirred up by the landing of Mosquito Sport dissipated, revealing the unconscious Mosquito Sport. "Great, Charizard, we won," Xiaozi said happily. Roar. Charizard landed beside Xiaozi and shouted in response. "Congratulations, Xiaozi." Wutong, who came over when Xiaozi and Xiaoying started fighting, said. Roar. Charizard, who had just finished fighting, shouted after seeing Wutong. The flames on its tail were burning, and the eyes looking at Wutong were full of fighting spirit. "Xiaozi, I lost this time, but your Charizard looks like it still wants to fight." Xiaoying walked over and said to Xiaozi, Charizard okay. I know, Xiaotan. Let's have a fight. Xiaoxi looked at. After looking at Charizard's fighting eyes, he said to Wutong, I have been remembered for a long time. Come on, I also want to see how strong you are after reconciliation. Wutong thought for a moment and said, by the way, before that, to ensure fairness, Wutong said and stretched out his hand to Charizard. A green light appeared, and Charizard's injuries recovered. Does Wutong still have this ability? Xiaojian said in surprise. It's amazing, right? I was also surprised when I saw it for the first time. Xiaoxia said. But if that's the case, why didn't you ask Wutong to treat Charizard yesterday? Xiaojian said in confusion. Is that true? Xiaoxia also looked at Wutong in confusion. Then let's start. It's decided to be you, Platypus. Wutong released his Pokémon. After all, Platypus was the one who was targeted from the beginning. It's no problem to solve your own problems by yourself. Roar. Charizard blew a mouthful of flames into the sky after seeing the platypus. Bubon, little brother, why are you here again? Platypus shouted after seeing Charizard. Roar. I will definitely beat you this time. Charizard shouted. You are really eager to fight. I feel a little excited. Wutong said with a smile. We will definitely not lose now. Charizard. You slam. Xiaoxi shouted. Roar. Charizard's wings vibrated and flew backwards, then flapped its wings violently again, and rushed towards Platypus. Platypus, explosive fist. Wutong shouted. Wutong liked this kind of rushing forward the most. Bubon. Platypus shouted, clenched a fist, and put it at his waist, and after seeing the right time, he punched with all his strength. Roar. Charizard roared and used its head to block the explosive fist of Platypus, and then crashed into Platypus. What's going on? Why does it feel like the old Charizard style has changed? Even if he was stupid before, he shouldn't have been this stupid. Wutong said speechlessly. What's going on? Is this the result of being too hot-blooded? Charizard, good opportunity. You cell roll. Xiaoxi continued to shout. Charizard grabbed Platypus tightly and crashed into the ground together. Return shield, jet flame. Wutong said. Bubon. Platypus shouted, and before hitting the ground, one arm supported the ground, and then the flames burst out from the barrel arm, and it withstood the impact. Then Platypus hugged Charizard, and the two barrels used jet flames at the same time, and then began to spin with Charizard. A fire tornado rose into the sky, and the silhouettes of Charizard and Infinite could be vaguely seen in it. It's really spectacular. Wutong couldn't help but say as he watched the retaliation shield, flame spray version, showing its power for the first time. Charizard. Cheer up. Use Earth Throw. Xiaoxi shouted. Roar. Charizard's roar came from the fire tornado. The fire tornado began to twist and deform. It won't be so easy for you to get what you want. Infinite. Press it down. Stomp. Earthquake. Wutong shouted. Bubon. With the cry of Infinite, the fire tornado completely exploded, revealing the shadows of Infinite and Charizard. At this time, Infinite pressed on top of Charizard, holding Charizard's neck with one hand, and grabbing one of Charizard's wings with the other claw. Charizard roared, shaking its wings to get rid of Infinite, and its two claws were also tearing Infinite. The 2 feet of the platypus flashed, and then kicked Charizard hard. Charizard finally couldn't hold on, and crashed to the ground. Platypus stepped on Charizard, and crashed to the ground, and the ground immediately began to shake violently. Charizard, which was hit continuously, sprayed sparks from its mouth, and then tilted its head to one side and fainted. Bubon. Try harder next time. Platypus walked down from Charizard with difficulty, and staggered back to Wutong. Obviously, Platypus was not feeling well at this time. It seems that I won this time. Wutong said. How could it be, Charizard? Xiaoxi ran to Charizard worriedly to check Charizard's injuries. It's really strong. It seems that I'm still far away. Xiaoying said excitedly. Roar as expected of the old Charizard, he still woke up after receiving such damage and roared at Platypus unwillingly. Bubon. Platypus waved its paws and blew out a cloud of black smoke in response. We will definitely not lose next time. Definitely. Xiaoxi looked at Wutong and Platim and said firmly. Really, I'm just like the villain boss in the early stage of the hot-blooded anime. Forget it. If you are so unwilling, go to the Chengdu area. I will also participate in the Silver Conference. I will wait for you there. Wutong simply treated him as the boss to the end and set a villain flag. Wutong left without waiting for Xiaozhi's response. After all, he still had a competition to complete, and time was running out. Chapter 146. The sun was shining, and the sun was shining. Liugan Island, located in the north of the Orange Islands, is a luxury resort famous for its seafood and hot springs. After half a day of sailing, Wutong finally arrived at Liugan Island. Another resort island? It feels like there are resorts everywhere in the Orange Alliance. Walking on the beach, Wutong looked at the nearby sunshine, beach and bay and said, "Please stay at Liugan Hotel, the best resort hotel on Liugan Island." A woman with long golden hair and a bathrobe shouted loudly while holding a plate. Liugan Hotel guarantees your satisfaction. It is the best choice for vacation. A green-haired man next to him also shouted loudly while holding a sign. Not bad. Louder. More imposing. A woman with short red hair who looked like a big sister shouted, "Hi. Welcome. Welcome. If you want to stay at the Liugan Hotel, please come to the best Liugan Hotel in the Orange Islands." The woman with short red hair also began to shout loudly. Although she didn't use any tools, her voice was louder than those who shouted with a loudspeaker. Liugan Hotel? I remember that the owner of the Liugan gym seems to be the boss there. Wutong, who heard the shouting from a distance, muttered to himself, "It's that little brat." The blonde woman said when she saw Wutong coming over. "What? How come I met that guy again?" The green-haired man next to her said in shock. "These two people are on vacation, Musashi and Kagero's rivals, self-proclaimed, Amado and Kosoburo. Because the two applied for Pokémon support and equipment support many times during their vacation, but did not get any results, their application permissions were closed by Mana. At that time, Amado and Kosoburo did not want to give up, so they applied for a batch of equipment from Dr. Nanbo in the form of advance salary. However, they were affected by the Lugia explosion, and the plan failed before they even saw Wutong. There was no other way. In order to avoid living on dirt, the two could only find part-time jobs during their vacation to earn living expenses. It was the peak tourist season in the Orange Islands, so the Liugan Hotel on Liugan Island was short of staff, so the two became temporary workers here. Who would have thought that they would meet Wutong here again? The two had no intention of seeking revenge on Wutong at this time. Although their current miserable situation was all because of Wutong, they were now afraid that Wutong would expose their identities and cause their part-time jobs to fail. After all, they finally found a part-time job with food and accommodation, good benefits, high wages, and not too tiring work. What should we do? He seems to be coming this way. Xiao-san whispered to Yamato. How should I know? Try not to look at him, and don't let him find us. Yamato replied in a low voice. What's wrong with you two? Stop the sound. This won't attract tourists. The woman with short red hair, the proprietress of the Liugan Hotel and the owner of the Liugan Gym, Liuli, said to Yamato and Kosoburo. Yes, madam. X2 hearing Liuli's voice, Yamato and Kosoburo immediately straightened their backs and responded loudly. Hello, excuse me, are you the owner of the Liugan Gym? Wutong came to Liuli and asked. Oh, it's a cute little boy. Are you here to challenge the Liugan Gym? Liuli said after seeing Wutong. I'm Wutong from Changpon City. I want to challenge the Liugan Gym. Also, please don't say I'm cute. Wutong said. Okay. Xiao Yado and Xiao Sanshi, our cute little challengers, are going to rest. I have to entertain guests during the day, so our battle will be left until the evening. As compensation, I'll let you stay in our best room for free. Liuli said. Yes, boss lady. X2 Yamato and Kosoburo responded quickly, but both turned their faces away from Wutong. Thank you so much, I will have a good experience. Wutong replied. Hahaha, what a happy little guy. I wish my son could be like this. Our hot spring is the best in Liugan Island. Look forward to it. Liuli laughed heartily while patting Wutong's shoulder. Young man, please follow us, Yamato said with a pinched throat, covering his face with a sign. We too will take you to the room. Kosoburo simply turned around and pretended to lead the way. Then I'll trouble you too. Wutong raised his eyebrows and said with interest. On the way to Liugan Hotel, neither Yamato nor Xiaoxia spoke and seemed very silent. The three of them came to the building of Liugan Hotel and entered the elevator. Why are you two here? Were you fired by Team Rocket? Wutong suddenly asked. What are you talking about? Team Rocket? Did you recognize the wrong person? Yamato still wanted to struggle, still holding the sign, to cover his face and said. Yes, we are just ordinary workers, and we don't know what Team Rocket is. Xiaoxia also insisted on not looking at Wutong and said. Ha, do you think I'm blind, or do you look down on my IQ? Team Rocket Yamato and Xiaoxia. Wutong looked at the two with a vicious face. Yamato and Xiaoxia were startled and rushed to the wall of the elevator at the same time, making a posture of, as long as I don't admit it, you are wrong. Let's not talk about the fact that you two didn't disguise yourself at all. I won't mistake Amado for this weird hairstyle, okay? Wutong continued. It's not weird. This is the hairstyle that has been passed down from generation to generation by the women in our family, okay? Amado turned around and yelled at Wutong angrily. Amado, calm down. You're exposed. Xiao tried to comfort him. Damn it. I can't stand it. It's all because of this stinky brat. Amado threw down the sign he used to attract customers and rolled up his sleeves and said. Xiao on the side saw that there was no possibility of saving the situation, so he simply threw down the sign, rolled up his sleeves, and glared at Wutong. Looking at the two men with an aggressive look, Wutong smiled brightly. On the top floor of the Liugan Hotel, with a ding, the elevator arrived. Oh, I haven't moved so much in a long time. I'm still a little uncomfortable. Wutong strode out of the elevator, holding a hemp rope in one hand, with two giant caterpillars tied to the rope. No 2022, where is it? Wutong looked at the number on the door card in his hand and searched. The two giant caterpillars on the rope kept squirming and trying to break free, but in order to prevent the two from breaking free, Wutong first tied a layer of tortoise shell and then tied another layer outside. Damn, it's a shame, Yamato said with gritted teeth. What's wrong with this kid? Why did he pin the two of us to the ground and beat us? Xiao looked like he was doubting his life. Because the road signs were very clear and there were no extra forks, Wutong didn't get lost and easily found room 2022. After opening the room with the door card, Wutong walked in and then threw the two giant caterpillars in front with a flick of his arm. Well, let's talk. Wutong took a chair and sat down, looking down at the two giant caterpillars on the ground and said. At this time, Wutong smiled brightly, but in the eyes of Yamato and Xiaoxia, it was a devilish smile. At night, in the battlefield of Liugan Hotel, Wutong and Liuli stood on both sides of the battlefield. Liuli, the gym leader of Liugan Gym, will fight against Wutong of Tokiwa City. According to the rules of Liugan Gym, this competition will be held in the form of doubles, said the referee. Double battle means sending two Pokémon to fight on one side. If one of the Pokémon loses the ability to fight, it will be considered a failure. Choose your Pokémon. Wutong, I will choose these two. Liuli said and sent out Giragira and Alakazam. Double battle? Although it's the first time, it should be no problem. Crow leader, please take care of the Beedrill. Wutong said. Crowhead appeared and flew into the air wantonly and ostentatiously. Beedrill hid behind Crowhead and rubbed its two needle-like arms. Interesting color matching, but fighting is not won by color. Liuli teased. That's true. Then you have to think about making yourself stronger. Crowhead. Tailwind. Beedrill, gather your energy. Wutong commanded. Crowhead flapped his wings, and the airflow wrapped around Crowhead and Beedrill. Beedrill was highly focused, and his eyes swept over Galagala and Alakazam. That won't do. Stop them. Alakazam uses mental strength. Liuli said with a wave of his hand. Alakazam held two spoons flat in front of him, and light came out of his body. Crowhead, block it. Quality combo. Wutong commanded. After hearing the command, Crow Leader stepped forward to block Alakazam's sight, while Beedrill hid behind Crow Leader and continued to concentrate. Bluffing, provocation, flattery, unreasonable trouble. The smoothness of the use of the combo surprised Wutong a little. After all, Wutong had trained Crowhead to focus on speed. I didn't expect that this quality combo could be used so smoothly. Is it because of the good compatibility? The expressions of Geragera and Alakazam on the ground changed for a while and finally fell into confusion. At the same time, the double attack was greatly improved. It didn't work. Geragera, cheer up. Use Bone Boomerang. Liuli was also caught off guard by Wutong's quality combo. Geragera's eyes were reddened in confusion. The bone stick in his hand kept swinging around. After hearing Liuli's voice, Geragera paused and threw the bone stick out with force. The rotating bone stick hit Alakazam's head very accurately. Tip: there is damage to teammates in doubles battles. Crowhead, self-suggestion. Wutong commanded. Crowhead called out, and light appeared in his eyes, and then red and blue light flashed on Crowhead's body. I really didn't expect it. Little brother, your fighting style is not cute at all, but because of this, Alakazam should wake up. Alakazam, use Shadow Ball, Liuli said. Alakazam, who woke up, raised 2 spoons again, and crossed them in front of him. A dark purple energy ball appeared, and shot at Crowhead. Crowhead Brave Bird attack. Wutong commanded. The energy on Crowhead's body exploded, and instantly transformed into a giant energy bird, and rushed towards Alakazam and Galagla. The Shadow Ball hit Crowhead, and was offset by the energy of Brave Bird attack. The giant energy bird that Crowhead transformed into became smaller and smaller, but it still hit Alakazam and Galagla. Alakazam and Galagla were both knocked away. Alakazam swung his spoon in midair, and used instant teleportation to return to the field. Geragera also woke up from the impact of Brave Bird's fierce attack, and used the bone stick to stab the ground to stabilize his body. It seems that I have recovered here. Geragera, start counter-attacking. Bone Boomerang. Alakazam, destroy the beam. Liuli commanded. Geragera aimed at Crowhead, and threw the bone stick at Crowhead. Alakazam began to accumulate power on the other side, and the 2 spoons crossed in front of his mouth and orange energy gathered. Crowhead, take off. Divine Bird Strike. Wutong commanded calmly. Geragera. Crowhead immediately climbed into the air. Geragera's bone stick and Alakazam's destroying beam all chased after it. You can't just run away, little brother, Liuli said. Yes, but this is a doubles match after all. Beedrill. Double needles. Continuous slash. Wutong shouted. What? Liuli shouted in surprise. At some point, a silver-red figure appeared behind Alakazam, and it was Wutong's Beedrill. Beedrill's 2 needle arms crossed on both sides of his waist, like a knight with 2 swords ready to draw his swords. Then Beedrill's 2 needles flashed coldly, and attacked Alakazam at a speed that left an afterimage. The 2 needle arms slashed out gorgeous knife flowers on Alakazam. Alakazam was directly hit in the air. At this time, Crowhead had climbed to a sufficient height, and with a 180-degree turn, Crowhead's body was covered with orange light, and crashed directly into Alakazam. The bone stick of Galagala also hit Crowhead, but it still failed to stop Crowhead's Divine Bird from attacking. Alakazam, who was knocked down in midair, was hit by the crow-headed bird again, and fell heavily to the ground. The huge impact caused Alakazam to smash a hole in the battlefield. In the hole, Alakazam's eyes were spinning, and he still lost his ability to fight. Alakazam has lost his ability to fight. The winner is Wutong from Viridian City. The referee announced at the right time. Congratulations, Wutong. I didn't expect that you were always trying to attract my attention at the beginning. The real threat actually came from Beedrill. Liuli praised. It's just a trick. You're too kind. After all, Wutong let herself experience the luxury suite of a luxury resort hotel for free, so Wutong was still very polite. Here, this is the glass badge representing the Liugan Gym. Liuli took out a badge made of lavender conch shell and handed it to Wutong. Okay, now I can challenge the chief trainer. Wutong thought secretly after taking the glass badge. Chapter 147. The old man was very happy. At the entrance of Liugan Hotel on Liugan Island, Yamato and Xiao Sanlang looked at Wutong's departing figure with a look of relief. This devil is finally gone, Yamato said with emotion. Yeah, we are the Rockets. How did this guy get into the league? Xiao Sanlang's tone was full of doubts. But what should we do? Yamato said. Alas, I have been deducted from my salary recently, and the advance salary has been rejected. Xiao Sanlang sighed. Sure enough, I'd better quit. X2 Yamato and Xiao Sanlang lowered their heads and said at the same time. On the other side, Wutong, who successfully obtained the last gym badge of the Orange League, drove the Crystal Onyx towards the end of the Orange League, Orange Island. After going at full speed, Wutong arrived at the Orange Island, where the Victor's Palace was located. Stepping onto the Orange Island, Wutong showed a confident smile. The first place must be mine. X for what? X for Wutong looked around in shock, and sure enough, the three guys who were also surprised were looking at each other. The four looked at each other and confirmed the current situation. Then the four of them reached for their waists at the same time. It's decided to be you, Swampert. Arcane, prepare for battle. Come out, my baby. Raiden, come out. As expected, Shinji and Xiaomeo called out Arcane, and the two of them turned over and jumped on Arcane's back in unison. Woof. X2 two wind speed dogs roared at the same time and rushed out with Shinji and Xiaomeo. Damn, running fast is great. Swampert, try to catch up with them. Wutong said. Largette. Swampert was shocked. This was too difficult for it. I'll go first. Come on. The last one. Xiaoming's voice sounded on the side. How dare you say that when you ride Raiden, damn it. Wutong said while looking over, and then couldn't help but burst out with a burst of civilized language. Raiden was put on a strange device. Xiaoming sat on it, and Raiden's rolling forward below would not affect Xiaoming sitting on it at all. As Raiden rolled faster and faster, Xiaoming disappeared in front of Wutong. Damn. Is this the power of technology? In that case. Swampert. Continuous ramming. Wutong clenched his fists and said. Larger. Swampert's limbs firmly grasped the ground, his muscles bulged, and then he rushed out like a cannonball. At the door of the badge verification room, a pink figure fell from the sky and hit the ground, causing the nearby ground to shake. Following the pink figure were two wind speed dogs and a rolling spherical object. Wutong, who arrived first, did not hesitate at all and jumped off the giant Swampert and rushed into the badge verification room. This guy. It's so reckless. Ordinary people can't do that. After seeing Wutong rushing into the badge verification room, Shinji, Xiaomeo and Xiaoming were no longer in a hurry. Anyway, except for the first place, the rest of the rankings are meaningless. But the three of them must be feeling very complicated now. At the beginning, Shinji and Xiaomeo's wind speed dogs took the lead all the way. Xiaoming also relied on Raiden's continuous rolling acceleration to catch up. At this time, the self-indulgent Swampert used the dash continuously, giving full play to the principle that the line segment between 2 points is the shortest. No matter what obstacles were ahead, just one word, reckless. They rushed all the way. But Shinji, Xiaomeo and Xiaoming certainly couldn't do that. They had to hide when they should hide, and go around when they should go around. After a while, it was Wutong who rushed to the front. Hello. I want to sign up for the Winner Cup. Wutong said to the staff. Okay, let me confirm the badge first, brother. Don't you go get treatment first. Are you really okay like this? The staff said, after seeing Wutong's condition. No problem, it's just a little blood spray. This little injury can be cured by applying some saliva, Wutong said with a thumbs up. Just apply some saliva? Really? The staff said as he looked at Wutong, who was spraying blood all around. In the end, the staff still confirmed Wutong's badge and told him that his game would be held at 10 o'clock the next day. In Shinji, Xiaomeo and Xiaoming, who came in after Wutong, also checked their badges. At night, in the restaurant on the second floor of the Pokémon Center, the night tea party of Wutong and the other four started as usual. Oh my, I worked hard today, Wutong said while drinking hot cocoa. There is definitely something wrong with the direction of your efforts. Xiaomeo took a sip of coffee and complained mercilessly. That's right, would a normal person ignore the tree in front and just crash into it? Xiaoming put down the milk in his hand and said, is your brain really filled with muscles? Do you want to consider not continuing to exercise? Shinji said while sipping tea. Huh, this is the cry of a loser, right? Anyway, I won, Wutong said to the three people. Don't be happy too early. Only if you succeed in challenging the chief trainer. So you don't plan to exchange Pokémon? After hearing what Wutong said, Shinji and the other two said in succession. Exchange Pokémon or something, I really need it. Wutong suddenly found a problem. Crystal Onyx is not worthy of participating in this level of battle now. Sorry, I'll leave for a while. Wutong said and ran downstairs immediately. This guy X3 saw Wutong running downstairs. Shinji and the other two said together. At 10 o'clock in the morning of the next day, the Citrus Stadium was already crowded with people. Everyone in the entire Citrus Island who had no important things came to the Citrus Stadium. This is the Citrus Stadium. The atmosphere of enthusiasm and excitement in the stadium is high. The strong man who has been defending the Hall of Fame for a long time, the chief trainer of the Southern Cross Star who is known as the strongest in the Orange League, Xiaoxi. The voice of the host sounded. At the player, in trance on one side, Xiaoxi, with a Pokeball hanging around his neck, strode into the battlefield. The next question is, whether he can defeat those powerful Pokémon, and become the challenger who can enter the Hall of Fame for a long time. Wutong from Changpon City. The host continued. Wutong also walked into the battlefield, and behind him, Shinji, Xiaomei and Xiaoming followed him in. After all, this is the special viewing seat. Both sides shake hands to show friendship. The host continued. Welcome to challenge the Orange League Winner Cup, Wutong. Show me your trainer wisdom and Pokémon strength. Xiaoxi said. I won't let you down. Wutong answered confidently. The game is 6 vs 6. The venue will be changed after one of the two Pokémons cannot fight. The chief trainer cannot replace Pokémon during the battle, and the challenger can replace Pokémon freely. Then the initial battlefield is a battlefield of rocks and water. The referee explained the rules. As the referee explained, the battlefield in the center of the orange sports field began to change, and a field with a pool in the center and various rocks next to it appeared. The game is about to start. What kind of Pokémon will both sides bring out? This is a test of the trainer's judgment ability, said the host. Wutong and Xiaoxi also returned to their respective positions. The first Pokémon I'm going to send out is this one, Yuji said as he threw out the Pokeball. A Ditto appeared on the field, and the Ditto kept twisting and deforming, looking very excited. The first one that Yuji sent out was Ditto. Although it only has one skill, its ever-changing ability is enough to play with the opponent. The host, who obviously knows Yuji's Pokémon very well, explained. Ditto, if that's the case, go ahead, Beedrill. Wutong also sent out his first Pokémon. Wutong chose to send Beedrill to deal with Ditto. Wutong's Beedrill looks very unusual. How will he deal with Beedrill? The host said loudly. Isn't it Crowhead or Heracross? Xiaoming said in confusion. It should not be suitable for dealing with Ditto. Xiaomao said. Observe carefully, we also have to face that Ditto. Shinji said calmly. Ditto, transform. Yuji said. Ditto's body shape changed, and with the white light, Ditto turned into the appearance of Beedrill, but the Beedrill that Ditto turned into was the normal yellow and black color, but it looked like a metallic texture. Beedrill, missile needle. Wutong commanded. Beedrill stabbed forward with both arms, and a burst of energy needles shot out. We also use missile needles, Xiaoxi said. Ditto imitated Beedrill, and stabbed with both arms, and a large piece of energy needles also shot out. The two missile needles collided with each other, and there was an explosion. Beedrill, move at high speed and rush over. Wutong commanded calmly. The Beedrill suddenly increased its speed, and rushed towards Ditto. Ditto, use double needles, Xiaoxi said. The double needles of the Beedrill that Ditto transformed into flashed coldly, and stabbed the Beedrill. The Beedrill avoided Ditto's attack with its high-speed movement. Turn back quickly. Wutong seized the opportunity to command. The Beedrill appeared behind Ditto, and its two needle arms crossed Ditto's body, and then turned into a red light, and returned to Wutong's waist. Classentor. Big word explosion. Wutong threw the Pokeball that had been prepared long ago without any hesitation. Buban. When Platypus appeared, it raised its arms and fired fireballs from both barrels at the same time. The two fireballs met in the air and turned into a larger fireball that shot at Ditto. The fireball turned into a big letter while flying in the air and hit Ditto, who had just been hit by a rapid return. What an amazing chain attack. Wutong used Ditto's transformation skill in turn and dealt a high amount of damage, said the host. Ditto. Transform again, said Xiaoxi. The Beedrill state is no longer suitable for dealing with Platypus. Bubon. Ditto emitted white light again and turned into Platypus of normal color. Xiaoxi's Ditto transformed again. This is the scary thing about Ditto. However, the color of Ditto after transformation is different from the color of Wutong's Pokémon. Could it be that Wutong's second Pokémon is also a shiny Pokémon? The host explained passionately. Platypus, rock blockade. Wutong gave orders when Ditto transformed. He is not a villain boss who likes to wait for the protagonist to complete the transformation before attacking. Transformation invincibility time. It does not exist. Bubon. Platypus waved his arms, and several stones fell from the air and hit Ditto. Ditto. Big word explosion. It was obviously not the first time that Yuji faced a trainer like Wutong, and he chose to break the move directly. Bubon. Ditto shot a big word of fire into the air, blowing up the falling stones. Stomp. Earthquake. Wutong continued to command the attack. Bubon. The platypus stomped heavily on the ground, and the ground began to shake as the shock wave rushed to the surroundings. Ditto was hit by the shock wave and fell to the ground, and then was hit by the ground shaking and was crushed by the broken stones next to it. A flash of white light passed, and Ditto returned to its original appearance, with its eyes in circles, and fell there. Ditto has lost its ability to fight, and Wutong won first, the host announced. On the big screen in the air, on the side of Xiaoxi's team, Ditto's avatar turned black and white, indicating that Ditto could not fight. Sure enough, after all, it is a transformation, and there will always be a little delay for skills that are not mastered by oneself, and the skills after swing is also greater than usual. Wutong said to himself. Come back, Ditto. You've worked hard. Xiaoxi took back Ditto and said, you did a good job, but how are you going to deal with it next? Go. Xiaoxi sent out his second Pokémon, Roar. Accompanied by a roar, a giant Onix appeared on the field. Xiaoxi's second Pokémon is Onix, which has the attribute of restraining fire. What does Wutong plan to do? Said the host. Onix? Then we have to fight close to each other. Platypus, charge at Onix with flame wheel, said Wutong. Bubon. Flame exploded on Platypus and turned into a flame wheel and rushed at Onix. Onix, charge at the cost of your life, commanded Xiaoxi. Roar. White light appeared on Onix's body, and it rushed at Onix with amazing momentum. With a bang, the two Pokémon collided with each other. Platypus, Sonic Punch. Wutong continued to command. Bubon. Platypus punched at high speed and kept hitting Onix. Onix, tie it up, commanded Xiaoxi. Roar. Onix's tail rolled towards Flammabeast, tying it up directly. Throw it. Xiaoxi continued. Flammabeast. Explosive fist. Wutong said calmly. Onix's tail rolled Flammabeast up high, then smashed it hard to the ground. The Flammabeast pulled out one arm and hit Onix with all its strength. Boom. A cloud of dust was stirred up, and Onix and Flammabeast both fell to the ground. Big word explosion. Earthquake. The Flammabeast lying on the ground raised its gun barrel and shot out a fireball. Big Onix's tail hit the ground, and the ground began to shake. Infernape and Onix were attacked at the same time. Infernape and Onix lost their fighting ability at the same time. This is a battle from beginning to end, the host said loudly. Chapter 148. The game was a big success, but the game was a big success. Wutong and Xiaoxi's quick attack caused a discussion among the audience. After all, Xiaoxi was now at a disadvantage, which surprised the residents of Citrus Island. It's a good attack, but how are you going to deal with this Pokémon? Go. Xiaoxi said, and threw the Pokéball. A little black fat man appeared on the field. Xiaoxi sent out difficult Pokémon one after another, said the host. Genji, in that case, Crowhead, leave it to you, Wutong said, after seeing Xiaoxi release Jenga. Crowhead appeared in the air and looked at the little black fat man in front of him curiously. Wutong sent out another Pokémon with a strange color. It's really curious, said the host. You really like pink, Jenga, strange light, Xiaoxi commanded. Jenga looked at the crowhead in the air, stretched out his two chubby hands, and a burst of colorful twisted light appeared. Crowhead, bluff. Wutong waved his hand and commanded. Crowhead waved his wings in the air with a strange posture. D/gap. Jenga and Crowhead were hit at the same time, and the eyes of the two Pokémon became blurred and danced like they were drunk. What's going on? Why does this chaotic state seem to be wrong? Wutong looked at the two drunkards on the field and couldn't help saying, I won't let you escape. Jenga, black eyes. Xiaoxi said when he saw Wutong wanted to exchange Pokémon. Hehe. Jenga was still swaying, but he still used the black eye. A huge eye made of black energy appeared on the field, and this black eye looked around the field. Crowhead and Jenga were all stared at. Although the effect of black eye is ineffective against ghost type Jenga, due to the rules, Xiaoxi cannot exchange Pokémon. So now it's Wutong and Xiaoxi's luck. P.S. Ice Cube only recently learned that from the 6th generation, ghost type Pokémon will not enter a state where they cannot escape. Crowhead, roar loudly. Wutong commanded calmly. Since Pokémon cannot be exchanged, choose some skills that will not cause harm to yourself and can effectively target the opponent. Gaga. Gagaga. Although Crowhead is still in a drunk state, it is obvious that the skill commanded by Wutong has triggered its crow instinct. Crowhead kept shouting, and the harsh cry kept stimulating Jenga. Jenga was a little depressed by the crow leader's cry. TSK, 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 the scolding is really ugly, is it really the instinct of crows? Wutong said. Jeng, cheer up. Shadow Ball. Xiaoxi commanded. Jenga shook his two fat hands and condensed a deep purple energy ball and then exploded with a snap. Jenga was blown to the ground by the exploded shadow ball. Jenga, who was already in chaos, gave himself a dizzy buff. Let's look at us. Crow leader. Wind. Wutong commanded. Gap. Crow leader flapped his wings fiercely and hit himself in the face. Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. Wutong covered his face and said helplessly. A very dramatic scene appeared on the field. Xiaoxi's Jenga and Wutong's crow leader both caused damage to themselves because of the chaos, said the host. In that case, Crow Chief, you scare. Wutong said. Gap. Hearing Wutong's command, Crow Chief suddenly let out a sharp cry, and Jenga was frightened by the sudden cry. Success. Wutong said happily. Well done, your judgment as a trainer is very good, but I also have to thank you. Jenga is now awake. Xiaoxi said. Hehe. Jenga's eyes were no longer blurry at this time, and he looked at Crow Chief with a smirk. Is it actually normal after being scared? Crow Chief. Cheer up. Fly up. Wutong commanded. Crow Chief was swaying, and it was obvious that Wutong's command was not received by Crow Chief. Gui. Night Demon Shadow. Xiaoxi commanded. Jenga's eyes showed purple black energy and shot at Crow Chief. The attacked crow leader cried out in pain. Crow leader. Divine Bird Smash. Wutong had no choice but to take one last gamble. Perhaps because of the attack of the Night Demon Shadow, Crow leader woke up a little, and with this little clarity, Crow leader rushed into the air. Gui. Hypnosis. Xiaoxi obviously wanted to let Jenga continue to control for the sake of safety. Jenga's eyes glowed with light and an invisible wave shot towards Crow leader. Crow leader, who had finally flown high into the sky, was hit by hypnosis, fell asleep directly, and fell from the sky. It won't be as you wish. Crow leader. Sleep talk. Wutong commanded. Because of the help of Jenga's hypnosis, Crow leader was no longer affected by hypnosis. When it was about to land, Crow leader was covered with light and turned into a giant energy bird and rushed towards Jenga. Gui. Hold on. Xiaoxi shouted. Hehe. A green translucent energy shield appeared and covered Jenga. The energy giant bat transformed by Crowhead crashed into the energy shield, and the energy shield shattered, but Crowhead's attack was also offset. That was close. Jenga. Dark Shadow. Xiaoxi commanded. Hehe. Jenga's eyes once again released purple black energy and hit Crowhead. Crowhead finally fell to the ground and lost his ability to fight. Crowhead has lost his ability to fight. What a wonderful battle, said the host. Thank you for your hard work, Crowhead please. Beedrill. Wutong took back Crowhead and sent Beedrill on the field again. Beedrill? Jenga. Hypnosis. Xiaoxi said after seeing Wutong put Beedrill on the field again. Jenga once again released hypnotic waves and shot at Beedrill. Is it true that no one can resist hypnosis? but I've already prepared for it. Beedrill. Sleep talk. Wutong commanded. The sleeping Beedrill flashed, moving at high speed. Beedrill began to move irregularly and at high speed on the field. Sure enough, all your Pokémon are equipped with skills to deal with hypnosis, right? Xiaoxi said when he saw the Beedrill flying all over the field. Beedrill, keep talking in your sleep. Wutong shouted. Beedrill quickly approached Jenga, and 2 long needles flashed coldly. Jengi, Night Shadow. Xiaoxi commanded. Jenga's eyes swept towards Beedrill, and purple-black energy shot out. However, Beedrill, which was moving at high speed and in a sleeping state, moved irregularly and at high speed and directly avoided Jenga's Night Shadow. Beedrill came behind Jenga, and the cold light flashing spikes stabbed directly down. Houting rolled to the ground accidentally. His 2 short hands wanted to soothe his back door, but couldn't reach it, so he could only roll around in the same place. Malicious pursuit. Wutong chose to pursue the victory. But the body of the giant bee trembled, and the black mist wrapped around the 2 needle-like arms, piercing the rolling Jenga. Genji Yua lost his combat ability. Xiaoxi's 3 Pokémon lost their combat ability first, and the venue was changed. The host shouted loudly. After hearing the host's words, Xiaoxi took back the Jenga who lost his combat ability, and the giant bee flew back to Wutong. The battle venue began to change. The original rock and pool venue began to move down, and a sand venue rose up. It's been a long time since the venue was exchanged, because Xiaoxi's 3 Pokémon lost their combat ability. Let's look forward to the next battle. The sand venue is a venue that is difficult to stand on, and the trainer must rethink the tactics. The host continued. Okay, the game starts again. Now Xiaoxi only has 3 Pokémon left. How will he deal with it? The host said passionately. Please, Bulbasaur. Xiaoxi sent out his 4th Pokémon. Banner. Bulbasaur appeared on the field and called out calmly. Beedrill please, keep going. Wutong said to the Beedrill beside him. But Beedrill nodded and flew back to the battlefield, rubbed its needle-like arms twice, and then waved at Bulbasaur provocatively. Bulbasaur, Vine Whip. Xiaoxi commanded. Banner. Bulbasaur stretched out dark green vine whips on both sides of its body and whipped Beedrill. Beedrill, don't be afraid, move at high speed. Double needles, bullet punch. Wutong commanded. Beedrill rushed towards Bulbasaur with a shadow, facing the whip. Beedrill flexibly found a hole and passed through. It's not that easy. Venusaur. Yuji shouted. Banner. The 2 vines of Venusaur began to tremble, and the vines began to twist like waves, and the few gaps were all sealed. Beedrill was like a prey caught in a trap. TSK, what a trouble. Turn back quickly. Wutong shouted. Beedrill stabbed the vines continuously, and then turned into a burst of red light, and flew back to Wutong's waist. A wise choice. Xiaoxi praised. I didn't want to call it out so early, Fossil Pterosaur. Please. Wutong threw the Pokeball and said. Roar. After a roar, the Fossil Pterosaur, which had not appeared for a long time, appeared in the air of the venue. Wutong sent out his 4th Pokémon, and it turned out to be the overlord of ancient times, Fossil Pterosaur. And the color is also pink. Wutong's identity is even more curious. The host said excitedly. Pterosaur? Dragonite, you are also very eager to fight. Xiaoxi touched the Pokeball on his chest and said. But it's not so easy to see my trump card. Venusaur, pull it down. Xiaoxi shouted. Banner. Venusaur called calmly and then rolled the vine whip towards Pterosaur. Pterosaur, move at high speed. Wing attack. Wutong commanded. Roar. A burst of blue light flashed on the body of Pterosaur and then rushed towards Venusaur at a very high speed. During the flight, the wings of Pterosaur glowed, and it became brighter and brighter as it flew. The vine whip rolled by Venusaur was all knocked away by Pterosaur. Even if Venusaur shook the vine whip again to intercept it, it was useless. The Pterosaur hit Venusaur hard. Vulps, hold steady. Photosynthesis. Xiaoxi said. Banner. Venusaur tried to stand firm again, absorbing the sunlight, and then a bright green light flashed on its body, and the wounds on its body also recovered a little. Fossil Pterosaur, don't give it a chance. Flame Fang. Wutong said. Roar. The Fossil Pterosaur's mouth ignited a flame and bit Venusaur fiercely. Bite it to pieces. Wutong continued to command. The fossil pterosaur, which had already bitten Venusaur, exerted force on its upper and lower jaws again, and Venusaur felt the severe pain and collapsed directly to the ground. Come again. Flame Fang. Wutong continued to say. Roar. Perhaps it had been a long time since he had fought. The fossil pterosaur was very excited and opened his mouth again and bit it hard. Venusaur screamed and completely lost his ability to fight. Under the fierce attack of the fossil pterosaur, Venusaur lost his ability to fight. Contestant Xiaoxi is in danger, said the host. Thank you for your hard work, Venusaur, but it's not enough. Let me get more excited. Go, Electabuzz. Xiaoxi called out his fifth Pokémon. Hey. A sturdy Electabuzz appeared in the battlefield. Electabuzz. 100,000 volts. Xiaoxi shouted. Hey. Electric light exploded on Electabuzz, and a strong current hit the pterosaur. Pterosaur, get out of the way, Ghostface. Wutong said calmly. Roar. Pterosaur began to move, occasionally turning sideways to avoid Electabuzz's 100,000 volts, and then a black ghost face appeared on top of Pterosaur. Hey. Electabuzz trembled after seeing the ghost face, and its movements became a little slow. Pterosaur, sharp stone attack. Wutong continued to command. Roar. Pterosaur roared, and sharp rocks appeared around it. As Pterosaur flapped its wings, the sharp rocks shot at Electabuzz. Electric Beast, smash them. Thunder Fist. Xiaoxi commanded. Hey. Thunder flashed from Electric Beast's fists and smashed the flying rocks with punch after punch. Sure enough, we still have to get close to it. Fossil Pterosaur. Dragon Dance. Wutong commanded. Roar. Fossil Pterosaur began to rotate its body, and a faint dragon-shaped energy appeared beside Fossil Pterosaur. Then Fossil Pterosaur rushed towards Electric Beast. Electric Beast. Thunder. Xiaoxi tried to intercept Fossil Pterosaur. Fossil Pterosaur, move at high speed. Wutong shouted. Fossil Pterosaur increased its speed again, and crashed into Electric Beast. Flame Fang, bite it. Wutong commanded calmly. Roar. Fossil Pterosaur bit Electric Beast with flames on its mouth. Thunder Fist. Xiaoxi also shouted. Hey. Electric Beast gave up defense and smashed Fossil Pterosaur with both fists. After the attack, both Electabuzz and Pterosaur lost consciousness at the same time. Electabuzz and Pterosaur lost their ability to fight at the same time. It seems that we can see Yuji's trump card, the host said passionately. Next, it's the final battle. Chapter 149. The battle was over, and the battle was over. Xiaoxi took off the Pokeball hanging around his neck and looked at it carefully. Okay, it's your turn, Dragonite. Xiaoxi threw the Pokeball with great momentum. Woo. At this time, a fat dragon appeared on the field. Dragonite, this is the first time to officially fight against a quasi-god level Pokémon. Are you excited too? Wutong took out a Pokeball and said slowly. At this time, all the things like consumption first and tactics were thrown behind his mind. Wutong now only thought of one thing, to defeat the Dragonite head on. Go, my ace. Wutong threw the Pokeball in his hand and shouted. Larger. Wutong's current ace Swampert appeared on the field. Did they send Swampert directly? Xiaomo said in the friends and relatives seat. Look at that guy, he really lost his mind again. Shinji said coldly. But it should be okay, right? Yuji is very powerful, but I always feel that there is no sense of oppression. Xiaoming said. Except for the first Ditto, the other Pokémon don't seem to meet expectations. Shinji said. I said, don't you two have the habit of knowing your opponents in advance? Xiaomo said helplessly. The Orange League is not within my challenge range. Shinji gave a reason. I just need to train my Pokémon well. Xiaoming gave the answer. Alas, although the Orange League is not as strong as other regional leagues, Yuji has the potential to become a strong man of the four Heavenly Kings. Although the strength of the Pokémon in front of him is not so amazing, that Dragonite is definitely close to the strength of the Heavenly King. Xiaomo said. Of course, I don't know whether this king level is serious or not. P.S. Regarding the strength of Yuji, because it is an original character in the animation, there is no very definite positioning. Although the status of the champion of the Orange League is equal to the champions of other regions, the strength is really hard to describe. After all, Yuji's strength is not outstanding in terms of performance, but Dragonite is really strong. Subinkue thinks that Yuji should be the kind of person who specially trains a main force, and the other Pokémon are not weak, but are a level lower than the only main force. In terms of level, Dragonite may be around level 55, and the other Pokémon may be around level 45 to 50. It is the kind of strength that can barely catch up with the king, but not enough to be considered a king. However, this is also related to the fact that there are many loopholes in the initial setting. If you say so, Wutong is hopeless, or it is better to say that all of us are hopeless, Xiaoming said. Being close doesn't mean being close, and there should be strong and weak kings. Although even the weakest king is not something we can deal with, Shinji said. Yes, that's why Yuji's Dragonite will also be our biggest enemy, but the main threat is this Dragonite. We still have a chance, if we rely on numbers and tactics. Xiaomei shrugged and said. That means Wutong's direct move of sending Swampert, Xiaoming said. It's a reckless act, not thinking at all. Xiaomei continued. It seems that I need to take that guy to see a brain doctor. Shinji also said. Achoo. Why did he sneeze suddenly? It's impossible to catch a cold in this weather. Wutong, who was at the edge of the battlefield, sneezed and said to himself. At this time, on the battlefield, Swampert and Dragonite were staring at each other, and there seemed to be invisible lightning striking where the eyes of the two Pokémon met. Swampert? It should be the initial Pokémon distributed by the Alliance in other regions, right? I seem to have some impression of it, but why is it pink again? Xiaoxi said after seeing Swampert. Hey, don't worry about these details. Swampert, rock slide. Wutong chose to end the topic and directly commanded Swampert to attack. Larger. A huge rock appeared above Swampert's head. Swampert stretched out his arms to catch the rock and threw it hard at Dragonite. Dragonite, smash it. Dragon Claw. Xiaoxi said. Woo. Dragonite's claws were wrapped in blue-purple energy, and then they were swung crosswise, and the flying rock was directly smashed. It seems to be easier than expected. It was smashed instead of cut, which means that Dragonite's strength is not yet to the point where it can't handle it. Wutong analyzed. Just taking a beating is not my style. Dragonite, 100,000 volts. Yuji commanded. Obviously, Yuji only remembered that Swampert was a starter Pokémon from another region, and he didn't know the specific attributes. But in fact, this is not strange. After all, there are only a few who can know the Pokémon from other regions. The two tentacles on Dragonite's head flew up, and the strong electric light hit Swampert. Ah, it's like this again. Xiaomao said. Yes, it's like this again. Xiaoming also nodded. But it's very effective. Shinji said. Swampert, slam it over. Wutong said that he couldn't miss this opportunity. Larger. Swampert kicked the ground with all four limbs and hit Dragonite. Dragonite's 100,000 volts also hit Swampert, but it had no effect. Swampert also hit Dragonite with Dragonite's 100,000 volts. Are there any ground attributes? Dragonite, fly up, use the freezing beam. Xiaoxi commanded. I won't let you take off so easily. Swampert, catch it. Wutong shouted. Wu Dragonite flapped its wings and flew up a little before being caught by Swampert's tail. Frozen fist. Wutong continued to command. Larger. Swampert clenched its other empty claw into a fist and punched Dragonite with a cold air on its fist. Since it won't let go, take it with you. Catch it. Xiaoxi commanded. Woo. Dragonite grabbed Swampert and took it up with it. Throw it. Xiaoxi continued to command. Dragonite grabbed Swampert and flew in an N shape, throwing Swampert to the ground. What a trouble. Swampert, knock it down, rockfall. Wutong shouted. Larger. Swampert climbed up, picked up the huge rock fragments that Dragonite had just broken, and threw them out. P.S. Don't say throwing anymore. The skill description of falling rocks is to pick up small rocks and throw them at the opponent to attack. Although the performance in the game is that the rocks fall from the head, it is absolutely fine to throw them. Dragonite, move at high speed to avoid it. Xiaoxi shouted. Woo. Dragonite in midair flashed and sped up to avoid the rocks thrown by Swampert. Swampert, don't stop. See how long it can hide. Wutong shouted. Larger. Swampert responded. swinging his arms wildly, and small rocks were thrown at Dragonite one after another. Dragonite in midair kept dodging, avoiding the rocks thrown by Swampert, because the speed was getting faster and faster, even leaving after images. Dragonite, it's time to counterattack, destroy the beam, Xiaoxi said after seeing that there were no more rocks around Swampert. Woo. After Dragonite dodged Swampert's rockfall attack again, the energy in Dragonite's mouth gathered, and a white energy column shot at Swampert. Hold on. Wutong said. Lagu. Swampert crossed his arms in front of him, and a light green translucent energy shield blocked Swampert. Dragonite's destructive beam was successfully offset. Now, pull it down. Wutong commanded. Lagu. Taking advantage of the stiffness caused by Dragonite's destructive beam reaction, Swampert jumped high and knocked Dragonite down. Water flow break. Frozen fist. Wutong commanded. Lagu. Swampert's arms were first entangled by the water flow to form the shape of arm armor, and then cold air appeared, and the water arm armor turned into ice arm armor. Swampert, riding on Dragonite, punched with his fists and kept hitting Dragonite. Dragonite. Cheer up, Dragon's Fury. Xiaoxi shouted. Roar. Dragonite roared, and a blue-purple light burst out of its body. A large amount of energy gathered in Dragonite's mouth. Swampert obtained the achievement, washing the face with Dragon's Fury. The strong impact knocked Swampert out. The wounded Dragonite climbed up panting. My Dragonite is the type that becomes more courageous as the battle goes on. Dragonite. Use super speed, said Xiaoxi. Woo. Dragonite flew into the air again and crashed into Swampert at a speed that left an afterimage. Swampert. Double payback. Wutong shouted. There was no chance to dodge, and there was no ability to offset it with skills. In this case, let's take a gamble and bet on Swampert's perseverance. Larger. The moment Swampert's body was covered with a rainbow-colored light film, Dragonite's attack had arrived. Swampert's feet sank into the sand and his arms blocked in front of him, trying not to be knocked out. Then Swampert's rainbow energy gathered in his right fist and hit Dragonite's face hard. Dragonite and Swampert both stopped where they were, and time seemed to have stopped. Still, Swampert and Dragonite stared at each other. The next second Swampert's arms dropped, and then his whole body fell to the ground. Dragonite also fell to the ground, but he had not lost consciousness. Panting heavily, Dragonite stood up again. Swampert has lost his ability to fight. Now Wutong only has 2 Pokémon left, but Dragonite is in a very bad state. Can Xiaoxi withstand Wutong's attack? The host said loudly. Come back, Swampert, you've worked hard. Wutong calmly took back Swampert. Although Wutong knew that there was a gap in strength between Swampert and Dragonite, Wutong still felt that Xiaoxi's Dragonite had a bit of blood. In the animation, he also picked up 3 of Xiaoxi's Pokémon in a row, and in the middle, he also beat Team Rocket away. He was not without damage, but he was still able to fight with Pikachu. Go, Beedrill. Wutong sent out the hard-working Beedrill again. Buzz the silver and red Beedrill appeared on the battlefield again. We need to fight quickly, Dragonite. Spray flames. Xiaoxi commanded. Woo. Dragonite spewed out flames. Move at high speed. Double needles. Continuous slash. Wutong commanded. Beedrill dodged Dragonite's spray of flames. Although Dragonite did not lose its combat ability at this time, it was obviously at the end of its strength. Both the speed of skill use and reaction slowed down a lot. After the Beedrill rushed to Dragonite, its double needles flashed coldly and slashed at Dragonite continuously. Woo. Dragonite cried out in pain after being attacked. Its body began to shake, and it looked like it might fall down at any time. Dragonite, come on, spray flames again. Xiaoxi shouted. Woo. The flames in Dragonite's mouth gathered again. Beedrill. Bullet punch. Wutong shouted. Buzz. The double needles of the Beedrill B showed a metallic color, and it hit Dragonite's face directly. Dragonite's jet flames, which had not yet been used, were forcibly extinguished. Woo. Dragonite finally let out a wail and fell to the ground. Dragonite has lost its ability to fight, and the winner is Wutong. The referee announced, waving the flag in his hand. A wonderful battle. Wutong won. Wutong defeated the chief trainer, Yuji. The host said loudly. Come back, Dragonite, you've worked hard. Yuji took back Dragonite and said. Let's congratulate Wutong for becoming the new trainer to enter the Victor's Palace. The host said excitedly. Congratulations, Wutong. It's a beautiful battle. Yuji said after handing the winner's trophy to Wutong. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Yuji. Wutong said politely. After Wutong received the trophy, the whole audience cheered. Obviously, the residents of Citrus Island were full of praise for the long-lost winner. Wutong, please take a photo here. A staff member came over and said to Wutong. No problem, thank you. Wutong said and followed the staff. After simply restoring his Pokémon so that they could wake up and take photos, Wutong released them all, of course, including Heracross, who had not appeared from beginning to end. You really like pink, Wutong. Xiaoxi said after seeing Wutong's last Pokémon. Heracross looked confused. What happened? Did you eat? Okay, everyone, get ready to take photos, Wutong said to his Pokémon. Wutong stood in the middle of a group of Pokémon, with Swampert on the left and Flamuake on the right. The crow leader was very excited when he spread his wings in the back, while the pterosaur folded his wings and stood behind Swampert, looking up slightly and squinting at the staff with a proud look on his face. Heracross still looked confused and poked his head out from behind Wutong. Beedrill flew beside Platypus, with two needle-like arms crossed in front of him, ready to fight at any time. Okay, 1, 2, 3, eggplant, said the staff. Dream. As the staff finished speaking, the dream demon poked his head out of the shadow and leaned on Wutong. A family portrait was taken like this. Crystal Rock Snake, love will disappear, right? After that, Wutong and his Pokémon went to the Victor's Palace together, leaving their handprints or footprints. So far, Wutong's trip to the Orange Islands has finally come to an end, which is a good thing. Chapter 150. The battle was a battle, but the battle was a battle. After Wutong successfully defeated Yuji and entered the Victor's Palace, Wutong was not in a hurry to leave. After all, there were still challenges of Shinji, Xiaomei and Xiaoming to watch. In the 3 days after that, Citrus Island was like a celebration. After all, the 4-day Chief Trainer Challenge made the residents of the island excited. Although Shinji, Xiaomei and Xiaoming had experienced a hard battle, they still successfully defeated Yuji. However, without exception, they were forcibly replaced after Yuji's Dragonite completed a series of 3. However, the other 5 Pokémon were successfully solved by the 3 in their own way, so although the battle process was more tragic, the 3 successfully entered the Victor's Palace. However, after 4 days of continuous fighting, Xiaoxi realized that he was a little too dependent on Dragonite. If nothing unexpected happens, Xiaoxi will also start high-intensity training for other Pokémon. But in this case, I don't know what Xiaoxi will do if he hasn't arrived at the Orange Island yet. I always feel like I accidentally let Xiaoxi down. After the Orange Islands trip, the 4 decided to return home, to rest and prepare for the official trip to the Johto region. Of course, Shinji, whose home is in the Sinnoh region, still has to stay at Wutong's place first. Just when the 4 returned to the little Orange Island and were about to take the nearest airship back, Wutong's communicator rang. Of course, it was not the Rotom mobile phone, but the Pokémon Investigator's special communicator given to him by Adu. Sorry, you 3 go first, I seem to have something to do, Wutong said. Shinji and the other 2 didn't care. After saying goodbye to Wutong, they set off on their way home. Wutong also connected the communicator. Phoenix, come find me. I have something to ask you. Adu's voice came from the communicator. Do you have to call me that? Wutong said with a twitch in the corner of his eye. Isn't this the code name you gave yourself? And I think this code name is also good, which helps to hide your identity. I will give you an address. Come as soon as possible. Remember to disguise yourself. Adu hung up the call without giving Wutong a chance to refute. Wutong felt a headache looking at the communicator in his hand. Wutong had no objection to suddenly becoming a trainee investigator. After all, this matter was beneficial to Wutong in all aspects. However, the problem was that, because of his own boasting at the beginning, he now had to be a trainee investigator as Xiaotang. Although his identity was well hidden, it was shameful. Too shameful. Even if he successfully mixed into the junior generation, it was still so shameful. Damn it, when I become Adu's boss, I must make him wear women's clothes every day, Wutong said with gritted teeth. Wutong looked around for a suitable corner, and finally a public toilet that did not distinguish between men and women attracted his attention. After making sure that no one was around, Wutong slipped in. After a while, Xiaotong appeared. Fortunately, Grandma brought me a lot of clothes, otherwise it would be too uncomfortable to wear that witch costume all the time. Wutong, who was wearing a black sportswear, said to himself. But it's too complete to have such things. Wutong continued to say as he looked at the bulge on his chest. That's right, there was also a prosthetic chest in that set of disguise items. After seeing this thing, Wutong thought for a moment and put it on. After all, the farther it was from his original appearance, the better. He didn't want more people to know about his cross-dressing. Wutong then pinched his throat to change his voice, and after making sure that there was no problem, he prepared to go to the address that Adu gave him. Then let's see what that guy Adu is going to do. Wutong put on sunglasses and said to himself. The address given by Adu was not far away, and it was also on the little orange island. Wutong asked Rotom on his phone to start the pathfinding mode, and he came to the door of a villa. According to Adu's information, he could enter directly without knocking. Wutong didn't hesitate and pushed the door open and walked in. The lights were not turned on when he entered the villa. Fortunately, it was daytime, and the house was just a little dim, but it was not impossible to see clearly. Wutong frowned as he looked at the situation in the house. The dim house was in a mess, and the broken furniture showed that there had been a fierce battle here. After searching on the first floor to make sure that no one was there, Wutong went directly to the second floor. On the second floor, Wutong saw a half-open door with light coming out. There was a faint roar coming from behind the door. What's going on? Is it a horror movie? Wutong walked over carefully and opened the door. What caught his eye was a room with a dreamy style and full of girlishness. A large number of dolls were scattered throughout the room, and the walls and ceilings were also decorated with various cute decorations. In the middle of the room, a cloaked man and a red-haired woman were arguing, and a squinty-eyed strong man with a naked upper body was trying to persuade them to stop fighting. At the table next to the window, an old man was drinking tea, as if he didn't see the quarrel in front of him at all. Next to the old man, a Jenga was holding a teapot and ready to add tea to the old man at any time. Sorry, I went the wrong way. Wutong looked at the scene in front of him and decisively closed the door and prepared to run away. Wutong felt that if he didn't run quickly, he might be silenced. After all, who would have thought that the 4 heavenly kings would be like this in private? As soon as Wutong turned around, a little black fat man had blocked his way. Oh, I know. Can't I turn back? Wutong said resignedly. After reorganizing his mood, Wutong pushed open the door and walked in. The scene just now seemed like an illusion. The 4 people stood in the classic Kanto 4 Heavenly Kings position, full of force. Well, the action is very fast, Wutong said indifferently. What a cute girl. Would you consider working under me? Kona, who likes cute things very much, said directly after seeing Wutong. Don't dream, this is my new Koma, Adu said. Why does it look a little familiar? Ziba frowned and said. Kikuko on the side did not speak, but showed a meaningful smile. Seeing Kikuko's expression, Wutong knew that his grandmother had probably told her good sister Kikuko. Grandma Kikuko, long time no see. Wutong was too lazy to pay attention to Adu, and walked in front of Kikuko and said, sure enough, it's just like what Xiaozhi said, it's really cute, but boys are better to be more masculine. Kikuko said with a kind smile. Boy? Question mark? After hearing Kikuko's words, Kona looked unbelievable. You can make Kikuko show this expression? Are you Wutong? Ziba said. Master, it's me. As Wutong, who was trained by Ziba's devil, it's okay for him to call him master. It seems that we need to have a good talk later, Ziba said with a serious look. Wutong felt that there must be a big blood red danger on his hair now. Wait a minute. Master, there is a reason for this, Wutong said hurriedly. Then he explained the explosion of Lugia that happened on Asia Island. After hearing Wutong's explanation, Ziba and Kona both showed a thoughtful expression. Even if they were unreliable in private, they were also the 4 kings representing the Kanto region. It was still very reassuring in the face of serious matters. In other words, you are now a trainee investigator under Adu? Asked Zibber. Yes, although not in his original identity. Wutong nodded and said, a talking Slowking? It seems that I have to go to Asia Island when I have time. Kona's focus is obviously different from Zibber's. Although I know the general situation, some details also interest me. Xiaotong, are you saying that the god of fire, the god of thunder and the god of ice like your female form? It seems to be a direction worth studying, Kikuko said with a cane. Wutong suddenly remembered that Kikuko had been active in a Pokémon research group at Yuhan University before becoming the Ghost King. Although Pokémon battles are more interesting to Kikuko, it does not prevent her from conducting research in her spare time. Wutong suddenly felt that Kikuko's eyes seemed to be wrong when she looked at her, as if she was looking at a little white mouse. By the way, why is King Kona arguing with Adu? What did that guy do again? Wutong tried to change the subject. Wait, why are you sure I did something? I just think it's too childish for Aunt Kona to like dolls at her age. Adu asked. Arsehole, I must kill you today. Kona went berserk after hearing Adu's words. Come on, Adu said without any fear. Xiaotong, come here, these two guys can't stop for a while. Kikuko sat back at the table by the window and said to Wutong. Wutong obediently came to sit next to Kikuko, and Jenga came out and handed Wutong a cup of tea. Wutong took the tea and imitated Kikuko, drinking tea while watching Adu and Kona quarrel. What a day of nuclear war, Wutong sighed. After Adu and Kona were tired of quarreling, they finally calmed down. Come. So, Adu, what exactly did you ask me to come over for? And you asked me to dress up and come here? Wutong asked Adu. I always feel that your attitude towards me seems to have changed a lot, Wutong. Adu said. It's obvious that you deserve it, but even if she's a boy, Xiaotong is so cute. Kona walked to Wutong and rubbed Wutong's head and said, Kona, please respect yourself. After all, I'm a boy. Please don't describe me as cute. Wutong looked at Kona with a cold face and said, hey, Xiaotong's cold look is not bad. You can call me sister. Kona continued to rub Wutong's head without being affected. Wutong's eyes twitched. It was so annoying. If he couldn't beat him, he really wanted to hang Kona and Adu up and beat them together. Okay, let's talk about business. Today was just a gathering between us. Why did you call Xiaotong? Kikuko said. Wutong, you defeated the Orange League's chief trainer, Yuji, a few days ago, right? Adu said. That's right, Yuji's Dragonite is really strong. Wutong said. That's right, that guy also has great potential. If he wasn't too obsessed with Dragonite, he would have qualified to become the king soon. Adu continued. So, Wutong, do you know the conditions for becoming the 4 heavenly kings or the champion? Adu continued to ask. Isn't it possible to challenge the king or the champion directly if you have the strength? Wutong said puzzledly. You are only half right. There are strict rules to become the king or the champion. Zibber interrupted and said. Then several people told Wutong the specific rules. First of all, winning a league meeting is the first qualification for Pokémon trainers to be allowed to participate in the Champion League, that is, to challenge the 4 Heavenly Kings. The Pokémon League will hold the Champion League meeting regularly, and the top 3 will be eligible to challenge the 4 Heavenly Kings in order according to their own preferences. When the challenger successfully defeats all the 4 Heavenly Kings, he is eligible to challenge the champion. As the 4 Heavenly Kings, he is also eligible to challenge the champion. If he successfully wins the championship arena, the challenger can be crowned as the new regional champion. Of course, if the goal is not the champion but the king, you only need to challenge the corresponding target king, and you can replace him after defeating him. However, if you challenge the king, it will not be just a 6v6 battle, but 3 battles, namely 6v6 singles, 6v6 doubles, and 6v6 team battles. Only by winning 2 of them can you successfully become the new king. There is an additional rule in this set of rules, that is, as a Gemona, you can get the qualification to directly challenge the 4 Heavenly Kings by being promoted to a single attribute master trainer. This set of rules was modified by Wutong, based on the original rules. After all, the 4 heavenly kings and the champions have corresponding responsibilities, and they can't be replaced every few days. That means you are now actually qualified to participate in the Champions League conference. Of course, if you go now, you will probably be eliminated in the first round. Adu said mercilessly. Sister Kona, can you help me beat this guy up? Wutong pointed at Adu and said to Kona, no problem, I've wanted to beat him for a long time. Hey, that cloak bastard. Let's make an appointment to fight at the same place tomorrow morning. Kona said to Adu. Adu almost choked when he saw the behavior of the two. What's wrong with the cloak? The cloak is handsome and warm. You are not allowed to say that the cloak is not good. I'll beat you. I'm afraid of you. Adu, a cloak fanatic, said on the spot. Okay, can't you two be more serious in front of the younger generation? Xiaotong, you two, don't provoke them. Kikuko knocked Wutong's head and said. Continuing with the topic just now, I think you have the potential to become a king, Wutong. So although you are now a trainee investigator, I'm not going to let you follow us to perform missions all the time. Adu said seriously again. Then Adu, what exactly do you want to talk to me about? Wutong said puzzledly. I hope you continue to travel in various regions. You still have a lot of room for growth now, but during the trip, pay attention to the movements of those evil organizations and report to me regularly. Adu entered the work mode and said seriously. Is that so? I really don't want to stop traveling myself. After all, I want to dominate the conference in all regions. Wutong said confidently. Very good. You are worthy of being my disciple. Very ambitious. Ziba said with satisfaction. The next area you are going to travel should be the Johto area, right? Recently, Team Rocket has been very active there, so I hope you will pay more attention to it. But pay attention to your own safety. Now is not the time for your generation to fight, so report any problems as soon as possible. Adu said seriously. I understand, Boss Adu. Wutong also responded seriously. By the way, Wutong, how do you plan to participate in the Silver Conference? Adu suddenly asked. Of course, use Swampert to push all the way through. Wutong said without hesitation. Wutong is confident that he can train all his Pokémon to the level of Dragonite during his trip to the Johto region. However, after hearing Wutong's words, the 4 kings of Kanto all looked at the stupid child. Why, what's wrong? Wutong asked puzzledly. Hey, Xiaotong, what do you think is needed to become a king besides the main factor of strength? Kikuko asked. Do you also need to be cool? Wutong responded tentatively. It is a formed system and the depth of the Ladoop. After hearing Wutong's answer, Kikuko knocked Wutong's head angrily and said. Do you think your current Lanoop has a complete system? Adu asked. After hearing Adu's words, Wutong fell into deep thought. His Lanoop didn't even have a reasonable chain, let alone a system. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, due to his own physique, he couldn't train Pokémon according to the system. As for the depth of the Lanoop, it was not easy for him to gather all the Pokémon he had now. And do you think that, after reaching our level, the injuries from each battle will be easy to heal? Ziba said. In the battle of the same level, even if it seems to have recovered, there will be some hidden injuries. This is why we often send the main Pokémon to Mr. Aquan and Ms. Xingzi for recuperation. Kona also explained. Wutong was thoughtful. Indeed, their breeding house always received various champion Pokémon regularly. It turned out to be because of this reason. So, another task for you is to train a team in each region. Only when your Lanoop is deep can you better develop system combat. Adu said. I have also thought about this problem, so I discussed it with Xiaozhi. Send your current main force back to the breeding house at home first. Kikuko continued. Wait. Am I going to be forced to reset my points? Wutong thought in shock. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.